Josh.
Conference room, please. Okay.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
I hope you had a really nice 2 days till now. We have microphones. I don't know if they work. Do you hear?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's perfect. Amazing.
I think they have some really interesting facts about us. Right?
These guys are going to they are going to impress you for the next couple of days. Well, in fact, you're going to be in here, and they're going to be recording live videos, interviews with lots of people. So, if you have been honoured to be selected to be interviewed by them, that is great. They may still have some slots available.
We do.
Yes.
We'll find you, and we'll capture you and put you in that room with us. So. These
two are exemplary examples of a Superweek attendee, because they not only can do analytics or work in a business, they also have additional skills like this music. So I hope you will all support them in their Superweek TV work and be a part of their podcast, so of their videos, which are going live on YouTube for the next 2 days. And I'm going to keep talking about them behind their backs in a minute, I think. We're going to let them play out.
Okay.
And if you would like to, and you can go and get started with your full-time job for the next 2 days.
Yeah.
So good luck, everybody. Everybody give them a wonderful clap. These are our wonderful hosts. You want to dance? Am I still loud? Yeah? Okay. So, Foska and Josh, I've just asked them to give me some facts. As you can tell, they're amazing at playing their instruments. They just seemed to come up with that just this morning. I hear last night Josh was playing 2 instruments, one with each hand. I did ask, is this easier when drunk or sober? So I think drunk might be the answer there. So that is his way of finding some fun in his life. And then Foska is a massive advocate for the community. She helps run Major Camp Italy and Brussels, I think it was. I was trying to take in too many details, at the same time. She's a qualified physicist, and yet she is all about talking about the small talk, the soft skills and all of that. So together with Foska and Josh and Yoma, they are going to be running Superweek TV with some fantastic interviews. So can we give them one more round of applause? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Back again with the TV. This year, we are just 2 for the moment, and we have a great addition to the team, because this year, unfortunately, Rick cannot be one of us, but we have an incredible third host. Sorry, maybe, third.
Yeah.
But same level. So I want
third party host. Yeah.
I want to present you. I'm really excited to present you Josh Silverbauer.
Hello, everybody. I'm very excited to be on this show. This is amazing. Live TV from Superweek.
Yeah, after last year.
After last year, 2 years ago, I was just a digital little picture in the middle of this lovely event, and now I'm here hosting. So.
Yeah, it's really nice to have you here with us. Actually, within me at the moment, we are waiting for Jomar to come and host with us. At lunch, he will arrive. But as our tradition, the first moment with us will be to show what we have this year Superweek, like swag.
Swag. I mean, there's some great stuff here. We are going to treat this like an infomercial, and we're going to just show you all this amazing stuff that you kind of have to come and to actually Superweek to get. So sorry, you'll have to come next year, but we do want to show it off because it is amazing, and this will get you to come next year. So let's start with this. Look at this green shirt that says Superweek.
And it can go with this amazing beanie.
That's amazing. Look at this color combination here. You know, this really matches well. But you know what? If you're not a yellow hat person and you're like, you know, I like that green shirt, but I'm not a yellow hat person. You could also pair it with this red hat, which says Superweek on it, and this is a very nice red hat.
You can go with a nice
blue
bag.
shirt combination here. Look at this, blue and red, and it matches. Very nice. Okay.
We have also magnets and stickers.
What do the magnets have on them? Oh, it's a lot of different countries, like the amount of countries that are here today.
We have yesterday, 2 days ago, we had a really nice, how do you say?
Hub quiz?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks. And one of the questions were how many flags, how many different countries are here? It's kind of more than 40.
Yeah, it was something around the 40 countries, which is incredible.
Yeah.
You know, it really shows that there's brilliant people all over the world.
Yeah.
You know? And they all come here, right?
Yeah.
So that should be you. You come next.
So it's really nice to be here. We will host, as last year, interviews throughout today and tomorrow. On Friday, we won't have the TV this year, but I think we have kind of packed this.
Oh, it's packed.
2
Yeah.
days.
You're going to get a lot of content out of us in the next 2 days. So.
Yeah, and me and Josh actually already fill up the schedule, and we wait for Jomar to fill his up. And more or less, we have our subject like last year.
Yep.
Jomar will be more on brand leadership, me about community, and Josh is a bit of a chaos.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of chaos. You know, we're talking about like what makes us mad in the industry. We're talking about what makes us happy. You know, what's funny.
Yeah.
I was trying to get people to just talk and do jokes. Maybe we'll do some jokes and see if they're good or not. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Definitely it will be funny.
Yeah.
That is nice. Yeah, maybe it's nice to have also different overviews, different people, because we attach subject in different ways.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's really nice to be back again on track. 2 days full of interviews, but not just that. We will have some live stream from the stage. Right now there is Tim Wilson speaking. After him, I will be the one speaking together.
Yes, you are, and you will see me in here because Fosca will be actually speaking with Jason Packer about GA4 alternatives.
Yeah, we will have really nice, interesting things. But yeah, the lineup of this year's speaker is impressive. Yesterday we had Simo that returned back from 2 years of not being here. We had a really nice panel hosted by him about AI and how...
there was 4 experts on this panel, and the whole time I was saying, why wasn't AI on that panel to defend itself?
Yeah.
You know, maybe next year we invite AI to the panel.
Nice.
Yeah, just so that like when everybody's talking negative about AI, it can be there.
Gemini and ChatGPT and Mistral.
You know, that next year it's going to be Claude, Gemini, you know, and then that'll be interesting.
But really nice. We have different... I also want 1 second to go through the book. Usually Jomar did a great job last year to see what was there. On Monday it was not there, but you were there, and there were really nice speech about big agencies, skill innovation, a lot about AI. There is a lot about AI. There is Marie that spoke actually how you get out of, what gets you out of bed in the morning. Sometimes it's, it's kind of...
This got us out of bed this morning, being here right now. So.
And also it was really nice to play as well.
Yeah.
Out of my comfort zone. And actually, then I leave the word to you is Russell McHate is like 100 for performance. What happens when you actually have all the data? Maybe interesting because I always heard the opposite. Do not take all the data, but just the ones that you need. So.
Well, I'm talking to him today here about, he had a talk in Measure Summit that was called Unfuck the Data. So I'm talking to him about that. So we'll see what he has to say. You have all the data and then you have to unfuck the data. So we'll see, you know, too much and then get it back to square zero here. And then Matteo talked all about the era of AI agents.
Yeah.
We're going to be talking about something similar to that.
Okay, you also have
I stole a lot of people. stole a lot of people.
Yeah, he's stealing people from me and Yomar.
Yeah. Yomar is just going to be sitting here by himself because I stole everybody from him. But yeah.
No, it's a joke, but it's really doing a great job, Josh. Yeah, thanks.
And then we took a coffee break. That was fun. Everybody just like had coffee together. You know, hung out. You know, talked more about data. So
have the possibility to hack people. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep. And, yeah, just very, very interesting stuff. We had signal engineering by Gunnar Grease.
Yeah.
Right. And that was, very interesting to see like how, platforms adapt to whatever you send into it, right? Yeah. And how that's changing and does it align with your business? So that was very valuable. Yeah.
That's nice. I was really interested by different speeches, but I wasn't able to join. And I also seen one by Ezekiel, integrating customer feedback. And I think that Ezekiel maybe is one of your, maybe not. He will speak with Yomar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I think he will speak today with him. And yesterday, we had Matt Gershoff, but actually they moved it to the afternoon. It was Tricky's presentation. Matt is super
smart.
Yeah, super smart. And when he enters the room, you're just...
Yep. He was like, he said he wanted to come on and talk to me, and I said, well, it's just going to be you talking for the whole time because like I don't know what to ask you. You just go, just because he's so smart. Yeah.
Yeah. So and I really love Anna Liu's speech about should I go solo, because I really felt that she's a lot of energy, and I really like the way she speaks, or really the energy she put in things. And she did her job to set up her own business after pregnancy. So it's kind of, whoa, it's incredible. And now she has a business with 9 or 10 people. So it's kind of great.
Shows what you can do when you put your mind to it.
And I will be interviewing her, of course.
Yours. All right.
Then Steen.
I talked to Steen a little earlier, and he said that he traditionally does a talk with Rick on conspiracy theories. So I'm trying to figure out when to do that with him, because that sounds really fun.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's analytics-related conspiracy theories or just conspiracy theories.
Yeah, I think so.
Is it analytics-related ones?
Yeah, I think.
Or just like general conspiracy theories?
No, I think it was related to analytics. Okay. Yeah. But you can also speak about something else.
But he did from what to why, and his whole thing is always like, why are you doing this? Why are you tracking this? Why should we have this data, right? Which is oftentimes skipped over a lot when people put together, data.
Yeah, just track everything. It's really a bit, maybe counter. How do you say in English? Is opposed to the Russell McKay speech.
Yeah, right. Yep.
And I was happy to see Simon have again with the server-side shenanigans. I really like the way he puts it, because it's different than the majority. So we do server-side to have more data for advertising partners, while it says, why don't we put the user first? But it's kind of really a so big change of paradigm that for me is also difficult to think in that way, even if I really appreciate that, because everything is thought about Meta or platforms, advertising platforms. That's changing a bit the point of view can be nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Daniel Weisberg did Google Trends, which I thought was very, very interesting.
Okay.
Because it's a, like when you think about the Google stack, right? The Google Trends doesn't get a whole lot of talk, I think. We hear about Google Search Console, Google Analytics, right? And Google Trends is like a really, really valuable tool. So it was really nice to see, the effort that was put into it, and like what you can get out of that as well.
Yeah, and Google is kind of always spoke about. It's another tool.
Yeah.
From Google.
Oh, from Google. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And then I'm really happy that Gabriele Franco joined us for the first time at Superweek, another Italian. And he's the founder of Cassandra, so proud of having really a nice tool developed in Italy, and he will speak with Yomar. So it's really nice, and it will speak about money, so maybe a lot of people would be interested.
People like money?
Yeah. To increase their...
That's why a lot of times you have analytics, so that's great. And then we talked about Simo's panel, and we had some great people on that
And finally, track AI agents in 2026. I also find it really interesting. I'm working with a business, and they are using a Python library to track how people interact with different AI platforms. It's not agents. So it's kind of really interesting to see how they are using it and to track that, because it doesn't seem super easy.
It's not. Yeah, it's very black boxy, and you have to go through all these hoops to get any type of data around it. So it's interesting to see how larger companies are approaching it. Yeah.
And did you attend the bonfire?
I did. I went to the bonfire briefly. It was cold. There was a big fire, and then I fell and I hit my butt. But then I got up, and it was fine. But not into the fire.
That's good.
But yeah, it was a big fire. And then as I was walking down, I just saw this kaboom. And it was just, I guess somebody like threw gasoline on it. It was just like massive fire in there. And I don't know what I'm heading towards, but it looked cool, and it was great. It was great.
Yeah, well, I will try to be there. I think it's also on Thursday evening, right?
Mm-hmm. We did a jam session last night too. A lot of people playing music together, so that was real fun.
Okay. I will try as well. Yesterday for me was kind of anxious for over the TV.
There's still more nights.
But it's nice. There are a lot of different activities that they organize also in this Superweek. I know that on Sunday they visit the castle. You were there on Sunday or not? No, but they visit the castle. This morning they went.
We went to the pipes.
You went
underground.
As well.
Yep.
Are doing everything.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the whole experience. I'm here, so.
Yeah, I sign up, but anxiety. I really need to deal with anxiety.
Anxiety is a big thing.
Yeah, and afterwards there will be another one on Friday morning, and we will go to the castle again.
Yes, so, I will be going to that one.
I think I would really love to join. And today, instead, what we have now, we said that there is Tim Wilson. I'm actually really interested on the speech, doing KPIs right. It's I really love the way he speaks and how I put a problem, so I'm a bit sad to be here with you instead of there.
I know. I'm a bit sad to be here with you too.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of there.
But at least we are having fun.
We're having a good time together.
Yeah. Nice.
And then you're talking after that, right?
Yeah. I'm really happy because I had the opportunity to speak with Jason. For me, he's really a brilliant mind, and he wrote this amazing book, and it helps me a lot to get away a bit from Google.
Yeah.
So it's really, I will see how it goes, but it will be fun.
And then we have the future of third-party tags by Lucas Check, who I will be interviewing as well. So that should be very interesting. And I think we're talking about remote working and how to stay connected and what it's like to be
interesting for
what
me
it's like to be an analyst, without anybody around you, So. Yeah.
I live that. And you're also interviewing Siavash.
I am. Siavash and Mehdi. And we're going to be talking about the future of the future of making sense of data. Okay. Right? They have different opinions on what's going to happen to dashboarding, what's going to happen to all these visualizations.
Yeah, they are kind of really gurus with Locus Studio, both of them. So it will be interesting to speak with them. Yeah, they made impossible thing with the tool.
I know, they're making all sorts of tools. But Siavash, I was talking to him yesterday, and he's getting really into anomaly detection.
Okay.
And that's what his speech is about, which is how do you figure out what not set means? How do you figure out what these things are? Why, and where to go and find, truth in the tool, basically.
Okay, so there is really a lot of things going on, and we have also Fred Pike afterwards that will speak about consent or chaos. Maybe right now is not interviewed by anyone. So.
Yeah, we'll try to get Fred in here sometime, maybe just to play mandolin for 25 minutes.
Can I come as well?
Yeah, we'll just listen. It's just going to be a really nice...
No, we need to play as well.
Oh, we need to play as well, yeah.
But yes, and we can also leave him 5 minutes. He's playing an orchestra of mandolins.
Yeah.
It's really cool, yeah. And Dennis, the founder of Stape, is speaking about AI, tracking in AI browsers. That's interesting as well. So let's see.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, absolutely. Then we're taking a break, right? Little coffee break, and then everybody needs a break after tons of knowledge ingestion into your brain, and then just relax and have a good time for a little bit, get a drink, and then come back for Beyond the Problem: The Mindful Way of Web Analytics with Jeremy Lutz. So I guess approaching analytics in a mindful way.
Yeah, and the activation framework will close the not the date, but also the date with Nicolas Hinternesch Piano, From Data to Action.
Mm-hmm. And then what is this tonight? We have the State of the Nation series. Yeah. What is that?
I think if it's like last year, we just sit down and brainstorm all together.
Wow. Oh, wow.
This
is where the session duration, amount of time that session duration should be is set? Is that what we do there during that? No? This is where all the great minds of analytics come together and say, you know what? Next year's session duration should be an hour. Yeah. I think that's what happens.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe, yes.
I'm excited.
Yeah, it's really exciting. And the next 2 days, we won't
spoil any. No spoilers.
There is nothing written on the site anyhow, so...
Yeah. So no. Don't go searching for it. You gotta come back here to be surprised tomorrow.
So it's really nice to have this first meeting with you. I was definitely joking about I really hope to see the Tim Wilson recorded, but it's really nice to be here with you. So thanks a lot to be our partner in crime.
We're partners in crime, and Yomar will come soon. We'll all be three amigos or whatever, having a good time here at Superweek.
Yeah, so I will leave you the stage afterwards with the first interview.
Yes, but it will be in just a little bit. We're going to be pausing for a little bit, and then we'll come back and we'll have our first guest.
At which time? At 11, kind of, I think. 11-ish?
11:30. I'll pull it out. We'll,
okay, so Josh will be the first, we'll have the first guest.
11:30.
So we will see each other back with him at 11:30. Mm-hmm. I won't be here, I will be speaking, but I think it will be amazing, and we'll be the first host, the first guests.
Yes, we'll be the first guest. It is Matteo.
Okay.
Matteo Gastadello.
Okay.
And you probably would do that much better than me. The Italian pronunciation of that.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. We will be talking about we will be talking about approaches to getting a job nowadays in analytics, and what are the approaches with AI out there? Anybody can write a resume. Anybody can write a cover letter now with AI. How do you cut through that noise? I don't know. And then people are reading the resumes too. Or AI is going through them. No one's paying attention.
Yeah. It's really sad as well at some point. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So we've wrapped up. See you in half an hour.
Half an hour.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thanks for being with us. Thanks, and let's be with us and return back for the next 2 days.
See you later.
Again here, I'm really excited about the week and looking forward to meeting all of you during the week through the hallways or at dinner. So I will build up on what Doug have shared. So again, this is a personal experience and my personal opinion about where all this hype or transformation that we witness nowadays about the thingy and how it will affect our day-to-day work and also possibly our life. So first of all, a little bit about me. So my name is Ibrahim. I'm Egyptian, living in the Netherlands for a few years now. I work as a director of marketing effectiveness at Philips Health Systems, which is the B2B side of the company. It's less known. I think most of you will be familiar with the Philips for the consumer, the toothbrushes and air fryers, but there is a very big, much bigger part of the company. I hope you never need it, but it's the MRI machines, the ultrasound machines, and these big machines in the hospitals, and this is where we work on marketing analytics. I've been 25 years in the industry, almost from building websites to even doing graphic design and motion graphics, all the way to marketing analytics and data science. And I studied originally electronics engineering, then I followed that with a master's in marketing, and then most recently, like just a few months ago, I got another bachelor in astronomy. Don't ask me why, I just enjoyed it. And these are actually some of my pictures. Also, I enjoy doing astrophotography and many other type of photographies in my spare time. So again, we go back to the main question, which is AI like a real thing? Oh, sorry. That will be very difficult. So, is that really something that would transform our life, or it's a hype? What I will share with you is my experience through the last couple of months, what I witnessed myself in almost my day-to-day use for that at my work and at my personal life, and my interpretation of where all of this will be going in the next 2 years. Before we do that, I want to do a quick temperature check in the room. So if you please pick up your phone and let me try to show the QR code. I want you to answer this. Where do you stand on AI now? Do you believe it's a bubble, or all the way to like an existential threat that will kill us all, or anything in between? If you can go to the menti.com, and I will try to show you the QR code now, but I cannot. Oh no, I can. It's really difficult to work on this massive screen. You can also just scan that code to go directly to that URL. So give it some thought, and it's like anonymous voting, so no one will judge you. Give us your honest opinion. Where do you stand today with all this news?
Voting is turned off.
Sorry?
Voting is turned off.
What?
One cannot.
Oh.
Yeah, it says responding is turned off.
Oh, I'm very sorry, guys. Give me one moment. Okay, let's just skip the live voting, maybe by raising your hands. Who of you, this will not be anonymous, I think there will be some pressure, but please give me your honest opinion. So let's start with, we saw this many times before. This is just a hype. Who believe in that? One? Okay, if we go all the way to the extreme, this is an existential threat, and it will kill us all.
Eventually.
Okay, 2. Let's take the 2 in the middle. Who think it's a major shift that humans are still in control, but it will significantly change how we do things? Okay, I would say 20. What about transformational, something that would really change how we do some jobs? Okay. So I think it will be safe to assume that we have a normal distribution, which is very healthy for this discussion. So I want to start with you with a story that happened 2,500 years ago. And it's very related to what we do now, as you'll see. And the story happened in a kingdom called Lydia. So this kingdom used to be in what is Turkey nowadays. It was very, very strong kingdom. And the Croesus, the king, used to known as one of the richest men in history. Actually, some historians think that he's the one who invented the gold and silver coins. So in the past, before that kingdom, people used to trade things. But he invented this idea that we have something fixed with a fixed size, with a fixed shape that we can exchange for things. And actually, they say it's one of the richest people in history by his time. But Croesus have a little bit of a problem. There was a growing threat to the east, the Persian Empire. So the Persian Empire started to grow bit by bit. There was a young king that was very ambitious, and the kingdom started to grow, and he started wondering a very simple but very important question, which is, should I attack Persia? And there are many ways to answer that question. He could ask his consultants, he could asked people to do some research about the size of the enemy and the size of us, the size of their army and us and the geography and everything. But he did something that we all do nowadays every day. He went to the strongest AI of his time. Yeah, I'm really struggling to pick the word. So he went to the Oracle of Delphi. So Delphi is a city in Greece, and it has a very powerful and very influential oracle where kings, emperors, generals would go there to take opinion. And he sent a delegate to her, like some ambassadors, and asked her this question: should I attack? He wanted to be the first to attack, but he wanted someone to confirm his opinion. And you know, this one, usually he had a good relation with that oracle, he and his family, and the story says that he sent like a statue of lion that weighs 250 kilograms. So if you count with the crazy prices of gold today, that's around 40 million euros. So he sent that kind of like subscription to the AI. So next time you pay 20 euros, be grateful to Gemini. But basically, he asked her that question, and she answered a very interesting answer. So she said the following: if you cross the river, a great empire will fall. He was very happy with this answer, because it confirmed what he wanted to hear. And he didn't ask any further questions. He just crossed the river. And this river still exists today. It's the biggest river in Turkey. And I think you would expect how did the story go. So a great empire fall, but it was his own empire. And that was the end of kingdom of Lydia. And actually the Persian empire grew massively, even to the ancient Egypt, to the extent of ancient Egypt. So it covered all this massive part of land. But the interesting part here is the question was clear, the answer was clear, and I would say it's technically correct. But something significant was missing in this story. And this is what I want to build up, because surprisingly, we are struggling with the same thing even 2,500 years later. When people think about this revolution, or whatever you want to call it, people try to compare it with two previous turning points in the modern history. The first one is the Industrial Revolution. And if you think about that, in this moment, we outsourced muscle. So people were doing things, we got the machines to do the same thing. And then a few decades later, we have the computer revolution, where we outsourced calculations. So what you don't need to do by hand in minutes, hours, whatever, you have a machine that makes it in a flip second. And you can have billions and billions of those in your pocket, just making the exact same calculation that you would take maybe years to make if you could do it at all. And this was actually a very funny thing I saw on the website. So when the computer started to when the calculator started to spread, which is a very early stage of even before computers, the teachers made a protest because they think this will affect the cognitive abilities of students. That was in 1966, and you see this was with a calculator. So I really hope to meet one of those guys and ask them how they feel today. And then we fast forward to this moment, but it is not comparable. And I believe there is something foundational we are missing when we think about these models and what they are doing compared to the previous revolutions, even of the computer, compared to the Industrial Revolution. Because with this one, I believe maybe in the first time of history, we are outsourcing logic. And I know some people will get angry from this word, but just bear with me. I think this is the first time we outsource meaning. So something that was very, very uniquely human, a machine can mimic it. Either it is truly doing that or not, but you can think now that there are many, many processes where a human is needed, and now it's not needed anymore, because the machine can do something like that or similar to that, including many of things we saw already, like all the creative work when it comes, to creating creatives, videos, images, text, etc. Again, I know many people will be critical, but please bear with me on see how this goes. No chance, I can get a pointer?
Give you my own, if you...
No, it's fine. Okay, I'll just stand here. So if you think about it, the bottleneck was really a human in the middle. And again, I will explain that more in a little bit. But the question here is, some people might think this might impact us. Some people think, no, it might not impact us at all. But we have a clue, because we have another domain that might be a little bit close to us, and we can see what happens to that domain and learn from what's happening to them, because I think this domain is maybe 1 year or 2 years ahead of us. So what happened to that domain, I think it might be happening to us 2 years in the future. And that domain is software engineering. So in software engineering, you see that one of the interesting things I read a couple of days ago from the CEO of Anthropic, he said, we might be 6 to 12 months away from AI doing most, maybe all of software engineering. I know many of you are very critical about these companies making claims that this, will be the end of human labor and some things. But what was really interesting is another post that was a few days before that from this person. So this is the head of Claude Code, one of the most hottest tools in the market now. And he was saying that in the last 30 days, 100% of my contributions to Claude Code were written by Claude Code itself. Actually, there was another one a few days later from one of the researchers at OpenAI saying also that he didn't write a single line of code for OpenAI for a significant piece of time. So you have a domain where we see already the impact. And we see that many software engineers are changing how they approach software engineering. And in Anthropic, for example, they said they stopped hiring specialists. Because if you are specialized in something to a certain degree, you are probably replaced. And you can somehow automate whatever you're doing. So they started hiring generalists. And they started hiring architects that think about how the machine should act instead of working with the machine and instead of, asking the machine to do stuff. So building from the software engineering and just keeping that in the background in your mind, I want to take one step further to our domain and see how much of that reflects in our day-to-day work. And to do that, let's play a game. So this is a hypothetical scenario, but I think many of you might recognize it a lot. So we are looking at Q3 marketing performance report for the Kingdom of Gondor. This is one of the most important markets for us. And the numbers are very concerning. We try to take more market share in the Middle Earth, but the competition is doubling down. And we have these numbers now. So the organic traffic is dropping by 23% year over year. I think many of you would recognize. These are not actual numbers, so no one thinks I'm getting this from area report. You have the marketing qualified leads as also dropping 11%. You have competitor share of search increasing 8 points. And branded search for the brand is up 14%. And my question to you is, who killed the traffic?
Denethor.
Yeah. Who killed the pipeline? If you think traffic is down, leads is down, but organic traffic, not all the traffic. And I have a meeting in the afternoon in 2 hours with my marketing leader, and I need to give her an answer. I know you would ask me many questions. Give me this broke down by this and that, and I don't have that luxury for now. Please give me something that makes me look less stupid when I present something to her. Any ideas? I know it's a hard guess. Give it your best. Give it your best. You think it's because of the people using? Yeah? Okay. Scraping? But the traffic is down. Why do you mean scraping?
The traffic, you mean the session?
Sorry.
Yeah, correct, the sessions.
Not the request on the server, because my talk is just about this.
Yeah, okay.
It's not a repeat what it says.
Yeah, so can you speak louder?
Different things. If you see just the session on analytics tools, means something, but if you check the request on servers on your server by log servers, you can see a grow request.
Yeah. So what Matteo is saying is that even if the numbers look spread here, it might be higher because of bots or crawling from the AI tools. But the question here is, we see the traffic going down and we see leads going down. So the pipeline is actually impacted. There's a commercial impact that doesn't look good.
SEO?
SEO? Maybe SEO from organic? Okay, yeah. That might be like, that's a good hypothesis. Any other ideas? Look, the interesting thing, guys, is like the organic is dropping, but the branded search is growing. And that's a bit counterintuitive.
Using non-branded organic?
Sorry, can you?
Using non-branded organic?
Losing non-branded organic, so it could be linked to SEO as well.
Yeah.
Yeah?
The competition is eating your lunch.
The competition is eating, yeah? So they are doubling down maybe on better SEO or better advertisement, kind of? Yeah?
Pricing whatever it is.
Yeah, that's a good hypothesis, yeah.
Maybe you have a scandal in the company.
Yeah? Have you been following the news recently? Okay, yeah. Maybe there is, the company have a bad reputation and then maybe the competition is doubling down. Although this might be a little bit also counterintuitive because like bad comms is a good comms and then you have more people searching for you and seeing what's going on. Okay, so I think we have a decent kind of like idea, but let me try, let me give you a few clues that I missed to say. So first one, there was a Google algorithm updating Q3 that we just found out about. That's one thing. The other thing is that the paid media was paused for 6 weeks because we had some problem with the paying accounts. And our competition launched a very tough thought leadership campaign. And there are some changes in EU regulations that might impact how our customers are buying things, or they might be in panic and they don't want to buy things now till they figure it out. Does that change something from what you thought? Any other ideas?
Maybe your worthy CEO died and now you have the other one, not as worthy, which you can dive in place instead.
Yeah? Yeah, so it's also around SEO. I think that's a fair assumption. What else?
It's a clear sign that the market wants you to sell more orgs.
Yeah, that's also another good theory. Yeah. So you see, I think we are going to a few directions. I think the SEO is one, paid campaigns, like paid advertisements is another, the competition doubling down on things, that's another. But let's do something. Why don't we go to our Oracle and give it the exact same information and see what it says? And let me read it from here. I cannot see it here, so let me read it from here. So the decline was primarily, so I exactly give it what I told you, the numbers with the disclaimers, and said, don't give me a lot of sentences, give me your verdict. And then it says, the decline was primarily driven by the mid-Q3 Google algorithm update, hurting non-branded organic visibility, as you expected, amplified by the 6 weeks paid pause while a competitor thought leadership pushed successfully capture category non-branded demand on but the brand stays strong. What do you think about this answer?
It's like you crossed the river and a big kingdom died.
Exactly.
I wouldn't necessarily agree that you would see thought leadership content pushing non-branded demand.
Yeah, but do you see, guys, what did it do? It played exactly like what the Oracle did. Technically accurate, but safe. Because I forced it to give me a verdict. I said, do not explain, and you have to choose. And that is something very tricky that we saw happen over and over again. So I pushed it a little bit further, because I want to see how, I'm in a rush, my analyst is not giving me anything, I want ChatGPT to give me the answer because I'm really stressed. And I need to get something that looks nice to my leader. So I got another idea. You see, guys, this dynamics that happened here in the room. Steen answers something, Matthew answers something, Mary answers something. Everyone gave something that I think was significantly influenced by their perspective and their years of experience in something. If someone have a good experience with SEO, they will directly start thinking from an SEO perspective, and they can add other angles along the way, but there will be some bias toward what they know best. And that bias is not a bug. It's a feature in how humans think. So why don't we transfer that to the machine? So what I did, I asked the exact same question, but I did something different this time. I didn't answer generally. I gave it 5 different personas. So I didn't ask the question first. I said, you are an SEO expert with 15 years of experience who work on this domain. Now here is the problem, and give me the answer. And you see what happened. It was really interesting. So the SEO, and I added the data science, I added brand reputation expert. The SEO said Google updates impacted reach. And it was very confident. So I asked it to give me the answer and give me the confidence. So it was very confident that it is SEO. Then I asked the same question for a paid media. I said, you are a paid media manager with 15 years of experience. What do you think resulted in that? And it says, it is budget cuts affecting advertisement. So you see, the interesting thing is the way you ask it, and we know that, but there is no single truth. You know, we work always in our domain in promising that we will build the single source of truth. And we are looking at the exact same data. Again, we can make it more sophisticated, and I worked on data sets of billions of rows that have very, very sophisticated things, and yet I end up with very different angles of the same thing. But you need to make a decision, because the king is waiting for you, and the army is waiting for you. Should they cross the river or not? When these numbers go to my leader, they want to know, should we cut advertisement? Should we call someone to do something with SEO? What should we do? And I cannot give it the ChatGPT answer that says everything. That is not acceptable in a business decision. You need to know what really matters. So you see, the fascinating thing here is we have 5 experts that were very confident in their answers. And they have 5 different verticals. It's the algorithm, it's pace, it's pose, it's a competition, it's the funnel for some customer behavior changes, it's the brand. But which one is true? So I thought maybe 5 is not enough. What if I ask 10? Maybe it will give me more insights. Or maybe let's ask 100. You know what? I will go crazy. I will ask 1,000. So what we will do now is I will show you what would happen if we have a mix of 1,000 different experts, Oracle experts in these different domains. And I will need to switch screen. Give me a second. Would it change things if I make it mirroring? Because it's very difficult to control the...
No, it should be fine.
Okay, I'll just... Sorry, give me a second. Okay, I think I made a mistake. Oops. And that should work, yeah. So what you are seeing here is 1,000 answers from AI oracles. And what you are seeing here, so what I've done, I expanded it a little bit, because, you know, we have maybe brand that is biased to brand, maybe we have SEO that is biased to SEO. So I added a few others, and one of them is general management. Just pretend you are the leader. I want to hear, what do you care about the most? And then with each answer, what happened is I just mapped it on a 3D space. So if you see any 2 dots here that are close to each other, that means the answer is very similar. And what I want you to focus on is their jobs and their answers, and the distribution of these answers. What you will see is something very, very interesting. First one is, you see it's all over the place, but there are some distinct personas that kept their opinion apart from everyone else and quite similar. One of it, for example, is the brand people. So the brand people have a very, I'm saying people, I mean the machines. The brand oracles think they have a very strong opinion that everything is about the brand. It's not paid and SEO and everything is just an afterthought. Everything is the foundation, is the brand. And you see they are really clustering in a very interesting way. And you see here the parameters I gave to everyone. Like this one is a brand strategy with 25 years of experience, and I also added the industry, because the industry matters. Who have an industry in management consultant. So this is one interesting group. The other one is those folks here, the regulatory and compliance. They are also living in their own bubble have a very strong opinion about what they are doing. If we scroll a little bit more, you see those paid media, the competitive intelligence people that also have a very strong opinion. You have also those guys about sales operation that seems to be clustered. And then you have everyone else in between. So we have 1,000 answers to the same exact question. And if we open it one by one, you will see that most of it is very meaningful, plausible. Yeah, it could be a good answer. I wouldn't mind take that answer to my leader. But I cannot take 1,000 answers, and I'm very confused. I thought I'm looking at one truth.
Yeah, confusing.
What's happening? Should we try 1,000,000? No, that's enough. So in 1,000, you see that there is very, very different opinions. So what I did, I tried something similar. So what make us make decisions in our lives? What really influence a human to make a decision? I thought it's the years of experience. But as you see here, it didn't matter for the machine. When I said you have 2 years of experience or 20 years of experience, they give a very similar answer, which was really fascinating for me, even across different domains. When I said about the background, which industry are you working on, it didn't matter much as you're an SEO or a paid media, etc. But you know what mattered much? That was really surprising to me, and it's quite fascinating because it's similar to humans. If you give it a trauma. So if you say you are an SEO expert who was very close to being fired 5 years ago because they missed a Google algorithm update. And then when I did that, something fascinating happened. So it's the exact same kind of distribution with the different personas, but we focus on the 5, but see what happened. When you give them trauma, they had a very safe and very strong opinion about what they think is happening. And then they ended up with 3 options. One is the algorithm. So you see all of those folks here, either the SEO specialists, data science, whatever, they all think it's the Google algorithm and the confidence is very, very high. You have another group here that said it's the brand strategy, and also it's quite mixed of a lot of people, although like dominantly by the brand. You have the paid media, which is still on their own place, but you still think their confidence is really high. And you have this small group here that think it's also the Google algorithm, but they mix it with many different things. So they try to play safe, but also like politically correct. So I ended up being more confused. I'm not sure what should I do. The 1,000 oracles didn't help me make a decision, and I'm still in the position of, if you cross the river, kingdom will fall. So I thought about something different, which is, what if we make them talk to with each other? They have very strong opinions. Let's make them debate. So I created a virtual room of panel of 10 AI analysts, 3 per panel, for 3 rounds. And there was one that would just coordinate the conversation. So in that conversation, everyone would say their opinion. They will take 1 round listening to each other. We will capture the initial thought, and then I will capture the other thought after the round. Guess what happened?
They didn't agree.
They didn't agree? Yeah. So everyone kept their opinions. Or they just disagreed with, yeah?
They kept arguing and they kept disagreeing.
Okay, they kept arguing and kept disagreeing. Any other thoughts?
Went back to the first one.
Went back to the first one.
Everything separate.
Okay.
Everyone has the same opinion, so everyone has the right opinion. So everything is agreed with each other.
Okay. So what?
Came up with the new hypothesis.
Came up with a new hypothesis, okay. So what happened? Yeah?
How do you think it would converge?
Sorry?
How do you think it would converge?
Sorry, I'm not here.
I think the answer would converge.
The answers will converge. Okay. So actually what happened was very, very surprising. And I think some of you captured this. So what happens is, out of 1,000 oracles, 12 changed their mind. And it was mostly the poor paid media guys, sorry, the SEO guys, who seems to be like pressured by the other ones. like 12 out of 1,000. That's one thing. The other thing that was super, super interesting for me is look at the confidence levels. Their confidence increased after the debate, so everyone was holding their position. So again, I thought the machines would know everything, and I thought I would have a very clear answer to what's going on, but I got actually more confused than I got nowhere. And what I tried to do through these 1,100 these different experiences, I was trying to get an agreement with everyone. But then I remembered that agreement is not accuracy. And if you think about it, confidence is not correctness. And as you see in these examples, every single one of the 1,000 was very confident, 8 or 9 out of 10 about their answers, although their answers significantly differs. One saying it's the algorithm, so there is not much we can do about it. Maybe you should have been prepared if you know, but no one ever knows. So that's something external. As someone says, no, because we cut advertisement, we're paying the price in brand and organic traffic. So maybe there is a better way to answer this. And what I did was I changed the question. So instead of saying, what do you believe was the reason, I asked them, what evidence would prove you wrong? And then the answers was super interesting. For the SEO person, he says, if traffic dropped equally on non-Google channels, it's not the algorithm, which is something, smart, it's a good hypothesis. The paid media says if competitor was with active programs also dropped, it's not just us. Maybe it's a seasonality for some reason, maybe it's a market direction. And the competitive guys say if it's more the campaign started after our decline, they have nothing to do with it, or if they are stable, So they give a very good hypothesis, but most importantly, and this is what really matters to us here, it is giving us something we can falsify. Because all these assumptions that they said before, all their claims before, it's really hard to falsify. We need to do an experiment, we need to look at different parameters, but here they are saying, look at the non-Google impact channel. Do you see an impact? Look at the competitor impact. Do you see more advertisement for the competition? It's giving us something actionable that we can actually use to understand what is the truth. And I know some of you might think and say, maybe we build this into the prompt. So I will do a prompt from the beginning with the 1,000 experiments or the 100 experiments. I will tell them what evidence would you prove wrong and give me your best answer. But if you outsource this to the machines, we fall into a very dangerous trap with everything we are experimenting with now. And this is called the competence trap. And this is actually coming from a paper that was just published a few days ago by Anthropic. And it was really very, very interesting study because they wanted to see how people's skills is impacted by using AI. And they found some super interesting findings. So they say there are 6 types of interactions we do with AI. One of it is what is called AI delegation. You put the answers, you ask the questions, you copy the answers, you put it somewhere, and that's it. You delegate everything to the machine. The other one is called progressive reliance, and you start engaging, then give up. This is too much, this is getting really complicated for me, I trust the machine, and the machine takes over. Or iterative debugging, so you keep asking the machine to fix. You see what I did with it. This is not working, give me a better answer. This is not working, maybe we try something. You keep asking the machine to do things. And the interesting thing here is for those 3 ways of working, they noticed that anyone who did that had a lower score in retaining information. So there is a cognitive taxing you are paying when you do that. But there are also 3 different types of working with AI. So the first one is conceptual inquiry. You ask AI to explain and solve it yourself. This is too good to be true. I don't think anyone would do that. But this seems to have a very good impact on your cognitive ability. The other one is hybrid coding. Again, this was a coding experience, but I think we can learn a lot from it. You get the answer and the reasoning. And the third one is AI generates, then you ask why. And you see in all these examples, the key thing really is you ask why. The first half is you delegate to the machine. The other one, you actively engage with the machine. And for this group, it was 86% higher scores than the other group. So this is a very interesting study about this dynamic between us and the machine. And they came up with a very nice quote within that study. It says, AI enhanced productivity is not a shortcut to competence. And this takes us maybe to the last part of this talk. I'm not sure how we are doing on time. I hope it's not too late. But what I wanted to talk with you in the last few minutes is to have an honest conversation with ourselves about what we are currently doing. And I know, like, in this room, there are some of the smartest analysts ever, but we know also we work in a very big industry that people have different competences within this industry. And when we talk about analytics, I think for many of us, analytics could fall into one of these steps along the pipeline. Again, I know there are people who do technical stuff, there are people who work on reporting, there are people who work in dashboarding, but you would usually get the data somewhere, and you would wrangle the data to make it like useful. Then you will build dashboards or reports or whatever. Then you might need to write some SQL queries, you might summarizing the findings, and then you do the interpretation of the data. Do you think anything significant in our domain, and by significant I mean something we do in our day-to-day that is different from this? Yeah?
If you're asking the question not rhetorically, these are just tactics. These are not really that important. It's being an analyst is really the capacity to diagnose what the problem is, diagnose and conditioned on the context, and then also be able to diagnose the solution. You know what the solution is going to look like, the shape of the solution.
Yeah.
In order to have any real capacity. These are just individual tactics or skills. This isn't really about analytics per se.
Yeah. So Matt is saying an interesting point. He says like analytics starts after all of this. It's about the usage of the insights that comes out of after this pipeline. And I think it's a great point, Matt.
It's before the pipeline.
Yeah.
It's not after, it's both. It's before. You have to know, you have to define, you have to diagnose what the problem is, and then you decide what to do. So this pipeline sits within that, but it's not after.
That's a good point. And let's make maybe some voting across the room here, guys. So I think I totally agree with you, Matt. So most of our analytics work should sit before and after. In your day-to-day work, with the general analyst population, how many of us, them, people around us would sit on those two ends? Or before and after those two ends? Yeah? Okay. So my point, guys, is the reality is, and again, like I think this is something I see in many teams around me. I've been working in many industries, big corporates, small organizations, my own startups, and I've been seeing this pattern over and over again, that we have a major challenge with the competence that we have in the analytics domain, in the sense that for many analysts, what their work is would usually fit in even one single step of those things. I know many people who would work exclusively on building dashboards, but they have no idea how to pull the data or validate it. They know that how to use Power BI or Tableau or whatever, but they wouldn't challenge the data or what happens on the engineering side. I know people who are good at writing SQL queries, and they will give you something very similar to the Oracle, but wouldn't really want to take it one step further about actionable insights with the stakeholders. So what I want to say is everything in that spectrum is automated or could be automated at some point in the future. I know some people have very big hopes because you know how our data lakes look like, and some people feel safe that we will not be touched for many years, but I would challenge that. I think there are many things that could be done to improve that significantly within the coming year or two, but at some point, if you sit at any stage of that spectrum, you are redundant in the next 18 months or 2 years at max. This is what I truly believe will happen. And what I think we have is one of two options. First one is you can be what I might call the prompt jockey. So you are the one who always go to the ChatGPT and ask it what happens, give it a CSV file and ask for questions. And then you copy the questions and put it in a CSV file. If you are doing that, I think this is good for now, but in 18 months this will not exist, with the integration of the machines into everything we are doing, and especially in the corporate world. And the other one is the architect, who knows how does it all work together, and then they would focus on one of these. You know which questions to ask, like what you said, Matt? You know when the oracle is wrong, and this is a very critical part of those 1,000 oracles, which one is wrong and which one is correct. You build the systems that give you the AI context, and this is a huge area that could be like an entire talk about the context. And what would you prove this wrong, that, like what we mentioned? I think this will stay for a very, very long time. And the process would look something like this. You are able to design the questions from the beginning. Not only that, but when you get the answers, you are able to interrogate the answers and ask, why are you confident with this? But also ask, what evidence would you have to prove this wrong? As you see, the machines change the way they act completely when we ask them, what proves you are wrong? They didn't get defensive, they didn't try to play safe, they just propose a hypothesis. Then build the context and stay cognitively engaged. And lastly, I truly believe with everything we have and what I've been experiencing in the last year and a half, I've been using AI almost every day at my work. And again, I know some people have very different opinions about it, but I believe it's very, very efficient and have massively improved the productivity of myself and my team. And I think it gave us really the luxury to do something that is much, much more meaningful. So what I believe today is I think we have a much stronger oracle than anything we had in the past. And we have access to millions of oracles that you can deploy with like a fraction of the price. You know, all this experiment I've done with 1,000 oracles costed me like 30 cents of API calls. So just imagine the power that is available at your hand to execute this. But the challenge here is, do you know what questions do you ask? And do you have the ability to be smarter than that oracle? And with that, thank you for listening.
Hi, John. Superweek TV live special. We have our first official guest of today, which is really, really awesome. Matteo, right?
Yeah.
Gastadello.
Gastadello, perfect.
Perfect. Okay, great. You can do it yourself if I botched it, but
no worries.
Thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to be talking a little bit about how it is in the trying to get a job in 2026, right? And the different approaches on what is out there, what has changed, and specifically in the analytics space, what are we seeing in terms of are there the same opportunities as there were 3 years ago? How is AI playing into things, right? So why don't you start by just telling us a little bit about yourself, and we'll get into the conversation.
Yeah, so hello everyone. I'm Matteo Gastadello, as you properly said. I'm from Italy, but I spent the last 10 years in Canada working in analytics and data leadership. Recently with Bounteous, where I work with clients all across every verticals. And I spent the last year working quite a lot with AI as the buzzword of today probably, which in our field can make things quite faster, speeding up a lot of the decision making. So now I'm in between jobs, and I'm looking around, seeing how things are out there, and I got to see a lot of how AI is interacting with both ends of the stick. Mm-hmm. On our end, when we try to find a job, apply for jobs, and then on the other side for recruiters, how they use it and the type of response that we get.
Mm-hmm. So do you want to talk a little bit about both of those areas? So how
we can give it a try.
So how do you maintain kind of originality on the, knowing that a lot of people are using different LLMs to create cover letters, resumes, right? It can obviously seem like everything is the same, right? So how do you kind of make sure that you're able to maintain originality?
I think that's the million-dollar question at the end of the day. Everyone wants us in the industry to use AI, leverage AI. So of course, all we do is optimize resume and optimize cover letter and optimize reach, right? There's bots that can apply for many different jobs. As you mentioned, that kind of makes everything a little bit more stale. Obviously, AI doesn't really have originality for each of us. We're all different, and that used to be what differentiates you between like you and the rest. On the flip side, recruiters then use AI to filter resumes and then many times to respond to your queries. So we all live in this place where AI is the center of it and is doing pretty much both jobs, the search and the recruitment. But I mean, it's a little bit of a utopia because at the end of the day, the person get hired, not the AI. And I think that's why I say it's $1 million question. How do you stand out? If you don't use it, you don't pass the filter of the ATS, but then you need to have that piece of.
Right, because ultimately they're going to be talking to you eventually, right?
At some point.
You think there is a chance for more misalignment? And I'm sure there is. It's kind of like on a dating site Definitely. Where your profile is 30 years younger or whatever, right? When they finally meet you, it's kind of, it has to be you.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. At some point, it has to be you, whether it's during the hiring process. I heard there's bots that now do hiring, like your interview or can support with that. But at the end of the day, you have to go to the job. So hopefully we'll find a way to diverge a little bit from this path, which is AI everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily sure I have the answer of how can we solve this, but we live in this place where there's a little bit of hypocrisy, obviously, on both ends. Like we want to use AI; it's faster. You can apply to more jobs, but then you get AI response back, and then you get frustrated because you get response back from an AI. And then I heard from recruiters that feel in a way the same on the opposite.
Yep.
Right? They get a lot of very common response. Back in the days was fairly unique to have things like, I brought this value to the company and it was measurable in this way. Like those were like strength and fairly unique points where a recruiter could attach to and be like, okay, this is a good candidate because X. Now I'm surprised if someone applies to a job without having that kind of information
that's the standard information, right? So it means that you kind of have to take more risk now.
In a way,
right? You have to kind of do something that would, stand out in a way, that cuts through kind of just the values of what you have,
I think probably a lot will come down to cover letters at some point where you have to be transparent enough with the company and intentional enough to apply with a company that you actually like. Yep. Obviously, the question of why are you applying for a company is generally because I need a job.
Right. I mean, that's where like those tools that send out, and if you have like the names of those tools just for the audience, I'm unfamiliar with them, but like the tools that send out thousands of resumes, right?
Yeah.
It's like casting 1,000, fishing rods into the ocean, right?
And hoping that one.
Yeah, and then like even if you get one, like, are you going to get like a goldfish
one,
or like a trout? We'll just go with those metaphors here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, I think like, the problem with that is that, if you are applying everywhere, you're not focusing on what actually could be potentially meaningful.
Exactly.
For you,
Yeah. I think that gives there is an incentive of start applying early while you have still some job security, because I can see if you don't have a job, whatever comes is good, right? So maybe start earlier, so you have the luxury, in a way, to choose who you're reaching out to in particular, tailoring your resume, tailoring your cover letter, and trying to attach to specific points. Maybe you like a specific company because whatever the product that they offer or the type of service, the clients that they have, and play on those points, which probably AI wouldn't know that you actually like that.
Yeah.
So keeping that more human, more natural.
Have you seen the types of jobs shift? Is there less opportunities? Is everybody saying you need to know, how to prompt now? Like what's kind of like the difference in terms of like, how jobs are these days?
Yeah, I mean, compared to 3-4 years ago, and now AI is everywhere, in every job description, in every resume, so it has to be there. You have to, you need to have that, and in a way, the market in a way reflects that. AI can do everything faster, as I said. And that means it can also do jobs of more than one person.
Yes.
So effectively, in our field, if we are successful on developing AI solutions, that means there's going to be more of us in the market. And you can see that there's, let's say you pick up LinkedIn job tab. As soon as a company open a position, within minutes, you get to see that there's 100+ candidates already. And it's humanly impossible that there's like 100 people there refreshing the page right then, right now, and applying with something that is unique.
Yeah.
They're clearly bought, or there are people obviously within those 100+ application that did apply, but with, let's say, a standard, not tailored. It seems to be the approach right now, but as you said, maybe that we'll probably pay for it in a few years when these people that got the job figure out that that's not the job that they really wanted.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see like the outcome of it in the next 6 months, a year. It's going to take some time, but as companies start to churn those new employees now, then we might get to see more of a quicker shift on how people move around.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see kind of like how the data jobs evolve too.
Yeah.
Build like knowing that we can build systems now with AI that can do a lot of the grunt work. Like the architect is going to be kind of the main job in the future. So
yeah.
In terms of like what you've gotten from recruiters on how they're cutting through noise, have you heard anything specifically?
They don't really tell you that much. Obviously, though, there are those pre-made sentences of, we try to find the value on on every resume, on every cover letter. We want those to be unique. But then a lot of the responses are prefabricated, made with AI and so on. So it's tough to even know if you're actually talking with a recruiter or not, or an AI.
Which is very unique to right now, right? Like you just don't know what's real and
exactly
what's not real.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Which all comes kind of down to like it's still kind of about the human to human, right? Because like you will eventually talk to somebody, and that somebody you will know somebody, or they will, the connections that you made will help you.
Yeah.
So it's like even with all this technology and all this new, ways to kind of approach job hunting, it's still that human connection.
Yeah, exactly. And That will likely come all the way to your first day at the office, right? A lot of companies now are going back to the office, so maybe you cannot cheat that part anymore. But even for recruitment, I saw some videos, some companies that started in US. They created software that essentially read the screen as you're doing the interview, absorb the question right away, or if it's more of a practical exam, test, whatever, you get to read that, and then you have it on the side or as an overlay, the responses. And so you just go through that. You just copy whatever you've been given from the AI. So I kind of worry that not even as you have your interview with a person, you start struggling to understand who is actively using AI or not. Because it's not just typing on ChatGPT rather than Gemini and get the answer. Now there's overlay who does it in real time.
Right.
So in a way, I'm also sorry for recruiters.
Sure.
Now at the moment, I'm on the other side. I'm looking for a new position. But in a way, I'm sorry for them because I'm sure it is stressful. It's their job to try to find the right candidate at the end of the day. I'm not really sure how they are managing that.
Yeah. I mean, it is definitely one of the fields that also, could be potentially replaced by AI, right? Like
exactly. Yeah. The whole process can be
right.
Like.
So recruiters in general, a year or two from now, it should be interesting to see what happens to that.
Yeah, definitely.
But what kind of tools are out there? I mean, we talked about kind of using LLMs for, cover writing or cover letters or refinement or ideas. Is like what does the research look like? Like research for jobs, is that still kind of at least your approach for? Is it manual? Are you looking at specific industries? I know LinkedIn's a resource.
LinkedIn is a great resource. Personally, I written my resume years ago. So before AI was a thing. So I still maintain it. I feel like that's the best way to grow your resume and keep it personal. So I haven't really written it with the AI. It was not a thing when I did it last time. But I do use some AI to help, screen jobs, right? So I help the research of, I don't know, can you give me the list of the positions that open within the last 24 to 48 hours? Just so I have a place where I can go to, I can export it and then keep track of it. And I can screen from there. Because sometimes platforms like LinkedIn or others don't necessarily provide very detailed information about when things open. And then on the flip side, there are a lot of positions that are promoted that are always topping up everything. And so you don't get the newest open position. So I find it useful there in particular. That's pretty much it. I don't really, as I said, I feel like it's a very personal, how can I say, approach, because I feel like that it's how it should be. It might not be the most efficient way to go about it, potentially, probably, but.
I mean, it is and it isn't, right? Because eventually, it's because a job is so personal, and because the more I would argue that the more personal you kind of approach it, the more likely you are going to get something that will resonate with you. For the long term, right?
I'm fortunate enough that I can take some extra weeks, months, to actively choose where I want to go next, what I want to do next. So I don't necessarily have to, as you said, throw a lot of baits and hope for a fish to get there. Not everyone is, so.
I mean, it really depends on your situation, right? And I'm glad you are in a situation where you can take some more time to reflect and figure that out. And when you're thinking about a job now, are you thinking kind of about the same type of position that you were in before, right? Like like you said, you were in a data architecture position, or?
I was working with an agency for 5 years, so mostly consulting and the engineering part. So was leading mostly teams. Was fairly international. We had teams in India, teams in North America, Europe. Right now, ideally, it would be something similar. However, I'm not tied to an agency mindset. Even working in-house. There's some pro and cons. Obviously, you get more in-depth with everything, things that maybe with an agency, you go more broad than deep. But yeah, ideally, the day-to-day of what I'm looking for is similar. I had the pleasure and fortune to work with AI, so there's a lot that can be done there. So finding a place that is open to that, I think possibly nowadays everyone is hoping to develop that part. But yeah, so I would say a fairly similar position where I enjoy like coaching people, mentoring people, so where there's talent to develop too. So
now, what are your thoughts on? So like you're obviously relatively seasoned in the field, right? And you have this experience that you can kind of lean on of like, I have been a data consultant and data, like, what do you think about like people who are just starting out? Who are trying to find their first data job and like, what that looks like.
Yeah, I got the pleasure here at Superweek to talk with a lot of great people, many great people. And one of my challenges recently was on the efficacy of the whole space, right? Yeah. I got to develop a tool in the last 6 months. I think it's not that complex. Turns out it might be a little complex, but it can, in a way, replace a lot of the agency work, a lot of the documentation that you go through, a lot of the recurrent process that you do for every client in a very similar way. And that usually, let's say, it takes 100, 150 hours. Now with AI, since you are outsourcing to AI a lot of those activities, you can get that down to 10, 20 hours. Obviously, there needs to be a person there to check that everything works. There's always businesses behind, so you cannot let it run, and that's it. But now you go down from 150 to 20 hours of a job that was helpful for myself when I was a junior and for people who are coming into the industry now to get to know the basics and then develop from there. Now, if you're a company, would you spend 150 hours or 20 because now we have this tool? I assume it's going to be the 20 because we have the tool, but now at what point do you draw the line? I think that's my ethical question that I discuss with people here. And there is no right or wrong answer, right? It's just how every company feels about it.
I think like hours in general are going to need to shift in terms of like mentality, right? Like even with how agencies bill, they bill for hours. Now hours take a lot less time, right?
Exactly.
So what does that mean, right? For how people approach the entire business in the industry, right? But with no junior work, then there's no investment in the future, and then it just collapses itself. So like there needs to be somewhere for people to go,
Yeah, and as we spoke yesterday in the panel, CMOS panel, that's where you start building your experience. If you skip that part, what's going to happen? I don't have the answer. I don't know if anyone here has the answer.
This year, maybe next year.
Maybe. We'll figure it out, but it's interesting. It's not easy.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think, like the best thing that a junior probably person can do instead of just going for a job is to get involved in the community, right?
Definitely, yeah.
Then they're meeting people, they're talking to people. People will more likely take a chance on new.
Anna covered yesterday the how to go solo, right? A lot of the recommendations, I feel like, work quite well even when you have to look for a new job. Like her presentation top tier recommendation was, you're going to go solo, you're going to find help from your network. It's likely going to be the same for people who are looking for the next employment.
Yeah.
You're likely going to find more success from your network. So as you said, going through develop a community, going through events like this one, is going to be probably a key.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think bringing up Anna Lewis's talk is an interesting thing too, because, with all of the resources, with all AI, with all the things, having your own thing is a interesting, way to decide if you want a job or you don't want a job.
Exactly.
Right? Because you do have all of these tools at your disposal now, and then it's about, you can either find a job or find people to do work for,
exactly.
Like clients. Right?
I'm in that position right now. I'm actively looking for a new position, while at the same time, I'm doing some work on my own for a few clients that got to know, again, through networking and stuff like that. But that helps to fill the time, that helps to keep up to date with what's going on. It gives you the chance to develop something new that potentially is not what you would have done if you were employed. You might have not at the time. And then on the flip side, we are fortunate that a lot of the resources are fairly cheap right now. Ibrahim yesterday mentioned his presentation had 1,000, I don't even remember how many agents running, and he said he spent 30 cents.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's it's incredible. It's not something that you could have even thought about.
Yeah.
I don't know, a year ago, 2 years ago.
Yeah, I think it's also, you can just be so much more efficient with your own time.
Exactly.
And I do think in general, we will see, regardless of if you are employed or you start your own thing, smaller teams, right?
Yeah.
Because, more specialized, smaller teams that are able to jump around to do different things, because you have this big, workforce in AI now, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So, before you mentioned that, right now a lot of agencies get paid by hour, right?
Right.
It's I guess, but it's likely going to shift to outcomes.
Yeah, outcomes.
Right. It doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter if it takes you 1 hour or 8 hours. On the other side, I care that I get what I need. So probably that's where we're going to end up.
It's just interesting of how do you, if you are going purely on, let's say, value or outcome, right? How do you start an SOW like that, right? How do you say, this is going to be this much because I think it's going to provide that much value?
Yeah, it's well, I guess you still have a baseline of the past, right? Mm-hmm. So you kind of have a sense of the value of things at the moment. Again, 5 years from now, when the past is all about value, then it might be a little bit more. We might ask AI to provide something.
Yeah. AI.
Tell me how much.
Tell me what I should charge. Tell me what I should pay. Yeah. And then let the AI do the negotiation for you. Yeah.
I mean, it sounds silly.
Yeah.
But why not?
Yeah. I mean,
at some point.
that's what's happening with the job search right
exactly.
now. Exactly. Right?
No one would have thought about it 3 years ago. It'd be like, okay, you're going to send an AI resume, and you get a response from an AI agent.
Yeah, it's that picture of, there's a Simpsons picture of Bart Simpson throwing, or it might be, I think it's Bart Simpson, throwing a Frisbee to himself, right?
Right.
You just throw it, walk over, take it, Frisbee, throw it, walk over, take the Frisbee, throw it. And that's what's happening, right? It's like AI's writing the resumes, AI's reading the resumes, you know, and like eventually two humans come together and they go, oh, hey, what's up? You know, but like not for a while, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like there's a whole bunch of steps in between that AI is taking to, you know, do that. So, yeah.
It's interesting how that's going to evolve, but it's interesting how AI is going to shape everything. This is just one of the many topics.
Yeah.
It's now everywhere, so.
It's everywhere.
We could sit here for the whole day and week, and get nowhere, essentially.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, is there any, you know, kind of like final tips that you have for people in this, kind of going into this?
I mean, as we said, keep it personal, probably start early. That's going to be my suggestion. You get the privilege of probably have a secure job at the moment, and you get the privilege of get to choose what you want to do next, who you want to work for next. If you want to go solo next, then you don't even need resume at that point. Yeah, keep it personal. I think that's what I'm trying to do. So if anyone out there needs it.
That's great. That's great. Oh, you know, when we have about a couple more minutes to, you know, talk through anything else that you want to talk about. So, tell me a little bit about kind of if you can, the tool that you built, the AI tool that you built that was, you know, kind of really helped with efficiency.
Yeah, I built a couple. One in particular takes all of the initial portion of the process when it comes to analytics, data collection, and automate it. So you get to a room with a stakeholder, you go through your business requirement conversation interview. And I think that, for now, cannot be replaced by AI. You need to have a conversation with higher ups of the companies to figure out what they want, what the company wants. Everything else after that, which is creating the technical schema of how you want to implementing the solution, start with the reporting. All of that technically can be done with a click. And that's what I created.
Wow.
So that speeds up quite a lot, takes human effort at the beginning, and then mostly just human effort just to QA what AI did. But it cuts down a lot the time of everything within the process.
But it absolutely provides a lot of value too. Yeah. So I mean that's a great resume boost right here. But all right, well, Matteo, thank you so much
Thank you for having me.
coming on the show. This is Josh Silverbauer signing out of the first Superweek TV live interview. Thank you again, and we'll see you in a little bit.
I thought of this topic and I just wanted to test Solly's CMS to see if it could accept emojis. And that was the only reason it's called 100% performance, although the emoji doesn't have the percent symbol on, and I always thought it did. We have been very fortunate to have some clients in the last couple of years come to us and go, we will give you all of the data if you tell us stuff that we don't know. And so what I wanted to talk about is that journey and some of those challenges and some of the things we've done. And I'm too far away from the clicker. So my business partner, Ben, designs the slides. And so I just received them in this format. This is my intro slide. I like American football, if that's not obvious, and I love dinosaurs, and apparently I love cooking so much that I wear a chef's hat. My name's Russell McCarthy. I run a company called Ringside. All the information's up there. So, who here knows Rube Goldberg? Fantastic. It is not Whoopi Goldberg's other half. It's the principle of joining in a chain multiple different things. And there's been some amazing videos over the years of systems that people have created when they've got all of those things connected. And my favorite one is this one, if it works. That's amazing. That, no CGI, it won a bunch of awards and 2 Riot, but I can imagine the creative director sitting in the room just watching it happen and just going, please don't go wrong, please don't go wrong, please don't go wrong. But this isn't the reality we deal with as marketers. Even if we had all of those pieces and we were trying to join it together, this isn't reality, this isn't what we face, because this is more what we face. Has anyone seen this before, by the way?
Goldberg machine attempt 3.
Go for it.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Rube Goldberg machine attempt 3.
It's attempt 3, guys. Don't worry.
Open that up. Open it up.
No CGI either.
Ooh. Fuck. Oh yeah. You just look at yourself.
Don't believe me, just watch.
And it worked. And like, even when we've got all the pieces, that tends to happen quite often, is things are disconnected, we can't actually work out what's going on. And in our industry, things just keep moving. We have to get past them. There's references to breadless earlier that we had 2 years ago. It's still a thing with cookieless tracking and understanding that. Breadless, I'm going to struggle doing that as well. But we have just got to keep moving. There is so much change in our industry and we have to keep up. So it's not just about the tools that people use. Do you have the capabilities to have all of the data? Can you capture everything? Do you even have the capability to do that? And then the final part of this is, do we even understand what we're trying to achieve? What are the questions we're trying to answer? And this is the challenge we face all the time. The major gap that we face all the time is a people challenge. It's not the tools, and it's not necessarily capabilities. It's actually, do we have the right people asking the right questions? And that's actually the challenge we face day in, day out. Now, we don't help ourselves, and especially the in-house marketers who are in the paid media team. You'll have someone using the data in Meta. You'll have another team in Google Ads using the Google Ads data. You'll have the TV team using some analytics that they've got, data they've got. And we have this chaos, which is apparently the background painting. I am not cultured at all, so I had no clue that that's what that's called. And we've got data living in Excel sheets, in Google Sheets, and in BigQuery and other databases that are available. This is the chaos we deal with everything is disparate. And we constantly are chasing the solution, but it's not necessarily the shiny new thing that we should be going after. Quite often we need to reset our fundamentals and ask better questions ourselves. So we need to understand what actually matters. But what that is we need to understand what the people are asking for and how we solve the problems that they actually have. So when we say 100%, and we're going after what is 100% of the data that's available, I am saying 100% because I realize that we can't get everything. So there is speech marks around 100% in this whole deck. So part one, I've got 3 things I'm going to talk to you about as topics. The first one is what happens when half of your revenue is invisible. There are many companies today where they only see part of what's going on. Now, I don't use GA4, so I can't tell you how it works. Yeah, you can take a photo of that because Ben spent 4 hours designing this. It was just a flippant comment I made last week and suddenly this appeared in our Slack. Exactly. But breadless, This is a challenge that so many businesses, especially in Europe, are facing, and it's something that I was sitting with Rick and his team last year at Superweek, and he was talking about a challenge that his team was facing, tracking what was going on a European website. I went to the spa, because I love the spa, and met up with my business partner in the swimming pool, and we worked out how to solve cookieless for ourselves. Breadless. Yep. So we wanted to be able to see 100% of data. We knew that that challenge existed where we couldn't see what was going on a website, but how do we do that privacy friendly, and how do we talk about it more importantly? Because we're being talked at by people who know they have a privacy concern. They also want to have 100% of the data. How do we solve those challenges? So one of the first things that our lawyer told us is if we start saying tracking, there is a connotation that we need to have. But if we start talking about capturing data on people, that is less revealing about what we're actually doing in that space. So what we need to do is understand when we're allowed to track, so when we have consent, but then also what other data can we capture if consent isn't granted. So what we found often is businesses didn't know how many people were coming to their website and leaving before they engaged with a cookie banner. The data in OneTrust and CookieBot doesn't give you accurate data on that, which surprised us. So what we wanted to do is create this logic of a hard bounce. So a bounce, as we typically would call it, is someone who arrives at the website that we can track and they leave. But if you have a cookie banner up, that person comes to see the cookie banner and then leaves without engaging with that cookie banner, and they haven't given you consent to track them, we can class them as a hard bounce. They have left and not engaged with that website. So in the world where we have a well-designed cookie banner, which is, again, still quite rare in 2026, we are in this space where there is a percentage that people think about when it's like, how many people accept cookie banners? It's a lot lower than you think it is, especially in certain regions. So we have a German client, and it's 37% of the people who visit that website accept tracking. 45% actively decline tracking, and 17.9% hard bounce. They come to the website and just leave. Now, when you start looking at the people of converting and the revenue, it does increase because you do end up with less of those people declining. The conversion rates are lower for those users. But this is a concerning view for a customer when they're saying, well, half of my revenue are people who have accepted tracking, but basically half of my revenue have declined, which is a concern for the business if they're making financial decisions off of only 37% of visits and 50% of their revenue. So they needed to start to see this picture and at least have that in their understanding so they can make that smarter decision. So the traditional view of this, where you only see the revenue of people who accept, you're only seeing 3.8 mil revenue. That's what they're making a lot of their decisions on. But more importantly, when you start factoring things like paid search, they are only making the decision based on 3.8 million of revenue. But they
Hey, back again at the TV. I left Josh. I think I just finished the interview. I just ran here from my speech. I'm really happy, relaxed now, and I have my first interview of the day with two people I've never had on the TV, so it's really nice. So I will present you. Actually, they will present themselves. So I'm here with Simon and Farah, right?
Yeah.
Can you please present yourself?
Yeah. So my name is Simon. I've been in the analytic industry for 15 years now. I started as a freelancer and I've been through like various agencies. And right now I'm working with Analytics Ninja and also as a co-founder at G4 Dataform.
Hi, so I'm Farah. I'm working today at Piano Analytics as a solution engineer, and I've been working like in analytics for 4 years. So I began with client services, helping clients implement the solution and monitor the data. And today I'm moving to a new position to do some pre-sales.
Okay, thanks. So my interview today I actually came as an idea because yesterday me and Simon, is the English pronunciation?
Simon.
We were speaking about our works, how life goes, and we get inside this subject of teams. And it's also kind of a recurrent thing I'm hearing here and there. And I have a really interesting overview from Joshua. It doesn't work with juniors, right?
Yeah.
And do you know why? You understand his point of view? You agree? You're not agreeing?
So the way we work with Joshua, we are a small team, and that's actually like only expert, and also no manager.
Okay.
So that's like horizontal organization, and yes, so no junior. So like the dynamic of the team, I guess, is like quite different because everyone is really proactive and really like responsible on what they do, and you can also like fully trust them. Not that you can't trust a junior, but when you give a task to a junior, you have like to supporting, follow up, making sure that he can do the task, he can deliver, and here like that's very different because you can just ask people to just do the task and you don't have to come back to it.
Yeah, it's kind of handy. But it's like how many people are in the team right now?
Like six
and you're
7.
all freelancers or hired?
It depends. There is a mix of it, but we all have a lot of freedom, so it's almost like we were like all freelancers. And also, I think based on our discussion yesterday, and to follow up on your question, I think also something which is specific is that we all work remotely.
Yeah.
In different country, on different time zone, with client which is also in different country and different time zone. So I think that's also shape the way we are working together, not only because we don't have like the typical like manager, senior, like junior structure, but also the fact that we are like fully remote. I guess like here there is like some elements of that shape our collaboration.
Good. So we have kind of actually your background of working. What about you? Like you're more in a bigger environment, so how is structured there? And I suppose you have junior. Maybe you were a junior yourself 4 years ago?
Yeah. Actually, I was a junior, and like a few years after I became senior and then became lead. So I have like the full view of the teamwork. Actually, as you know, Piano is big. We have many solutions. So we have like a big client services department. I'm talking about my past job. So like we try to manage that each team is taking full ownership of a product while sharing the knowledge with the other teams because our products work together. So basically in my past job, like my past team, we actually, each one of us has its own client and its own projects. So we don't share like subjects. We don't work usually on common subjects, but we work a lot with collective intelligence because, as you know, like working on a project with a client, they have like different environments, they have like different needs, they have different issues. So we need to sometimes go and ask other people around the team, have you ever had this issue? How did you address it, etc. So yeah, we work a lot with collective intelligence.
And you work in the same space, remotely, like both hybrid?
Actually hybrid. It depends actually, because we are worldwide. So yeah, we have many team members that are in different places and with different time zones. Also, time zones might be sometimes difficult to handle, but we also have like a hybrid system where we are at the office and we see each other and work directly in the office.
Okay, I have a question that is roaming up in my mind. Like, you don't have juniors, you have juniors. Maybe that is a question that you can both answer, and maybe easy. Which is for you the main difficult part to handle a junior? Why you can't include a junior in your routines? Maybe the answer is quite straightforward. And how you manage a junior, and maybe which were your most difficult tasks with a junior? How it's regulate itself. So maybe you can reply.
Yeah. So I will reply based on my past experience. Yeah, I think like working with junior is I mean, there is two ways you can work with them, at least from what I've experienced and what I've seen. Like, there is like, you don't like fully support them, you don't fully integrate them. And then it's this case, like what's happening is it can work for the best of them, like the ones that are like already, I don't know, like some knowledge, like they know how to move in the environment they are in, and they are able to rise and stay here. But most of them, like, they just like quit or leave the job, and also that's one thing. And then there is like the other way of working with them is to actually like try to support them, and if they have some difficulty, try to push them and help them the best you can to overcome this difficulty, and make sure that they can like fully integrate and benefit the team. And I think which is great in this case is like, usually what I see is that the weakness of someone can always like become at some point an advantage, because you have like usually it forces yourself to see a thing from a different perspective, and I think like that's usually interesting, and you can, like you were talking about, like collective knowledge, and also like trying to really embrace and support everyone can really raise the level of like collective knowledge. So, but in the case of Joshua, what I also understand is, and Analytics Ninja, is that it requires resources. It requires like some kind of planning and knowing that you want to grow as an agency or as a company, and growing as a company, so means like make more revenue and necessarily hire more resources to move forward. So that's like an entire logic that you want to push forward. And if you don't necessarily want to grow and always make more revenue and always hire more people, then I guess it's perfectly fine to just like accept the fact that you're only going to work with people that already know the jobs and know what they have to do, and I guess like this it's like more efficient. Yeah.
How was the junior philosophy in piano? I also feel that actually maybe for a job like yours, Simon, like you don't have a structure, you work with different tools or with different solutions, pipelines and so on, while for me piano is more like, okay, probably there are some trainings and stuff that you can follow by your own without a person looking at you, and there is this kind of a way to do things that is definitely more structured, because the tool is that.
Yeah, totally. Actually, we have like developed an onboarding program, a large onboarding program, and yeah, we have many trainings, materials. We have like online trainings to get people on board on the solution, like to understand the purpose of the solution, etc. I feel like this is not a problem, because you can understand and learn about the solution with many ways, even by experience. But the thing where I feel like juniors might have a little bit of difficulty is in project management and talking to clients. It's quite challenging at the beginning, because yeah, you're new, like you don't know how to handle this kind of discussion. So yeah, for this, we try like to make as like many shadowing sessions, like having a meeting with the client and onboarding the junior with us, just to listen, because you learn a lot by listening. And like after the meeting, I would ask the junior to give me feedback, to tell me what he did understood from this meeting. And also if, like, for example, I need to make a deliverable for the client, I will ask the junior to make an essay, like to try to do so. And like then we can share feedback together. And at a certain point, you just need to throw the person into like a meeting and let him handle this. And it's all gonna be okay. You just need to be here as a backup, and it turns well each time.
So it was really nice. Thanks a lot for your insights. I would love to ask more questions, but it's the end of this interview. So I'm really happy to have you both. I really loved your inputs, and I feel that it really depends on which kind of teams or which kind of business you're working with to have a solution that really adapts to what you need. So thanks a lot, Simon and Farah, to be here with me, and I hope you will enjoy the next interviews. See you later.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And good afternoon, everyone. Yes, it's very good to be back. There was a couple of years hiatus for all sorts of reasons, like airline striking and all sorts of things. So I'm really happy to be back here. And yes, no need to that. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. So as I get older, I find that my presentations are turning more and more into rants, which I guess just goes with the territory. Also because I find myself incapable of figuring out any new presentation topics. So I just use the old ones, but turn them more ranty. And that's what happened today. Today I want to talk about server-side tagging. So this is going to be a boring non-AI talk, but I'm sure that we can still get something out of it. Before I do, I have learned that this slide, which is typically used to present how you can follow me and stuff like that, which you can ignore. But what I do want to do is I want to tell you what my biases are, because this is going to be a critical talk. It's always good to know where I'm coming from. For the past, since 2014, actually, thanks to the kind introduction from Daniel Weisberg, I was a Google developer expert for Google Analytics and Google Tag Manager. So much of my work, while I was obligated to speak on behalf of Google, it kind of came with the territory that I was expected to be their mouthpiece, especially in developer communities. I am no longer a developer advocate for Google. They shut down the Google Analytics program. So I'm kind of liberated from that obligation now. That doesn't mean that I have the feeling that I have to be overly negative at Google, because I still use their stack for almost everything. I am still very much a Google Cloud Platform person. I write a lot about it. I do all my work in the Google Cloud. I still think it's an amazing piece of technology. I'm still very much invested, both professionally and personally, in Google Marketing Platform. While I might not use their analytics tool that much, I certainly do use other tools in the stack. And for the past 6 years, holy shit. Yeah, for the past almost 6 years. Actually, it's now the 5th anniversary, almost to the day of the first course we published on Simmer, which coincidentally was a course on server-side tagging. So, okay, yeah, we don't have time for. Thank you very much, but we don't have time for this incessant applause. So, I teach about server-side tagging. I am very much, and the things that I teach in the course, for example, often very much conflict with what I'm going to be talking about today. Because as an individual, I have grown over the past 5 years or so, and as a professional, I've grown as well. Which I have to say this: it doesn't mean that the course is bad or outdated. It's still a very, very good course. So please go and buy it. But it just means that my own thinking has evolved a bit. And if I were to redo the course, which I have no plans on doing in the short term at least, I might approach some topics with a bit more sensitivity. So that's the biases there. Now you can kind of ignore what the rest of the talk is, because this is going to be very biased. I guess where I'm coming from is that server-side tagging still to this day, 6 years after it was introduced to the public, is still very much talked in a singular manner when it comes to the pitch, when it comes to trying to sell it to our customers, to our organizations, when we try to sell it as a technology that can make a difference. And the pitch always has these same phrases, the same ideals. It's about getting data back. It's about regaining access to data. It's about getting something back that was taken away from us. It's a very powerful pitch. It is a completely understandable pitch. It is predicated on the fact that we have an increasing amount of signal loss in marketing and advertising and analytics. And this is a fact. We've known this. We've known this for a long time. Safari started blocking third-party cookies in 2003. And ever since that, it's been going downhill for marketing tools. And with ITP, with e-privacy, with consent banners, with people becoming more aware of what kind of browsers they can use, it's just going, the signal loss is just increasing. And so when we are offered a tool that can address signal loss, and that's the key pitch, it can address this fact that we are losing access to data, it is a very powerful incentive to give it a go. While I don't generally disagree with this idea, I think it is a great tool for data, for addressing those data gaps. I do think that we've gone about it the wrong way. We've put the wrong thing in front of the pitch. We've put the wrong thing in the headlines. And today I want to discuss what could, in my opinion, be a better way to do it. And it is a very unpopular position. And most of you will not agree with it. And I'm totally fine with that. But I do want to install this little brainworm in your heads and maybe get it to eat that part of your brain that is still telling you that this pitch is good. And then kind of replace it with something else. And we'll see what that something else is. Because the fact is that in this haste to restore things back into marketing, yes, I'm sorry that there's some heads in front of, but these are silly quotes, you don't have to worry about that too much, is that we are being given something back. And server-side tagging has these magical qualities that it almost out of the box addresses this signal loss. In fact, server-side tagging is not a new technology. Like some of the biggest organizations, and even it doesn't even have to be a big organization, have been building analytic solutions that rely on a proxy. So rely on separating the ingestion from the forwarding the data to the vendors and adding stuff in between, adding barriers in between. So server-side tagging ultimately is a proxy. That's what it is. That's the technology. Instead of forwarding data directly from the client, which would be the web browser or the device or the server-connected infrastructure, instead of forwarding that data directly to the vendors, we put something in between. And that technology has many guises. With server-side tagging, it's a Google Tag Manager container, which most of us probably know from using with the web or apps. It's a way to take an incoming data stream and split it out by using tags, map that information into different formats. So it's not a magical piece of technology. It's something that's existed for a long time. But I think that only with the popularity that it was Google releasing it and the fact that it's practically free, with even with the default installation in the Google Cloud, it's almost zero cost for smaller sites. And then there are great hosting services that help you take the costs down if you're a larger site. The amount of scale that you have in your hands and a one-click solution that doesn't require you to actually install anything yourself is, of course, the reason for this popularity. But still, it's not a magic solution. But there is some problems that come with this ease, which I'll get to very shortly. My son has chosen all the imagery in this presentation. I gave him the task of trying to find something really nefarious, and I think he did a good job. The three things that I want to address today all build up to what I think the better pitch could be. And these are all problems that server-side tagging currently has out of the box. So when you get started with Google server-side tagging, now I'm not an expert on the other server-side ecosystems out there. I've dabbled, but I am pretty confident that they all suffer from these, because these are part and parcel of the technical nature of the internet. They're part of the client-server architecture, and that's why they are problematic. So there's not something that Google is doing differently from others that may cause these problems. I think the big elephant in the room is that Google is also a market ad vendor, which means that they have hidden, or maybe not even hidden, they have just vested interest and incentives in companies adopting server-side tagging. The three problems are of transparency, control, and agency. Now, I've talked about this in a previous Superweek edition, I'm pretty sure, so this isn't something completely new, but I do want to go over it again. The transparency problem boils down to the fact that server-side tagging is difficult to audit. It doesn't happen in an auditable environment that you could neutrally just visit a site, take a look at what they're doing in server-side tagging, and then write up an audit. That's because that's how you can still work with client-side technologies. If you wanted to audit a site for how they use constant banners, for example, all you have to do is roll into that site, look at what banners you see, and act accordingly. Server-side tagging happens behind the veil of the server, so it makes it more difficult to run these kinds of audits. Control, when we adopt server-side tagging, we partly do it because we want to regain control over the data stream between the client and the vendor. But do we actually have control, or is control just an illusion? And the third and the most controversial for many is agency. Much of server-side tagging is built on this foundation that users are actively trying to prevent client-side marketing technologies from working by using ad blockers and choosing browsers that have browser tracking protections. And server-side tagging gives you very, very simple means of maneuvering around those. So these are the three things that I'm going to be addressing today before we get to the new pitch part of the presentation. Transparency can be boiled down to the Vegas rule, which I actually already alluded to. So anything that happens in the server stays in the server. And again, this is part of how the internet works. This isn't a Google design. There's a client-server architecture in the internet. There's a reason why the client machine and the server machine communicate in the way they do. The server has no access to what the client is doing apart from what the client tells it with these request streams. So HTTP requests is the technology. So anything that happens in the server can choose to withhold that information from the client, apart from a few standard headers that all HTTP responses require. So when you think about this, this is an obfuscation move. When you think about this, before you could go to a website and you saw that a Facebook pixel fired and you saw that it sent information to Facebook, and you were fairly certain, looking at that data stream, that this site is collecting information to Facebook. And there are browser plugins that tell you exactly the kind of data that Facebook received. And this is very transparent. It's not perfect. The site could still be doing offline uploads to Facebook that you can't audit, but at least you could see that very, very important stream. With server-side tagging, what you might see is a completely obfuscated request to the server with Facebook not mentioned anywhere. No mention of FBCLID, no mention of FBC, FBP, external ID, all these different parameters that Facebook consumes. It could completely be obfuscated into a Google Analytics 4 request, for example, and even that could be obfuscated further by just garbling up, adding some simple encoding. And you have no idea if that data stream is being used for collecting data to Meta. You have to trust the data controller in charge of that data stream that they are doing right by you. If you haven't given permission for performance marketing, for example, you have to trust them that they are not forwarding these identifiers to Facebook, for example. So instead of having a transparency where you can audit and you can choose the level of trust, you have to trust the data controller instead, and the vendor. Now, could there be a solution to this? Like I said, this is part and parcel of how the internet works. So could we solve it somehow? I propose 3 solutions, each of which are equally bad and non-functional, but as a thought experiment, they work. Maybe we could come up with a standard for server-side communications, where the web server or the server-side tagging component or the marketing server is compelled to return a certain type of response back to the client, the browser, which includes information about what the server did. It could be called XSST report. If it's standardized, it could be documented. We could build tools around it that look at this response, and then we can have a browser plugin that tells us exactly what happens in the server, because it's part of the HTTP response. Now, the problem is that the response size has a limit. The company running the cloud infrastructure, for example, has to pay for every byte that is returned back to the browser. So it's obvious that they're not going to be excited about having to pay quite a lot of money for adding this meta information into the response. There's a limited length to HTTP response headers, and of course the fact that it does need a standard is off-putting. Who is going to voluntarily work on a standard these days, especially when it comes to marketing paradigms? So let's ditch that for a second. What about Tag Assistant? This would obviously only apply to server-side Google Tag Manager because Tag Assistant is Google's tool, but they already have a Tag Assistant, which you can, any site that is running the Google tag, you can open Tag Assistant to that site and see what is being dispatched, even to server containers. So why couldn't Tag Assistant have an extra tab which processes the response that Google would then add through post message or something similar, or into the HTTP responses themselves, that would show you exactly what happened in the server? I think this would be very easy for Google to build. Anybody can use. It could only apply to debug mode, so there wouldn't be too many costs. You actually have to enter Tag Assistant to enable it. It wouldn't be automatically enabled to everyone. It could be very detailed. Now, the downsides are that this would be selective info. Google already has built-in templates in server-side Google Tag Manager where we have no idea how they work because they haven't open sourced them. Why should they reveal any extra information in the HTTP response? So Google doesn't certainly have too much incentive to work with. And how would they work with custom tags? How would they know exactly what the Facebook tag needs to respond back to the browser, again, if we don't have a standard? So this is also very difficult to deploy. And then we have, of course, kind of a legal workaround, which is to use a privacy policy. Kind of the solution to, the low-bar solution to all problems is a privacy policy. It's proactive because you would be able to write exactly all the data processors, which you should already be doing, of course. You should have a list of processors and sub-processors who are handling the personal data and in this case, any kind of marketing data. You could tell exactly what tags are firing in the server and so on. It probably doesn't cover it legally. Privacy policies rarely do. It is a well-known resource, so if you wanted to know what a site is doing, you would know where to find their privacy policy because it's hidden right there in the footer. The problem is that this is, of course, an incredibly high upkeep. The beauty of tagging, tag managers, is that you can deploy a new version instantly. But now you have to update the privacy policy first before adding any new tags, which means that you have to notify all of your customers that there has been a privacy policy update. So it just doesn't work with that agile world of marketing. So transparency is brutally difficult to solve. And the one thing that unites all of these solutions and every other solution I could dream up is that it's always going to be the server telling you what happened. And the server is managed by the tag management system or the data controller or Google. Self-disclosure is not transparency. It's the server being manipulated to tell you a response. So it's very different from how the browser works. The browser is literally called the user agent. Web browsers are built to represent and transparently the needs of the user. Some browsers more than others, but that is their function. They are supposed to tell you exactly what is happening when you visit a website. A server-side tagging system is managed typically by the website who is trying to gain your customership. What is their incentive to be transparent about this? So self-disclosure, servers are self-disclosing information because there is no automated mechanism that tells what happens in a server. Again, because of this separation of client and server architecture. So let's say that transparency is now an unsolved problem. So then we come to control. One of my favorite ways to describe server-side tagging is that it gives you absolute control over what the vendors receive. It's very different from running a metapixel or a Google Ads conversion pixel on the page, because those are controlled by the JavaScript libraries that you download from these vendors' CDNs. The JavaScript decides what to collect. They can basically, we can talk over this at the bar, but there's a huge problem with third-party JavaScript is that there's no way to distinguish vendor JavaScript from first-party site JavaScript once that JavaScript has been loaded into memory. So when you give permission for the site to load FB events.js, for example, it has free reign. It has free control to track whatever it likes. Obviously, companies like Facebook and Google are big enough to not be able to do that on a whim, although we've seen examples where Google changes their analytics infrastructure in ways that disrupt existing solutions, partly because they rely on undocumented things, which is because Google just doesn't document anything anymore. But control, in this case, it's wonderful. You can use server-side tagging and strip all the information that you don't want to send to Meta and then just send the bare bones with the Facebook tag. Or you can just selectively choose what Google receives. But is this the reality? Now, we are all marketing professionals, so we know that it's not the reality. We can't just choose what Facebook receives. And in fact, there are many other things that are eating up our control. We have all of these things that are breathing down our necks when we use server-side tagging. We have all of these reasons. Typically, they are organizational mechanisms. The organization wants us to use server-side tagging in a way because they were promised that it gives us data back. It gives us a better ROAS. It helps us avoid Safari's cookie degradation. It helps us avoid ad blockers. So we have all of these incentives that are coming at us within the organization, and us trying to have the kind of integrity to say that, no, I want to use server-side tagging for good is really just doesn't happen anymore. So no matter how much we would like to use server-side tagging to serve kind of a holier-than-thou position in a way, it's not possible because server-side tagging was specifically designed to address these features that still require you to use it in a certain way. So we don't have absolute control. But what we can see is that there are different layers of control when we use server-side tagging. Now, the one is that whoever adds the tags to the server container has control over data collection. They can choose which vendor tags to add. They can choose which parameters to forward. So they do have control over that. However, if we use server-side tagging by Google, Google does control the service. They get to choose how that infrastructure actually works. They get to build those built-in tags and variables. They get to choose the cache mechanisms. They get to choose which HTTP parameters are used for geolocation. They get to choose what the optimal stack is, which must be frustrating for some of the hosting vendors because Google is always going to be biased towards Google Cloud. We have ad vendors who get to decide exactly what they need. We might say that we want to strip everything out of the Facebook stream because we don't want them to collect. But Facebook won't work with it. It doesn't make any sense. Facebook requires a minimal set of data which happens to include identifiers. It happens to include click identifiers. And if you don't send click identifiers, you have to send personal data, hashed email addresses or something like that. Because without those, why are you even deploying Facebook tags in the first place? It just doesn't make any sense. So no matter how much we try to use server-side tagging to support the good, most of the vendors that we use require a certain set of data that might be in conflict with what we think is good for control. Unless we just use server-side tagging to plug information into our own proprietary data warehouse, but why do you use server-side tagging in that place? It's a heavy piece of machinery for that particular purpose. There are better tools for that. Server-side tagging is a marketing tagging tool, after all. And then the user gets to control what gets collected. User gets to use an ad blocker. Users can use different kinds of browsers that prevent marketing data from being collected. So even if we said that, okay, let's collect something to Facebook after all, the user might still have the final say. So control is also a problem. We don't have a solution for that. How do we find the sweet spot between using server-side tagging for control without compromising the actual marketing needs, why we decided to deploy server-side tagging in the first place? Which brings me to the last of these 3 points, and probably the one that people will disagree with me the most, but I absolutely, with every soul and cell membrane in my body, believe in this, that the user, the person visiting the website whose data is being collected to these marketing platforms has final say over what is collected and how. And what I'm talking about here, obviously, is ad blockers. Because you all know that one of the ways that server-side tagging is pitched is a way to circumvent ad blockers. And it's not even something you say in a shameful way. It's right out there. It is the pitch. It is moving an analytics proxy or a measurement proxy away from a domain environment which is blacklisted or blocklisted by ad blocker block lists to a first-party environment which isn't. So ad blockers block ads, but we need ad revenue to produce this service. This is the counter pitch. This is the counterclaim to what I'm saying when I'm saying that ad blockers should not be circumvented. And this is very true. There are ad-supported services all around who are losing revenue because of ad blockers. But it would be hasty to say that the only reason people are using ad blockers is just to block ads. This might have been the case some years ago or many years ago when ads were mainly banners. But now we have reasons because people just don't want to be tracked. And this is because ad blockers are no longer actually called ad blockers, they're called content blockers. So they don't just address ads, they address the general phenomenon of adding stuff into the user's browser that consumes their bandwidth and their battery without even actually showing them anything. It just collects data from them without them getting anything in return. So the people have become kind of pissed about this. Some people want a faster browser. On mobile, this is especially prominent, whereby blocking advertising libraries from loading, you can get a vastly more pleasurable browsing experience. Some people still don't want to see any ads. Some people are using ad blockers because they are not they don't trust that even though there's a consent banner that they are respecting their rights as EU data subjects, for example. Some people just hate the company's websites or hate the company whose websites they're visiting, and they want to prevent them from using their data just out of spite. And this is fine. I respect that. And some people incredulously don't even know that they're using an ad blocker. They're just using a browser that happens to block ads. Brave being a great example. So when you're using Brave, you are actually using a very powerful content blocker, and you might not even be aware of this. So there are many reasons why these technologies are being used, and circumventing them just on the premise of regaining ad revenue is doing a disservice to all of those who use them for completely different reasons. You have, of course, the full right of blocking access to content for users that are using an ad blocker. That is, of course, a right. It does make the internet a bit more boring, especially for those users, and it does add a layer of maintenance to those sites adding those gates. But I do want to, again, quickly explore a couple of options for this, and these are just as bad as the options that we had for transparency. They're just as non-functional, but I'll share them anyway. We could come up with standardized ad blocker heuristics. Right now, the problem with ad blocker detection is that ad blockers don't want to be detected because they can be manipulated otherwise. Otherwise, every ad vendor would start detecting ad blockers so that they can circumvent them. But if there were a way to consistently detect blocker use, we could use that way and inform the server that, hey, by the way, this user is using an ad blocker that would typically block Facebook pixels. And then we can use that information to block Facebook tags by respecting that user's choice to block them, and then collect all the other stuff anyway. No blocker will agree to this. There has been attempts to build standardized lists, and they have never come to fruition because of this moat that blockers want to introduce, the blocker vendors want to introduce between them and the advertising vendors. And it's also easy to misuse. Like I said, every single ad vendor in the world would hook into these lists and make sure that they are circumventing them. Then there's the option for proactive detection, where instead of relying on a standard, we just start sending head requests. Let's try and communicate with Facebook.com. This happens in the browser. If that request is blocked, we know that the user is probably using an ad blocker that blocks Facebook. So then we inform the server that, hey, Facebook.com was blocked. Do what you want with this information, but you'll probably want to block Facebook tags. This is very high maintenance, obviously, because you would need to write this kind of solution for every single vendor that you want to use server-side, and you have to know all of their domains as well, which is problematic. And it's, of course, very easy to circumvent. It doesn't take too much time or effort or money for these vendors to come up with new top-level domains or ETLDs to circumvent this kind of logic. And then there could be a global browser control, a do not track 2.0, a GPC, something like that. where the user could, with browser settings, say exactly what they want to do. I want to block these things. And this would have final say. And this is, of course, part of a discussion that we're currently having in the EU is whether, for example, e-privacy should be moved to this kind of a browser control, whether consent should be moved into a browser control. Now, the problem with this approach is that blocker use isn't always regulatory. So we can't conflate it with consent. I might grant this website consent to process my personal data because I trust their processes. I still might block their trackers because I don't want them to track. I don't want their JavaScript to ruin my browsing experience. We can't conflate the two. And then there are different rules that apply globally and regionally. Something that applies in the EU most certainly doesn't apply in some Asian countries, for example. So how can we come up with a browser setting that would be universal, but that we wouldn't have to respect it if we go to a country that doesn't recognize these laws? It just gets very, very complicated. So ad blockers are also kind of an unsolved problem. And now we get to the final point of this presentation where I want to share my pitch. Currently, with server-side tagging, we are living in a vendor-centric model. That's how it's pitched. Use server-side tagging so that you can get better data to vendors. Use server-side tagging so that you can get data back, enrich your marketing data, and make the big acronym companies, make them happier. And the users are just revolving around this. They have some independence. You might add some protections there. You might add some client-side performance improvements, but it's still very much reliant on what the vendors need. The vendors dictate how this whole thing should work. And we are dancing to the vendors' tunes. They are the ones who say that you might want to install this new gateways technology that we just shared so that you can get 45% more data back or something like that. The vendors are the ones who also come up with these ridiculous percentages. And occasionally you have the comet of law, quickly going around the solar system and then going back into the unknown fathoms of space, never to be seen again, except maybe in 5,000 years. But that's the problem. It is vendor-centric. It's absolutely vendor-centric. The problem with this model is that it's great for the vendor, but it's really terrible for the user. It's really, really bad for the end user. They have absolutely no say over this. They become a pawn in this game where the data controllers are trying to figure out how do we optimize our marketing data now that we have signal loss. And everything that I've spoken of today, transparency, control, agency, it all boils down to my belief that we can switch it around to a user-centric model where it's the users who are in the center of it all. We still have our marketing vendors. We've demoted them to orbital trajectories instead of being the center of the universe. And then we have the layers of transparency, control, and agency between the vendors and the users. This is super idealistic and almost impossible to do, almost, but not quite, because every single thing in server-side tagging when you first deploy it speaks for a vendor-centric model. There are no mechanisms there to protect the user. There are no built-in mechanisms for that. You have to code everything yourself. You have to manually add ad blocker detections. You have to manually add disclosure statements. And you have to manually encode what kind of control you're observing with this solution. But it is doable. And what it means, I have these 3 banners. This is my new visual design approach. It's everywhere. It's really, really stupid. Oops. So here's my suggestions, which could be like step 1 of entering a new bold world of user-centric server-side tagging. For the pitch, when talking about server-side tagging, we can talk about quality over quantity. Instead of talking you got 3.4 more conversions back by using server-side tagging, we can say that we can actually now enrich that data at scale. We can get better parameters directly from your CRM instead of having to go through the browser first. We can do enrichment at scale. We have incredible opportunities to improve client-side performance. By removing all that vendor JavaScript from those sites and just relying on a single data stream, for example, we can reduce the amount of stuff that the browser needs to process. And this would instantly treat one of the reasons why I use an ad blocker, which is to get better performance on mobile, because you would no longer have to deploy all those. And instead, we wouldn't talk so much about circumvention. We would drop that from the vocabulary. We don't talk about how it's a way to go around ad blockers and consent prompts and whatever you name it. And we stop talking about how much vendors want it. We stop talking about how Facebook will get better data and so on and so on. We just talk about it as a way to improve the enrichment and the security of the environment itself. For day-to-day use, we can start, which is something everybody should already be doing, which is forwarding consent signals to the server-side tagging container as well. Because once that data, you can still have data in the server container collected from the browser legally, which you still shouldn't forward to vendors. So knowing exactly what the consent state is very important. Google does a disservice to us with this because they still haven't added consent as a native asset in consent mode as a native asset in server-side tagging itself. There's no fancy tabs or triggers that we can use to automatically patch into those streams. We have to think about data minimization. Try to send as little data as possible that is needed for the absolute bare minimum that we are allowed to collect. Make it auditable, make it transparent. Use transformations as much as possible so that we can really make use of the one single data stream. And read the vendor requirements critically. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Facebook still says that you should have both the pixel and the conversions API running side by side, and they've never given a very good reason for that, I don't think. And they talk about percentages. They show you a decreased match quality rate when you go to Facebook Events Manager, but it's self-disclosure again. Facebook is telling you these percentages. We have many case studies where only a conversions API approach only delivered quite decent results. So why is that not talked about more? So for day-to-day use, stop preferencing the vendor over the user, but switch it around. And for the community, for us, we can challenge vendor claims. When Meta gives us a percentage, we can tell us where the percentage came from. We can require more from their documentation. We can ask them to explain exactly what you need these parameters for. We can challenge product dev. We can talk to our friendly Googlers, get them to put the word in. We have a lot of feature requests as a community, many of them related to these things that I've talked about today, and we need to get them pushed forward. We need to actively brainstorm these problems of transparency, control, and agency. They need to become just as much as a part of our daily lingo when we think about the end users as anything else, like client-side, like performance, like writing unit tests with developers, like designing consent banners. So we need to develop solutions for the users and not the vendors. And just stop parroting vendor talking points. So these are my suggestions for a user-centric model of server-side tagging. They might not work for anyone else except me, and barely for me either. But maybe with adopting some of these steps, and of course observing the Ahava rule, which is just eternally going to stay here, because when in doubt, you have to calibrate what your level of dickness is in general, but when in doubt, just think about, like, am I being a dick when I'm doing this? And if you feel like you're being a dick, maybe do something else. I think that's a good rule in life as well. Of course, your definition of a dick might be different than mine, but as long as you observe it, it's important. So anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for the nice intro. And not so many thanks for essentially taking away the key of this entire presentation already, but I'll try my best. Cool. Thanks for coming. Yeah, as Joshua introduced, I will be talking about signal engineering today, or how we can move beyond, or how and why we should move beyond basic conversion tracking. Before we jump into the topic itself, a bit about me. I'm Gunnar, now living in Denmark, Copenhagen, working with 8-Bit Sheep as a digital analytics consultant, where I specialize in the Google Tech Stack, essentially. So Google Analytics, Google Tag Manager, the Google Cloud. Moreover, I have the privilege of introducing the next generation of digital analysts into our wonderful world. So I'm teaching technical digital analytics at that school as well. And
last but not least, I also fairly frequently blog on my own website. What I want to talk to you about today is why I think signal engineering is really the only lever that we have left to optimize our marketing campaigns, the problem that we're facing and why signal engineering is the answer, then a brief definition and some examples on what signal engineering is, what good looks like in this context, so what are good signals, and then some key takeaways on where to get started, really. So let me start with a somewhat provocative statement in saying that signal engineering, as I see it, is really the only lever that we have left to optimize our campaigns. And why is that? When we look at how advertising platforms work, and we as advertisers use them really, what we do as advertisers is we provide budget. So we spend money on these platforms, we set up creatives, put them on these platforms, and then if something good happens, we send conversion data to these platforms, really, right? But all the heavy lifting and the actual work, I would say, is abstracted away to some extent by the ad platforms already, right? So they do the modeling, they do the attribution, they do the incrementality testing, the bidding, the targeting. So they essentially take care of finding the right people based on the settings that we define in the beginning. And then eventually we hope for growth or a good outcome at least. In reality though, where I just said that we have 3 levers, the only one that I see really sticks are the outcome signals. That is our conversion data. And why is that? Because budget, everybody has budget or doesn't have budget. It's nothing that you can scale indefinitely either, right? Creatives, also your competitors are doing creatives. Maybe they are doing it even better than you are. And I think more and more what we'll see in the future, they will also be integrated into this black box, into the ad platform themselves. So maybe in the future you can just prompt your way to a good creative, really, right? So that leaves outcome signals, the conversion data that we send into these platforms, as the main driver, lever that we can use to tell platforms what good looks like. At the same time, what we most often do is we just send a purchase event when a transaction happens, and we send the revenue of the transaction. But that's really it, right? That's something the platform told us to do. That's really the default. But we're not thinking beyond that. And now, why is that a problem? Because these marketing platforms, they're really optimized for quick wins, right? So the algorithms, essentially, they want a lot of data, they want it fast, so they want to know as early as possible whether or not a customer journey has been successful, whether or not the ad that they deliver to a user has been led to the final outcome. At the same time, we also know that our customer journeys do not necessarily comply with this assumption, right? So we might have longer sales cycles, longer than, I don't know, 10, 15, maybe even 60 days. And at the same time, then we are struggling with the fact of how can we identify high-value customers early. So, and then what I see in a lot of cases is customers setting up time on page, 60 seconds, viewed 4 page views. But does that really correlate or is a leading indicator for actual business success? Is that an indicator for how much revenue you're going to make, how much customer lifetime value a given user will give you, or how much profit you will make? Probably not. So essentially what we're doing in a lot of cases is we're sending poor signals, which leads to poor optimization. And then just to give you a couple of examples here, the first one is sending simply the wrong value, or essentially going with the default setup. We have a transaction, an e-commerce shop that is selling a large assortment of products, and let's just pick out 2 of those. Both of them result in a revenue of 150 euros, but then when we take the actual costs into account, we can see that product B is performing way less. It's also way more often returned. And at the end of the day, the net value that we're getting from this one product, product B, is actually negative, while product A is the only one that remains that actually gives us a good result, that makes us profit. With the other one, we're losing profit, really. At the same time, what we're doing is we're telling the ad platforms, in the default setup at least, both of these products are equally good. So the ad platform will send us more users that buy A or B. The second example is, and the example that I picked here is a project management tool. So you can think of something like Asana or Monday, where users can sign up for free. So it's a freemium model, and then they start testing it, maybe for longer period, 1 or 2 months. So essentially that by the end of the day that they actually become a paying customers, 60 to 75 days have passed. At the same time, what you are doing is you launched a campaign, your conversion signal is turned into paying customers, which only occurs after 65 days. At the same time, you spend 1,500 euros every day. So what is the platform going to optimize for? It doesn't really have any information whether or not the campaign was successful or not. Meaning, you spend 97,500 euros before any meaningful signal is really sent back. So, and this is where signal engineering comes into play. So what is signal engineering? Essentially, it's the process of intentionally designing the conversion data that we send to advertising platforms so that they can optimize to our actual business goals, whether that is revenue, profit, or customer lifetime value. So it's not about just what you track, but rather what you tell the platforms success looks like for your business. So coming back to this high-level overview that I shared earlier, the signal engineering is really the one thing that we have left. That is the one thing that we should focus about. Again, the heavy lifting, the ad platforms already. So what can we do in order to actually start signal engineering? As with everything, it starts with the goal. So we need to define our goal. What does good look like for our business? Is that, again, making profit, making revenue? What is the goal of the campaign that we're launching? These kind of things you need to take into account here. Then the signal identification comes into play. And that is where the actual work needs to be done. Essentially, you need to identify leading indicators based on your data for whether or not a user or conversion or any event really means long-term business success for you. If it doesn't, then it's probably not a good signal for you. Then we do need to go into the technical details, signal quality. So are we sending all the signals that we should be sending? Are they accurate? Are we taking advantage of certain things like enhanced conversions, advanced matching? So essentially everything that we can do to make the signal or send signals of high quality. Then the timing is another big thing. So think back to this platform that I shared, or this project management tool that I mentioned earlier. We need to send early signals as early as possible. At the same time, early signals are probably also not as accurate as later signals that we can achieve, right? Because we are able to gather more data about the user, make better indicators, derive better proxy metrics. So the signal quality and signal timing, they are actually working a little bit against each other. There's a trade-off that we need to make, and that's again part of this signal engineering process. And then lastly, once we identify the signal, we are sure it's of high quality, it has the right timing, then we also have to send it in a way that it can be consumed by the ad platform. So Joshua gave a good example with add to basket instead of purchase event or something else, right? Although it doesn't really fit into it, but it works just in this context of your business and this ad platform that you're using. So what does good actually look like at the end of the day? There are 4 dimensions that we can or should take into account. The signal itself should have a high predictive value. to indicate long-term business success. So it needs to be a leading indicator, a proxy metric, and again, it doesn't have to be some fancy ML model behind it, but it just needs to work in your context, in your business context. It needs to be of high quality, garbage in, garbage out, so you need to make sure that you send accurate data to provide a solid foundation for the algorithms. Another thing is high enough volume, right? So when you think about, I don't know, that you're only getting 5 signals a day, 5 events, for example, for conversion, that is probably not enough for the algorithm to optimize the campaign towards to, right? Thinking back to what I said earlier, that they need a high amount of conversion. So I think the rule of thumb here is that we need 10 events per day per campaign that we're running, for example. And again, it needs to have high timeliness, because again, these campaigns, they are optimized to short-term signals. And once again, high timeliness and high predictive value, they are a little bit contradictive, or they go against each other. So finding the right trade-off here is of the essence. I don't want to talk too much about the technical components of it, but at least use a few words here. And at the end of the day, from my perspective at least, it boils down to this classic build or buy decision. So we can essentially use what is readily made available to us by the platforms. In Google Analytics, for example, we have predictive audiences, which probably help us, giving us a leading indicator very well. We have tools like enhanced conversions or advanced matching in Facebook that help with signal quality, but at the end of the day, we're essentially constrained by what the tools allow, right? So we don't have a lot of freedom to choose. We're really limited to this tool that we are using. Then what's coming more and more is that there's specialized providers of signals. Actually, just in Denmark, we have 2 of those, Journey, Profit Metrics. There's others made with intent, and I don't know. It's a lot of tool in this market, because I think it's, again, people realize that you can make a difference, or you can optimize your campaigns with using these tools. They're obviously fast to value. Most of them try to be plug and play. You just give them access to your data, they spit something out, you send it to the platforms, problem solved. But again, it's somewhat limited in the customization that you can bring to the table here. In the middle, we have blueprints, as I would call them. Since I work mostly with the Google tech stack, these solutions that I mentioned here are Google solutions. They have the marketing analytics jumpstart that essentially takes your Google Analytics data, your Google Ads data, runs some machine learning models on top of it, and then gives you a conversion propensity value that you can feed back into Google Analytics, and from there share it with your marketing platforms. Another tool is the BigQuery Instant ML, GTM server-side Pantheon, which allows you to bring in profit margins in real time to your ad platforms. Again, since these are blueprints built for you already, you can just essentially take them and implement them, but you need to implement them yourself. So you own and operate these tools. Then there's something that I would call the assembled stack. So I'm thinking about composable CDPs here, something like HypeTouch, a tool that sits on top of your data warehouse, has access to your data, where you can do the modeling already, where you can define your signals, and then just use this CDP essentially to push out the data into the marketing platforms. Modular, very powerful, but obviously requires you to have a good data foundation in place and people to operate this tool. And then last but not least, you can obviously also just build it yourself. If you have just this one use case, this one signal, and you only need to incorporate it into 1 or 2 marketing platforms, maybe that's the easiest way to get it done, since it allows for a lot of flexibility. But once again, you're in charge. You need to maintain it. You need to build it in the first place. So since we're talking about what good looks like, let's come back to the examples that I mentioned earlier. So we have, again, this project management tool where we initially send the conversion data only after the first payment has arrived. Again, we know 65 days, 97,500 euros spent every, till the first conversion signal is retrieved. So how can we define a better signal, some leading indicator that we can hope, or that we hopefully have available way earlier to send a signal, a positive signal or negative signal, back to the to the ad platform. And that could be something like activated accounts. It's not necessarily a conversion that Facebook has out of the box, or Google Ads has out of the box, but you're essentially combining your knowledge about your user, about your product, and build a composite signal which can consist of the user having created more than one project, invited team members already, and they have set up recurring tasks. So there's a very high chance, since they started using the tool, they've onboarded other people onto their platform as well, even set up recurring tasks, there's a very high chance that these users will actually convert at the end of the day. So again, it's a proxy metric, it's a leading indicator, and the best part is you only spend 10,500 euros before you are able to tell the platforms whether or not a good user was brought into or onboarded to the tool. Then, coming back to the e-commerce shop with the large assortment, 2 products. We went through the math here already. Both have the same revenue. So how could we send a smarter value, something that actually leads or tells us how much profit we're going to make with this transaction or with this user? The easy thing would be just to send the net values. So send a positive value for product A, send a negative value for product B, or take it one step further and just suppressing the negative transaction altogether. Because that's another signal engineering technique, suppressing unwanted, undesired conversions altogether. Because if the platform doesn't know that this has happened in the first place, they will not send more of these users to you. And then one last example of an actual client of mine that went through a signal engineering journey over multiple years, really. It's an off-price online fashion retailer. They buy clearance stock from a lot of brands like Adidas, Puma, and so on at volume. So essentially outdated fashion, really, last season's fashion. So something that's not necessarily, that these brands not necessarily want to have in their own e-commerce shops anymore, but still needs to be sold. And that's where this platform comes into play. They have more than 3 million active users, customers across 22 European markets. They, as everybody else, started out with optimizing for revenue signals. So they just had a transaction was registered, they sent the value, all good. But then they started asking this question, isn't there maybe a better signal that we can use here? And then they went into this build mode. They have a very savvy data science team that had access to the warehouse data. They already were calculating the profit of every transaction overnight in a batch job, so they had it available. And they were like, maybe we can just plug this into our SA360 account and update the conversion values overnight. And this is what they did. The problem here was that for the first, maybe in the worst case, 24, 23 hours, the platform was thinking, hey, this was actually a really good conversion, and then only to be told a couple of hours later, no, that was a bad conversion. So they were kind of confusing the algorithm altogether. It worked better than before, but they were still looking for a solution that was a bit more real-time, really. And that is when they came across GTM server-side, so they implemented it, and they also implemented it with a clear goal of we want to use it for solving this problem of batch injections into the SA360 account. So the next thing that they then adopted was the Soteria solution, another Google Pantheon solution that allows you essentially to pull in profit data for every transaction in real time and send it in real time with the purchase event to the ad platforms. So here they got rid of this delay issue that they were facing before. As I mentioned, they had a very savvy data science team, and at some point they were like, profit is nice and dandy, that works for us, but we're really after long-term customer value here, customer lifetime value. And then they ran some analysis, and they identified certain elements within a session of a user that correlated pretty strongly with a high customer lifetime value. So what they then did, essentially, is they stored this in-session data away, again using GTM server-side, writing into Firestore. When a purchase happened, they did a lookup, they called in the profit data as well, and then they added a multiplier, which was, if a user has shown good behavior, the profit value was essentially upped by 5 times or maybe 2 times, again, based on the fact how sure they were that this is a good user really. So this has been working quite well for them, and now they're looking into the next step to further go into this customer lifetime value direction, where they essentially bought the Made with Intent solution, which allows you to essentially send all the session data to this platform. The platform does the calculation of how likely it is that this user will become a valuable customer in the long term, and then feeds that back into the platforms, or feeds it back onto the website, so that it can also do in-session adjustments as well. The one thing that I want to, or 2 things I want to stress here really is, first of all, the team that was working on this, and that is primarily the marketing team that was, thinking in a way that they were challenging the status quo. And then they had this, again, technical, savvy data science team that was really digging into the data, and they were working closely together. And I think that was really the key here. And then, last but not least, although this looks like it happened within a couple of days or weeks or whatever, this was a journey over 3 to 4 years. So that said as well, signal engineering is not something that you need to do every week, every month. It's a constant process where you need to question whether or not you're sending the right signals. So where to start from here? First of all, you should obviously ask yourself, what signals are you sending today, and does it actually correlate with your business goal? That said, sending purchase events with revenue data is not bad in all cases. But again, you should challenge this assumption at least every now and then. That said, signal engineering is also more about strategy. It's not so much about infrastructure. That's why I didn't talk too much about it. Because again, the infrastructure should really follow the signal that you want to send. Different data, different signals require different data input, require different connections, require a different way of working with it. The other thing is, marketeers should really think as data scientists. They don't have to be data scientists, but it helps if they have a good data understanding. If they don't, bringing the marketeers together with the data scientists or the data analysts is a really good start and can be very successful, as shown before. One of the most important things that I would like to stress here, it's about predictive focus. It's about leading indicators, proxy metrics. It's not about predictive analytics. So you do not necessarily need to throw the most advanced ML algorithm at this problem. Thinking, strategically thinking, is the first step here, and that will get you a long, long way. And then, last but not least, although I've been downplaying the role of creatives and budget a bit, obviously this is really the foundation. If you don't have any budget, you cannot run any campaigns. If you have shitty creatives, I'm sorry, then we'll probably also not attract any users that will click these ads in the first place. So you have to master the fundamentals before you move on to more complex signal engineering. That's it from me for today. Thank you.
Welcome back to Superweek TV, live, coming at you today in the studio. We have an awesome panel here today. We have Peter O'Neill, Dan Truman, Doug Hall, and I handpicked these amazing, very happy with our industry people to talk through a subject that I thought would be really fun to talk about, which is what pisses us off, what makes us angry in this industry. And so I want to start, before we jump in, by just like seeing like where we're at right now, by just like give us your growl, like at the beginning of this talk, and then we're gonna do it again at the end, okay?
All right.
Just so we see how we've ramped ourselves up. So one at a time. Let's just go from left to right. Peter, you can start, and Doug finish. Just give us your growl.
Interesting.
Okay. Like there was like a power. Like there was like power to that. I appreciated that. Okay, Dan.
I gotta think.
Yeah. Very good. And it's gonna be Doug. Oh wow!
I'm going for the coquettish, but still annoyed. It
says a lot about where we are in the industry.
Non-aggressive, but still quite descriptive.
Absolutely.
We handpicked with the good hand. Is your other hand?
Yeah, my other. I don't want to do that.
You're on the bed.
I might break something else.
Okay.
So before we start, why don't you guys give us a little introduction about yourself and a little very short back history, and then we'll go into what pisses us off. All right. So Peter.
Australian, g'day. Living in Netherlands now, been there just over 5 years. Previously in the UK for 16 years, but I am Australian. I am actually newly unemployed. I left my last company, Decathlon. I was there for 2.5 years as a director of digital analytics. So looking to research what's next after this. I previously created my own agency in London, L3 Analytics. Became Leap 3, got acquired by IEMA back in 2018, left that for a couple of years. So I've been looking recently at with a consultancy background, trying out the client side roles to see how it differs and what appeals and doesn't appeal from that experience. Apart from all that, I also founded MeasureCamp back in 2012, I think it was. Been coordinating that ever since.
Founder of MeasureCamp, everybody. Cool. You can clap at home. All right.
So, Dan, I have got a varied history between client and agency side roles, and then back in 2021, as of yesterday, we are 5 years old now at Douga Digital, which is cool. Longest job I've ever had, because I gave it to myself. And, and the clients gave it to me. Now we only work on fixing digital data problems. So that's our mantra and the way we try and operate with different clients.
Amazing. Thank you, Dan.
How do I put a 30-year history into a summary that's not going to blow the time? I work with Dan at Douga. It'll be 2 years, April 1st this year. En ce moment, j'habite en France. J'apprends le français, mais c'est difficile. Alors, maintenant, en anglais. That's the end of that. I live in France at the minute, but fully remote, working with Dan, digital analytics. I'm currently technical director. And really having the best time, really having a lot of fun. So to find what's annoying, what's frustrating, that's an interesting challenge, but I'm not going to disappoint you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I know it's really hard to talk about things that we don't like.
Especially in French.
In French, yes. Yeah. But yes, we unfortunately, that's the name of this topic, so we're all going to have to try. All right. So does anyone want to volunteer and start with something that they find just a little bit annoying? We can ramp it up. What's a little annoying? Does anybody have a little annoying story?
Well, I'll start, if I may. Just to dive in there.
I knew it was happening.
I hate the uncomfortable silence. So apart from the basic fundamentals of cruelty, unkindness, and rudeness, we'll put those to one side. I'm an engineer, and I absolutely detest the inevitable organically grown environment, one that is a mess when I encounter a stack that is clearly not cared for, that is full of unused nonsense, full of inconsistencies.
it works, but nobody knows how. Nobody knows why. It has just been an absolute mess. And we were discussing over lunch, actually. We have an automation that does the cleaning, that expresses our opinions. It's a very opinionated automation. We run this for a client, and it wasn't the worst mess on the planet. But the reaction of the client to say, "Oh my God, I can now see what it does," just it's an intangible value. It's not necessarily going to make the site faster, but it just makes working with these assets so much more simple. And the frustration, the gears that get. What grinds my gears is that people think this is normal, this is okay. It's not okay. It doesn't have to be that way. A little bit of effort and you can make things really nice to work with.
Where do you think the breakdown happens there? Do you think it's a single engineer who just is lazy, who just doesn't want to put time into documenting things, or do you think it's...
It starts with something just like that. And that's the slippery slope. It starts there. Now we're seeing increasingly hallucinations from the from the bots, from the ChatGPTs, etc., providing hallucinations without giving context to what is right, what is correct, what is good, and it just layers on inconsistencies, nonsense, and a lack of thoroughness.
Mm-hmm. How about you guys?
I think, and this has been the problem for a long, long time, clients and/or internal clients or customers have this ability to perceive things so simply that we don't necessarily get some of the respect that's deserved. And then, at the same time, and I don't know how this is possible, but it's a juxtaposition, want some really overcomplicated solution that hasn't been briefed at all. And so you end up with this engagement where you're on one level with them and you're thinking, I understand all of this, this makes perfect sense, and then the outcome comes, and then you're just at a loss to understand how was that ever going to be successful and what were you thinking that I was doing. Right. And so that perception of simplicity drives a lot of frustration on both sides, and then the outcome of who knows what drives a lot of frustration on their side and also our side, because we haven't got a clue how that's happened and how it hasn't happened.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I think is perhaps getting... Do you think that's getting better or worse with AI, where people will reference AI first to think that it's something very simple potentially, and then be like, see, you can just do this. Can't you just, right? Because this is what has been told to me, right? And then it's, very complex.
Exactly. The flow of information or misinformation around the web is definitely concerning. I think platforms like, Peter and I were talking about this yesterday, platforms like Upwork and Fiverr can lead to hobbyists. I'm not saying anyone shouldn't have a side hustle. I'm not saying that anyone shouldn't try and enrich themselves, grow their portfolio, but it can destroy other people's portfolio quite quickly. And also the industry as a whole gets tarnished with a rep. So that plus, breadless, cookieless headlines mean that our industry looks bad and simple at the same time, and it's not a good way to look.
And there's just disrespect all around, right? Yeah. People problems. People problems. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Peter.
Yeah. Lots of things trying to think through here, which one to talk with, and the biggest one in a way, and I'll do a quick version. We can come to it later if you want to. Is just the lack of respect for digital analytics by businesses. The fact that we don't get more investment. In the tools and the people for what our potential impact on a business is. Because we actually do care passionately about improving the bottom line. We are chasing the dollars for the businesses in a lot of ways. And it's partly because it's hard to explain what the impact's going to be from the work we do. Compared to a paid search, you spend X, there's so much more traffic, you'll make this much more money. Compared to CRO, you run the experiments, you have the impact, you make more money. For our world, we make people work smarter. They make better decisions. And as a result, you'll get better results.
For all of those things.
Yeah. But pinpointing exactly what you're going to do in advance, or even after you've done it, to show that the impact that you had that could have happened without you, that better data quality, getting that simple view of things makes a massive impact. That's hard to hard to explain, hard to understand, and even harder to try and put a number against that. And as a result, we get what feels to me always at times, and I'm guessing trying to get the clients out as well, the least investment, which leads things being painful more than they should be.
You know, there's a side effect of that as well, in that there's no trust, respect to your words, no respect in terms of the expertise here doesn't get fully used and doesn't get fully exploited. Whether the client will think, I know the solution that I want, and I want you to implement the solution, but why? What are we actually trying to achieve here? And it can't be articulated. Quite often it's, I need such and such a tag. Well, okay, but what is that for? What are you going to use that for? I don't know. Awareness, reporting. And, okay, then it becomes a question, a challenge of having the courage to be unpopular and saying, no, that's actually not the right way to do that. Here's how you can achieve that with less risk, less investment required, and a better return at the end of the day. But because of the symptoms that you described, that prior discussion doesn't happen.
Yeah.
That's actually a point where we should be delighted. It comes out as frustration because no sounds so negative, but actually we should be saying, that's a really cool idea. How about we pivot on that? How about we use something like that? And I think that's a skill to be able to receive the request as it is, but then build on that and turn it into something actually that's going to deliver the right result.
Yeah, that's a real challenge though, because that all hinges on the request happening. I.e., and this happens world over, you're not the afterthought. You're not the thing that something gets published.
Yeah.
So for example, we had this a couple of weeks ago. One of our clients slacked us and said, we put a CRO tool live 2 weeks ago. Can you see if the data's working yet? Right. Well, it's not going to be because we haven't had a word that it's live. We have no idea that this thing exists right now. What do you expect us to do? So my point there is all of what Doug has said is true, except it hinges on you have to have a request, they have to know what the hell they're doing, and you have to have been informed in appropriate amount of time before anything goes live.
Yeah. So if I get to wear my bad cop hat and you get to wear your good cop hat,
go on, then
it kind of works. Yeah. It's a fascinating cabaret.
Well, I'm just telling them what to do. I'm kind of bad cop too.
Yeah. Have you ever been asked to prove ROI on an analytics? Like, if we do this analytics project, what's the ROI on it?
Trying to think. Directly being asked that, maybe a couple of times without, it's hard to think. Yeah. I had one example though, when I had someone come to work, it was actually a friend that I knew who was running a very successful business, online business, and they had, in my opinion, a bad website. And she eventually came in, like, we have a chat about this, have a look at it. And I had a quick sort of look at the data behind. I'm like, cool, there looks to be any issues here. I have to dive into it deeper. That's going to take some time to just really dive in, see what the potential issues are. Can I just get a 5K budget? And I'll dive in myself, and I'll spend a few days looking into it, and from that I'll be able to give recommendations where we could put some budget to improve things. And a question, fairly legitimate, going, but what am I going to get for that money? Where are you going to try and suggest a fix? Is it to do with the marketing? Is it to do with this part? But I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I haven't had a look at the data yet. Like, but what do you do then? Like, I look at everything. I don't look at one thing. That's the barrier for us. It's hard for us to explain what we're going to do until we've almost created the solution for it. And oh, now we're fixing this. But yeah, it's that challenge of explaining what we do because we cover so much as opposed to those, again, we do paid search. It's much simpler.
Well, it's like eating healthy versus lifting weights, right?
Yeah.
You know what you're going for with lifting weights, right? You're going to see a result here versus eating healthy, which helps your entire body, right? But you can't, it's just like, obviously it's much harder to see direct impact from that, but it helps everything else in your body.
I think that's a good analogy actually, because I'm thinking about okay, you can say what is the return on doing something, but what is the actual risk of not doing something? So if we're not eating healthily, if I'm just throwing cholesterol down my face every day, then the risk of that is going to be short lifespan, health problems, etc., that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But as far as clients are concerned, if they're not familiar with what we do with analytics, if we're going into something reasonably sophisticated, it looks indistinguishable from magic. It looks like we're doing all these different things. It looks like we're starting off by shaving a yak, and then 500 steps down the line, then you've got the ROI. But to explain why we're shaving the yak at the beginning, that's quite a challenge.
Yeah, that's one of the challenges we've found, isn't it? In terms of, I don't think Doug will mind me saying this. Doug is a very, very good technical man and understands a lot about what's going on.
How dare you say that?
Well, hold on. But
he's not finished complimenting you yet. More compliments, kind.
It's about to turn a corner, but I have been in meetings where clients have slightly disengaged or not sure what's happening, and you can see that they've lost confidence in themselves.
The will to live?
No, they've lost confidence in themselves.
That really annoys me when they just die.
That's the worst.
It's disappointing. I'm disappointed that you've chosen that route.
This exit was
spiteful.
Yeah. No, but they've lost understanding. They've lost the trust in themselves to sort of follow the thing through. And so one of the things I try and do is simplify it to the point of if I could talk to my nan about it. Could I talk to my grandma? Can I get there? So that's not something that necessarily pisses me off. Come back to the original question. But I guess one thing that, folding it a slightly different way, is a client wants a project and then immediately disengages.
Yeah.
And you're like, what the F were you thinking there when you came to us? So we had this a couple of years ago. I don't think you joined actually, Doug. And I went through, this is on me in some ways, but I went through a whole process, got the requirements, gathered everything, said, what are you trying to get out of this? I thought I had a pretty decent understanding of the whole thing. And then Pete's point around budget, I went to and I said, here's the contract, this is what it's going to cost. And she went, oh, back to my point about simplicity, she went, I haven't got any budget. I was like, wow, okay, and this was an 11 million revenue ARR company, Jim Brand in London. And I thought, I can see why I made that mistake, but I can't see how you made that mistake. So that's a frustration for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Throwing a couple more out there as well. One is the focus on the technical side, both from the client request in a way, just to the implementation work, and internally as well. The talks here as well, some like the technical part of it, as opposed to the simple things, the data storytelling and communication. What's more actually valuable? We get the balance wrong with that. I just want to get the sort of voice there. I can say like, part of it is it's the fact that we're still encountering the same issues. They haven't changed from when I first started my career, the little things and the problems. It's the exact same problems. They haven't evolved. We're still having to do those same discussions, the same claims for budget requirements, but we're evolving, but we're also not at the same time.
Yeah, it's that communication, right? So, which is
comes
always
down to it. Yeah. And I think AI is not going to solve this. That's actually going to make it worse in a lot of ways. I could say that to me, trying to improve sales on an e-commerce website, it's the same problems you're trying to, same issues you're trying to understand and solutions for it as the guy on the side of the road, his product on a carpet 2,000 years ago, and trying to sell that. It's like, are you in the right place? Do you have the right products? Is the pricing right? What's your communication like? Can you take the right money and help people pay properly or not? Those problems haven't changed. And if you can think in those terms rather than the technical aspect, are we tracking this correctly? Are we doing that? It's a different discussion point.
Yeah.
Could I offer you a controversial one?
Absolutely.
We may violently agree or agreeably disagree on this one, but I firmly believe Shopify is a fantastic e-commerce platform, but the checkout is incredibly hostile to any sort of measurement and analytics implementation.
Yeah, it is.
I think it's almost as if the difficulty of measurement has been designed in a way to potentially protect how performance is actually manifesting.
We've seen it, haven't we? For the last, 18 months, we probably haven't done more than 6 services, including Shopify. I mean, the others being consent mode, and we probably shouldn't even touch compliance in here.
I mean, that's going to be a big one.
Yeah. We are not a lawyer. This is not legal advice.
Yeah. And yet,
the frustration we can say here is that the people making the laws there don't understand the topic well enough and can put in place things that really work, and they're obviously heavily lobbied and influenced by people with big tech to do things in bad ways so it all falls apart. Some of these concepts of protecting people's privacy, it's so such a simple concept, it can be done so well, but everyone's trying to find the ways around it to make more money.
The only people who have made money out of the regulation, the GDPR and cookie banners,
Lawyers.
are the MFing lawyers.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
The ambulance chasers.
I have a slightly different one, and it's more about our community generally, which is we're so inward facing.
Yeah.
Pete, you've done some great things in bringing MeasureCamp together and allowing people to have, well, sessions like this one with therapy sessions that we talked about before. But
Generally
I think,
weeping as we run.
or bringing community solutions. But we're so inward facing that we do get hung up on tech, we get hung up on tools, we get hung up on our processes, and then I feel like people go away from these sessions and sort of try and shoehorn stuff back into organisations that were never built for that, or into their roles that then they end up with more of a role that actually stretches them too far. And I think there's just, I don't know how to describe it, but it feels very insular, a bit incestuous, because you see the same people doing the same talks at different places. And I don't know, don't get me wrong, I love the community, I think it's brilliant, but I feel like it's very cliquey in some ways.
Sure.
And I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing in some times, but I think it's difficult to then expand it. It becomes a bit, I was about to say oppressive, but it becomes a bit sort of intimidating for new people to join that community. Obviously, you've worked really hard to make that not happen. But
yeah, I'd say like our communities, I haven't experienced many other communities, so I can't really say for sure. But the impression I actually have is that our community is one of the better ones to join and be welcoming in. I was saying to someone last night that the original generation, digital analytics, the Jim Stern, Stefan Hamels, before your time.
Oh, before my time.
Actually.
BD.
Before pretty much. Did great things. Like they wrote their blog posts and gave the knowledge for free. They created tools that gave for free, created a community, created the events, and, well, charged because of the events, but did all that for free and gave it all away. And I think that the next generations took that on board and did the same thing, and it's carried on since that point. And that's where I'm hoping people who are newer to the community, they do feel the same welcoming sort of aspect, but also that way of working of you get the ideas and you give it away. You're not going, oh, I've got an idea from that today. I want to write down and give it to myself. It's like, hey, you talked yesterday, maybe think about this. What do you think? And it goes back and forth, and that's how we do. Great. So I hope that isn't the case, that people feel too intimidated by it.
I think what I meant more was that I think that's definitely true. I think the people themselves are not intimidating. I think what I meant is that sort of it's quite a technical area of marketing, right? So it's not as easy to just sort of jump in and dive in, because you don't know.
You need to learn the context,
And if you open the console for the first time.
All right, so a frustration from that. A couple of frustrations out there.
One is opening up. Go, Pete.
Let's go. Beat it to the ground. One's the fact there's still the lack of courses, how to become a digital analyst, how to think in the right ways, the university level courses there. I see people actually saying there used to be like one in the world that I knew about 5-10 years ago. Yeah. There's actually more in like Europe now. There's people teaching like it's like in Italy, in here, and in there, in Spain.
Is lecturing. University. Juliana lectures as well.
The Nordics there's a lot.
So I think it's getting better there. I'm not sure if there's still that specialist course in doing what we do to become trained up in that. That would be great to have. The other one I'm going to throw out there, a challenge for the two of you. Can you define the difference between a digital analyst and a data analyst? I think they're different.
I think one is a subset of the other.
I agree.
Okay, a digital analyst is part of the data analyst. The data analyst is much more. It's a much broader church where it doesn't necessarily involve advertising or marketing, say for example. So a data analyst could be working in healthcare, could be working on drug trials, for example.
So what makes digital analysts different then? Because to me, data analysts can't just do a digital analyst job.
I think it's the notion of being able to understand segmentation, what like new and returning users, the way that the ecosystem of digital data works, and how to apply that back to the data set they're working with.
I would add to that. I think that's a really good distinction. And you made me think there is a commercial aspect to the digital analyst, one that is business savvy as well as being technical and having a marketing hat. There are many hats to be worn.
No, it was one of the interesting parts trying to define a difference. We had data analysts, digital analysts working side by side to a degree. And you've got data analysts or financial analysts who have a very commercial savvy point on that. Yeah. But they wouldn't understand the marketing side of what we're talking about. So it couldn't be tool-based, like I use SQL or Python. Well, I don't personally, but still say, actually, I do as well. And
you can't even spell SQL, but
I struggle with it. So we struggle with that. I can't pronounce it correctly.
Acronym.
But yeah,
that could
it's
be a
trying to actually
frustration
explain where a data. And part of the frustration is, if you're a data analyst working in this field, what they need to learn to become more than data analysts, becoming a digital analyst, what the extra skills that they have to evolve to become that, it's a challenge, and why we're a special breed as well. To explain it there, it's one of the interesting discussions.
Isn't it every year someone produces the MarTech stack ecosystem kind of thing?
Yeah.
You see the evolution up to 2025, I think it was the last one. It's bewildering. That's intimidating.
That's one part, I guess. And to your point around skills, it's not necessarily a frustration. It's, I guess, how do you enter and how then do you evolve, and which direction do you take? Because you can take it in so many different directions now. Because you can be a consent person, you can be a tag management person, you can be a data visualization person just for digital analytics because you understand the ecosystem better. All of this is possible.
Well, guys, I feel like there's so many unturned stones that we didn't get to, but we only have a few minutes left, and I want to make sure that we were able to get our GERs out again. Now that we've had these discussions, I feel like, how are you feeling?
The anger's sort of coming up again here.
There we go. Wow.
Yeah, it's definitely got louder. Yeah,
louder and louder. How about you, Dan?
I think I'm a solid.
Okay, and Doug, are you still?
I'm like, yeah.
All right. Well,
I'm loving it.
Everyone, Peter O'Neill, Dan Truman, Doug Hall, thank you guys so much for coming on. And it wasn't as angry as I thought, but it was it was a great discussion. And until next time, I want to shout out my mom. I told her I would. I want to shout out my friend Lar. Thanks, Lar. And see you next time.
Thanks, Josh.
Thanks, Josh.
again with the TV of Superweek. Josh just left the stage. It was kind of interesting talk. With Josh, we really have a lot of fun. And now it's back, it's back to me. I have two incredible hosts, actually guests. I am the host. One is kind of person that has already attended different Superweek, but we have also a newbie of Superweek, so it will be really nice to see the different perspective. So I have Robert with me and Eva. I will ask you to present yourself. So Robert, please go first.
Hi, thank you, Polska, for having us here. I'm Robert Petkovic, coming from Croatia. This is my, 11th Superweek or 10th, can't remember. But this is not the only conference I attend through the year. And I think I'm a speaker at most conferences, so more speaker than an attendee, but I can have both perspectives and bring them to here. I do digital analytics. I'm a consultant, actually, for the past couple of years.
And you have your own business?
I have my own business. It's been running for 7 years, but I'm fully solo for the past year and a half.
Okay.
So just consultancy. You can live out of digital analytics, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. And you, Eva?
Okay, I'm Eva, and I am a data analyst. I've been working as data analyst for almost 15 years.
15, so, wow.
Yeah. Long time ago. And yeah, as you said, it's my first time here at Superweek, but I have attended other events. Mainly in Spain, because I'm from Spain, some measure camps and something like that. And yeah, I'm starting now a new little agency with my colleague Bryce Calvo. And also we have founded 5 years ago a non-profit community about data, Datola. And yeah, we actually organize an event in Spain around data, and yeah, we try to to live there, some knowledge, shared knowledge, these kind of things. That is really important, I think.
Okay, it's really nice. I didn't know that, so it's really nice you shared that. Today we are going to speak about conferences, how we feel about them, because I had different perspective in my life. I also want to discuss about it, if they are useful, if they are not, if we're just wasting money of our own businesses and so on. So maybe I will ask your point of view, Peter. Peter, yeah. Robert. I don't know, because you have their surname is
Petkovic.
Sorry, Robert.
I know, yeah.
Robert, what is your point of view about that? Do you think it's a waste of money? Do you think it's a gain of knowledge, a bit of both, or it depends?
No, it depends. That's actually the only answer possible here. Yeah, a bit of both. I have the short answer, which is yes. Okay, and I have a longer answer, which is some conferences you attend for networking. Some conferences you attend for gathering some knowledge. And there are few conferences that you attend that actually reshape the way you think of your work. And Superweek is such a conference. I mean, when I come to Superweek, I always have some idea on what I'm going to talk about, what are we going to talk about, and so on. It vanishes out in the first couple of hours of the first day. It's totally different topics. And by the end of day 5, I see that I have totally different perspective on my work for the next year. So when I'm driving back home, I usually think of, okay, how I'm going to approach my own work in the next year. And no matter how expensive this is, it pays off actually within the first month, because I get knowledge, experience, or as I said, reshaping the way you think of your work. And you can also, I don't know, ask David Vallejo or a couple of things that will save you 2 hours a day.
Yeah, it's also community networking.
Yeah.
And what about you, Eva? What do you think about that?
Yeah,
also being your first year, I think it's kind of...
I agree with Robin. Actually, I think for me, I always try to learn something. And there are a lot of great talks, and only yesterday I came yesterday, and I got a couple of ideas for clients. So it's great. But the most important thing for me in the events are the connections, the networking, the opportunity to be part of the environment, the atmosphere, all these kind of things is the most important for me.
Okay, so I also feel the same. I never thought that is losing your time unless you pick the really maybe commercial one, because those for me is a bit, it depends also on your objective. If you want to know new tools, maybe commercial is really good for you. But this kind of conference really broadened my spectrum, because also probably working also in the same environment can be kind of close. What do you feel about it? Like you're going solo, so maybe it's also difficult to get insights from others or to speak every day about solution. I don't know.
Yeah, we are actually a small market in Croatia and surrounding countries. You don't have the maybe I speak with several people on a daily or a weekly basis, and I don't know, I can always ring Fred Pike or Tim Wilson, who are on my messaging list. We can always talk about some things, but yeah, you don't get the chance to meet people and talk about what are you actually doing right now. What is interesting for me at Superweek is that no matter how young you are, old you are, senior, junior, or whatever, you're talking to your peers around, and you realize that every one of them are having the similar struggles, similar ideas as you are. They are not the all-stars and whatever. They are also thinking of not just imposter syndromes, but they are thinking of how to be better and so on. So it's always nice to talk to other people, because everybody is contributing to everybody through talks.
Yeah,
I think.
Everyone wants to learn more about how are you doing that. So maybe your solution can fit on my problem. So it's great. It's a really great opportunity. I think it's very important to go to conferences and events. Yeah.
Okay, and what do you expect when you go to a conference? What you would like to see at a conference? I heard about someone that made a list for organizer to know.
So the answer is, first depends on what kind of conference that is. Are you a speaker or you are just an attendee? Yeah, I attend a lot of conferences, but I usually speak there. And regarding that part, yeah, I do have prepared a list of like 30, 40 questions for conference organizers. So anytime somebody asks me, would you like to be at that conference, there's a list of questions. First, answer these questions. These questions are like, okay, what's the language I'm going to talk? Is it Croatian or English or whatever? What's the color set at the conference? Is it dark? Is it red? Because I know what to wear.
Yeah.
In such case, how big is the stage? Was the a lot of technical and not technical questions, because I want actually to teach the conference organizers that it is important to know many details so that we can perform better in front of the audience. We are performers. If you're a speaker, you are a performer at such events. So you know you want to give your best to the audience because they pay the ticket.
Yeah.
No matter that they are not paying us, but it's totally different thing. But one moment made me realize that my role in such conferences or whatever, when I was working at WPP group in an agency, I was at conferences and so on, and I had a call from CFO, so financial manager. She wants to talk to you. Okay. She was like, okay, Robert, I see that you are going to a lot of conferences. I was like, yes. Is that a problem? Tell me, are you a speaker or attendee at such conferences? I was like, well, I'm mostly a speaker. Come on. What's the problem? They didn't tell me that, because if you are attendee, that's one budget, educational budget. But if you are a speaker, that's a PR budget. Please go as PR as many conferences as you want. I was like, oh, finally somebody understands that it's two different perspectives.
That's really nice, this point of view, because I was not thinking about it, but also that can be, yes, if you just go at 100 conference, and maybe that can be really a weight on a business. You're, as I understood, you're building up your own agency, right? Yeah. And I think you're just two for the moment, or
yes.
So also participating at this kind of conference is kind of.
It's an effort, yeah.
Yeah, and why do you choose? Why did you choose to do that, actually?
Because we think it's, as I said before, we think it's really important to be connected and to be, here, for example, for Superweek, that it's an effort to come here from Spain.
Yeah.
So, but here they are the top minds in the industry. So it's a great opportunity to be here, to listen to talks for all these people, and for you. So it's like, wow, I can learn a lot about these guys, and yeah, it's an opportunity to bring all. I mean. Catch all those ideas, all these things, and say, okay, we can do that on our clients. So we think we can go back to Spain with a lot of things to apply on our own clients. So
you use it like as an update. You say those events that you go for learning, like
in this case,
yes.
As Robert said before, there are another conferences that maybe are more for commercial purpose or whatever. But in this case, it's for that. And I really believe on that kind of sharing knowledge, and actually my colleagues and I and others created a community that some time ago, because we believe on this the power of share the knowledge, some experiences maybe you did, and something that you can try, so you tried fix something and it was wrong, and this mistake is a lesson. And share this mistake is important for the others, because we can advance together. I think it's important that.
I don't know, maybe that's the thing for our industry. We all share knowledge for a couple of decades so far. And I was in Magic Camp London, and one guy from Serbia approached me and said, I'm new in this business. He's like a bit younger than me. He was in construction works for 2 decades and decided to change the perspective and so on. It's like, I can't believe this still. Are you all sharing knowledge like this on your conferences? Yes. What's the problem? No other industry is actually sharing the knowledge that way, because they all think that if I share my knowledge, you'll steal it from me and then you will take my clients and whatever. It's like, nope, we have enough work. Also, maybe we are not that, we don't have $1 million jobs or whatever. We have, so there are not that many thieves or corrupted people around in the industry. So if we are, I don't know, into road constructions or whatever, probably the situation will be different. But yeah, we love to share, because we will also get new knowledge. There's plenty of work for everyone. Why not sharing? Because you all can be better. We all can be actually better in that case. So great industry. Maybe we are in a bubble or not, but I feel great. I feel great about that.
It's a really great bubble. But I had a question that popped up in my mind. How do you choose a conference to go? Like in this specific case, so to improve your knowledge, to update yourself, and so on. Eva, if you want to start, and then Peter. Robert.
I think. For us, right now, there are two kind of conference, I think. One is to get this knowledge, like Superweek or Measure Camps, and other events around the industry, whatever. And the other ones are for maybe, as I said before, for commercial purpose, maybe where the attendees are not from the data industry, maybe products or something like that, and there you can show what you are doing, how you can help them, and it's an opportunity to get some clients for the company at the end. So for me, these are these two kinds of conferences.
I remember what a friend of mine, a colleague of mine, Dave Burst from London, actually told me once. I asked first which type of the audience is there. Are those my clients or not? Or what type is the e-commerce or whatever. The other one, who are other speakers? If I'm a speaker, who are the speakers? Because maybe I will come to some conference just because, I don't know, Tim Wilson is there or whatever. And just the third one is, okay, how much will you pay me? If I come. But definitely first, I'm trying to be, or I am a consultant. I'm trying to find or to pitch for the conferences that have my target audience, which is, I don't know, team managers, marketing team managers, and that kind of stuff. Or even anytime any student or organization or college asks me to come, I come for free. Definitely no discussions, I will come for free, because maybe one of them will someday be my colleague or will help the industry grow. So yeah, that's maybe the answer.
How do you suggest or give some tips to people that want to go to a conference to find the right one for them? Oh. Not speakers, attendees.
Attendees.
Wow, it's a difficult one.
Maybe, I don't know, follow speakers on their social media, find out what are they talking about, so that you can, I don't know, filter out. It's a difficult question for me from a small market, because we have MeasureCamp, and that's maybe it regarding digital analytics. Everything else is regarding PPC or e-commerce, where digital analytics is just one small part. But yeah, maybe follow like that.
For me, it's that, and also that what works for me as attendee is the recommendations.
Okay.
You know, if another person goes and he said, "Oh, it works. It's a good chance to learn," or whatever, or there is a very good atmosphere and you will enjoy it. That is a good point for me, because maybe, at least I don't know, but at least in Spain, there are some events that are always too much commercial. In all the talks, they want to sell you their services, their tools, whatever. And I think, for example, that in Superweek, I'm surprised, because that's not happening at all. You can talk about your tools, the company where you are working, whatever, because it's your experience and it's your life at the end. But there is not this commercial spam, you know, that it's always like buy me, yeah. And there is a discount and these kind of things. So for me, that is important too, because I don't know, it's like the essence of a good event for me.
Okay, a lot of questions blowing up in my mind. But just to sum up this, so the main two suggestion is to follow speakers that you like, or, for example, for me was, for a lot of my life was Simo Hava or Julius Frederovicius. I am not super sure to have pronounced it correctly. Or second one, talk to people in your business, or maybe if you just start up with your colleagues to see where they are going. And now how you can pitch that to your boss. Hey, like I'm a new one and junior, and I saw this conference, I want to go. Why? Why you need to go?
As I said, is it PR or educational? Yeah, it can be a problem. It's always nice to know as a junior, what's your educational budget? Because if it's 100 euros or 10,000 euros, it's different. Superweek can be tricky. I didn't go to one Superweek because my market or financial officers couldn't figure out whether that's budget for this year or for the previous year, because we are buying tickets at September or October. They couldn't, there was a young agency, they couldn't figure out which budget, and at the end of the day, I didn't come to Superweek, which is so frustrating. So yeah, figure out what's your budget, and then, I don't know, see how you pitch to your boss. I think I will learn new things about server-side tracking or whatever, or maybe I'll pick up a few things. Oh, I'll see David Bajeyo, and I'll ask him how to do this and this with his tool. Maybe, I don't know, something like that, regarding Superweek. Other conferences, MeasureCamp is another thing. I think everyone who is young in this industry should attend at least one MeasureCamp a year. Shouldn't be the closest, but yeah, okay, at least one MeasureCamp, and especially present, so that can learn a lot of hands-on practical things. And if you're presenting at such conference at MeasureCamp, you can get a lot of feedback on your work. That's the good thing in presenting at MeasureCamp. No matter how junior you are, I encourage all the juniors to present at MeasureCamp, not us olders, to feel where you are, how good you are at what you're doing, to get a lot of feedback on that. That's it. And I don't know, then prove yourself once you go back from the conference, prove that you are faster, better, more quality. That way you will probably get more educational budget for the next year. Hopefully.
For you, I think you agree a lot with him, but you have your idea.
Yeah, about your question, it's difficult to go to your boss and say, okay, I need this budget for a travel, and and from my point of view, there are two main costs: the economical cost and also the personal cost. For example, in my case, I am a mother of 2 kids, so it's hard for me to be here for a week. There is a lot of things to manage at home.
Yeah, of course.
So, but I think you have to get all the pros and all the cons and say, okay, it works again, because I think that all the things that you can get from these conferences will help you in your daily work before that point. So I really recommend to go to all the events that you can. And for the juniors, as he said, I really recommend the Mentorship camp for sure, because it's free. Maybe it's not easy to get a ticket. You have to be there, updating the page. But it really works, and it's a good place to put you in front of people and said, okay, I can share this and see how you feel that, if you like it or maybe you hate it and never do it again. This kind of thing is because there are very good vibes and people help you, and it's a good place to do that. Yeah.
And by the way, if you're a junior, you can be a volunteer at Measure Camp.
Yeah, good, Joy. Good point. That can be an option. So Measure Camps are on Saturday. I really thanks Robert and Eva to be here with me. We need to close and pass the ball to the next guests and hosts. It was really nice. Thanks a lot. Please follow the next interviews. Just to wrap up, conferences are important. Pitch them to your boss because some of them are free. And as soon as you reach a really good level, come to Superweek because you really learn a lot, and then you can improve your job as well. So see you next time.
Welcome back to Superweek TV. It is one of your hosts, Josh Silverbauer, and I am very excited about this talk. Oh my goodness, it is. I've been excited to talk to this man since I saw him at Measure Summit last year. And before, we'll talk. Let me introduce you first. All right.
Let's do that.
This is Russell, and I got it wrong each time I said it, so I'm going to say it wrong, and then you can correct me. McCarthy.
McCarthy, but yes.
Yeah, that was good.
Close enough.
I did pretty good. But yes, I was one of the hosts of Measure Summit, and I wrote the song. And so when I wrote the song, the title on the website had a very different title than what you ended up speaking about at Measure Summit, and it was nice and watered down. And then I saw the actual title, and I was like, yes. Right.
There was a reason why, because
Yeah.
it had a lot of expletives.
Yes, and so today we are going to be talking about how to unfuck your data. And I just said the first one.
You did.
I feel so liberated. This is the first time I've been on live TV and haven't been bleeped. Yeah, but anyway, so before we dive in, what is obviously we know what, unfucking the data kind of means, but tell us a little bit about, what does that even mean? What approach are you taking to that?
Yeah, I think the challenges we've had over the years is we started 10, 15 years ago with the challenge was to get data in the first place. And especially in the sort of last 5, 10 years, that's significantly less of a challenge. We have the likes of Data DDO and Fivetran that can stream data in from many different sources. Accessing APIs is less of an issue. And then you have from a marketing perspective, you have a lot of your web analytics stream into a database. So actually ingesting the data has become a lot easier. The problem being is that all of those disparate data sources have different schemas. They have different granularities that you have to deal with. And so the next challenge that we are constantly facing is can we trust what we're getting from those platforms? And not just from a trust in the sense of are they telling us the right number, but also is it consistently right or consistently wrong? Because both of those are okay. Mm-hmm. It's when it's inconsistent that we have a problem. But then also, if anything, it's applying the logic of the business over that data set that means that it's so hard to actually follow through and say, I can add that and that together and we come out with 100%. And so if we unpick all of that, there are decisions that happen across all of that flow before we even get to a number that we can then do any analysis on.
Yep.
And that's kind of what we were talking about at I do it one talk a year. So I wrote one and I did it at Measure Summit. I also did it at Superweek last year.
You're saying that you can't talk after this talk today?
No, for 2026, I have a talk for 26.
Okay.
And the unfucking was my 25 talk. But my talk I did yesterday at Superweek was about 100% of data. So it's a very similar topic of it was the natural next step in this journey from a conversation perspective was how do we unpick, let's use that for a second, unpick that data set that we have. And 2026 talk is if I have all of that data, what can you do and where can you take that especially with businesses who are further forward in their thinking, not necessarily in their data stack, but in the way that they want to approach things.
So in terms of kind of the setup approach to a scenario like that, do you think that it's less a lot of talks that you will see are determine the why before you determine the what, right? Or figure out what you're measuring before you start sending data in, right? And that I feel like that's a relatively popular approach to data, just the working in data architecture. Would you say that you kind of are why don't we just send in a whole bunch of stuff and then we'll figure it out later because we have so much, then we'll have You know, because there's tools that's the approach, right?
Yeah.
There's tools that
they're greedy.
They're greedy, and they're like, let's track everything, and then you'll figure it out, and then it'll be there, right? Because you know something like GA4 or what, you know, those traditionally you have to be like, I'm very intentional about what I want to send in because it doesn't capture everything. So, what's kind of your approach on that?
So the way I would separate this out is. Streaming data is the first thing you need to go after, because anything where we go into an API and we go and pull data, you typically can go and get historic data. And so therefore it's like, if we can always get all historic data, then we can wait some time before we have to go and address that problem. Yeah. The only caveat to that would be systems like Google, what they call it now, I've only got Webmaster Tools in my head, Search Console, Google Search Console, where you have a limited block of 18 months that you can go and get from their API, so you probably want to go and get that day one. But it's a static schema, so you can kind of just plug and play that. When it comes to the streaming data, I think we do need to be careful about going and getting too much. And it's not because there's a problem with having too much data, but there is a privacy and data security concern that you should have, even in the US or in Asia, where the rules aren't as focused around sort of privacy as GDPR, etc. is. But what you want to do is have that two-sided approach. So what we tend to do at Ringside is we onboard the streaming data with our base data set, where we capture what we know we're going to capture, and then we will ask those why questions. What's your challenge? Because it's not necessarily like that is the common thing, is like find out your why, right? But the thing I try to do is, what are the challenges you're facing now? And then if you solved all of those, what's your next one?
Right.
And what we want to do is make sure that we don't end up 9 months down the line not having the ability to have 6 months of historic data to answer their next challenge. Yeah. And so that's the sort of trying to not be too greedy, but also ascertain where the future is going to be, because all of their current challenges, one would hope we resolve within a 6-month period, right? And getting to that straight away is where we try to focus things.
So what are like, so, you know, when you're thinking about kind of the anticipation of like, you know, what they will need, you know, like you're kind of almost like, it's almost like a psychology where you're like looking into the business and being a fortune teller for like, what do I think this business will actually care about if they had the ability to track whatever, you know? So like, what's kind of the approach to that? Is it stakeholder interviews? Is it like, you know, kind of understanding how, you know, the business could scale beyond where it is now? What are those kind of approaches?
Yeah, I think this is where experience really comes into play. So like in the e-commerce space, they might have the questions at the moment might be about attribution, right? And I tend to end up in a lot of those conversations. But once you solve the initial, okay, we've got to a point where you better understand how those journeys are working, we then start to say, well, you're probably going to want to talk about customer segmentation, do some recency, frequency, and monetary modeling. When we'll then start to talk to you about lifetime value, we'll then start to play that back into your media activity. And that's probably 2 years worth of thinking if we're starting attribution. If they're already at lifetime value, we're going to start talking about, well, what other data sets do you want to play in? Because you're already quite advanced in your thinking and the ways of working. And in the B2B space, it can be, we can't connect our call center calls to our web journeys. And you're like, cool, well, we can do that, but that's just an onboarding question more than it is all of the follow-up type of insights that you can get from that. And then it's like, well, does that mean that your whole sales journey, you don't know where you can connect revenue to calls? And then it's like, well, if all of that's disconnected, you don't see the possible in the future that you'll be able to say, I spend this much revenue on my paid search ads, they call us, and then we make this money. They can't consider that they'll be able to ask questions around this.
Yeah, and I mean, that's that like data maturity, right? Yeah. It's like, you know, the first line, and we literally working with a client right now that is exactly that, where it's a little bit more complicated, but basically it's, you know, they didn't even realize they could track calls, and they go, wow, we can track calls, okay? Layer one, right?
Yep.
50 questions.
50 questions, right. Okay, what are called the quality, right? And then that leads down to, oh, we didn't know that we could like create kind of quality in, and tie it back to calls, right? We just thought we could just track calls now. And it's like, no, you can actually like use transcripts to like determine what the quality of the call is. And wow, okay, drill that down. Okay, then how do we connect that downstream to actual sales, right? And then what they have, in place right now is their salespeople are the ones who put in the sale, right? So then we have to figure out how do we send the information from platform to the end.
And it's all people problems that will screw over the whole journey, because systems are systems. The people who use them are the ones who mess up data. And it's like, we've got many B2B clients where the main issue is that it will get to a certain point in the journey and then someone will go, I'm just going to create a new record, and then that person converts very quickly. And you're like, we lose that connection between the months of historic data that we've got, and then suddenly there's a new sale that happened within one day. And you're like, when you eventually can, and it's quite a manual process quite a lot of the time, the business will connect those two things together. Suddenly you've got this super enriched data set. And then the question is, how many times has someone done this? And then it's culture change, and it's the reason why it's very hard to get that moving is unless people know the types of questions you can ask and answer at the end, once you've got all of this connected, the prioritization of the business is always right at the start of that journey. And when we're working with the president of this company where she's like, you tell me what we should be doing, and we'll work backwards from there. So it's like, I will get the retail teams to change their behavior so we capture more email addresses at the checkout because you've told me what we can do once we've got that connected to the digital data. So previously, it wasn't a high priority because they see how much revenue they make in their retail stores and they see how much they make online, and it's going up, and it's been going up for 10 years. Right. So they're fine. But then it's like, if you are able to see single customer journeys of online and offline, we can change the UX on the website. We can actually increase the likelihood of customers purchasing high revenue products because we can do research online, purchase offline. We can start to incentivize people in the stores. And once you start going through all of those sort of scenarios that are enabled by connecting all of that data together, suddenly things get prioritized.
Yeah. Where do you see, like, I mean, there's obviously a ton of value in terms of like getting stakeholders to understand that these things are possible, right? And they, it blows their mind, and then they say, let's do it, but then it's complex too, and it's technical too. And so sometimes where I've seen breakdown is, oh, you told me this could happen, why isn't it done tomorrow? Or you told me this could happen, how come, it's costing so much? Or, and so how do you see like the communication around, these are valuable, these are amazing data things that you can do, but they're not cheap, they're not easy, they're becoming easier as technology is getting better, but it's still, complex setup situation. So, how do you kind of manage that expectation?
Very difficult to do that. I think part of this is the value of the relationship building with the client that a lot of people don't get right. And that's where it breaks down a lot. And I think that a big part of it is how you sell the output to start with. And then you have to manage the expectations from that point of going, this isn't easy. Here are all of the moving pieces. There are going to be cost elements. Here's some ballpark numbers. But a big part of this is also getting the right stakeholder to sell it to. Because no matter, like, I've worked with some terrible clients over the last 20 years. Even if they were excited about something, they weren't going to be the champion internally. They weren't the right person. They weren't necessarily in the right role, or they didn't understand what they could be doing in their role. And then you skip forward to the same type of role in a very similar organization, but if you've got the right person, that person will be able to champion this, will be able to go and sell that budget to the board because they understand the bigger picture. And I think this is the thing that I see a lot, is that
you can work with someone and they have no idea how the tech works, and that is perfectly okay, because what they're very good at is speaking in a board meeting, in getting trust from the other people in the organization. And those skills you can't really put on a CV, but people, if they get in the right role, they then become that internal champion, not necessarily for like Ringside in our case, but like any agency or things like that. That what you just want is them to understand and believe in what you're saying, and you need to build that trust with them.
Right.
So it's a WhatsApp message. It's not put a project document together. I need you to put all the pricing in 6 months in advance before you even know it. It's okay, well, I can take this to the board and get a very large budget signed off, and we might not spend it all. But the board have built the trust around that individual, and that's why I love working with those people directly, because they're the ones who are going to be able to take this even further and do the really cool shit that we're trying to do.
Yeah, it's interesting, because I think some of the times when things don't end up moving is because somebody is more technical in the role and they feel like it's a threat to what they've already set up, right? And so they don't push it through as much because they feel like they should have been pushing it through. And then they will, potentially bring it to, the board, and they will, they'll have a leader that says, why aren't you doing this already? Well,
I can build it myself. We hear all the time.
Build it myself, right? Yeah.
I know Fivetran exists.
Right.
You're like, but do you have 3 weeks to unpick your terrible data set and put it back together again at the level that you need, and then actually productize it?
Yeah.
Because the challenge isn't building a dashboard or getting a number. That's not the challenge. It is a challenge, but it's not the challenge we're trying to solve. We're trying to enact change.
Yeah.
And the people who don't get it, as you said, are typically the more technically savvy ones.
Yeah.
Isn't always the case, because there's some fantastically, there's unicorns out there that are both ends of that spectrum, but those people who think, I can build it because I know technology exists, and it's only going to get worse with AI, because they're like, well, I'll just go and chat to Claude, and Claude will tell me what to do. And you're like, Claude hasn't worked with that company where it feels like their system was built in MS Access in 2006.
Yeah, I mean, it's a business self-awareness problem, right? Where a good business, just like a good person, right, has the self-awareness to say, I always need help changing, right? I can't just do it myself. And going to an LLM and saying, it's still you trying to fix your own problems, right? And there are resources, there are groups, there, just like there would be with, a person who decides they want to go to therapy, or they decide that they want to, go to a gym to exercise. Like, there's these institutions, these things in place to help you change. And that's what, outsourcing, bringing in agencies, bringing in people, but they have to be like, I want that outside voice to help me make my business better, right?
Very much so.
And it's hard. I mean, sometimes people don't have that self-awareness, that business self-awareness to want change, right? They say they do, but then once you start working with them, you can see very quickly that no, they want you to reinforce that they are doing things the right way,
Yep.
That's
and the LLM point you were making as well. I think that the current status, and this is subject to change in 3 to 6 months, but the current status with that is, it is increasing the time for you to get to an answer, because it will do the research for you. You used to have to go and look on Stack Overflow and search and find something, and it will surface that incredibly quickly for you. But it's not upskilled you. It's just found the one answer quicker. And even when it may give you sort of a +1 in your skill set by just taking you over that journey of writing all this code for you, or improving your English on this, like, a big part of it is only taking you a little bit better than what you currently are, because you're doing the prompt in the first place. You're limiting the scope of what it's doing. And if you let it go too far, there's so much risk that people don't realize. Is like, I've had it return code saying that the date was completely wrong. And unless you understand what it's returning, you would just go, yep, cool, done, into production. And that's where we're seeing all of the slop, but from a coding perspective as well.
Yeah, I think like where it becomes dangerous is when, when you're an expert and you're using it as a rubber ducky, right? It's like, then it's a great thing, right? Where you're getting information back and it's unlocking different parts of your existing brain. But when you start using it for things that you have no freaking idea about, and you're using it and you're like, great, this is what it says, so this is what it is, then it leads to the same problems as you would if you were going to start to try to find an answer on the web and you have no idea with it, you know? And so you end up in this place where you're making more problems for yourself before you could actually go and, you know, and it's usually bigger problems, right? It's building a house with no foundation, right? And
it looks pretty.
Yeah, it looks very pretty, but you walk inside and it all comes crumbling down on you, you know, and that's a lot of time and investment that you're using in building this pretty house, you know? And, you know, I mean, who doesn't want to live in a pretty house, though?
Exactly.
It's so beautiful. But yeah, no, you're going to be living in that for 2 seconds before it falls over.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, from untangling this data, now you have 100% of that data, and you now have these opportunities, you know, where, like, I think it's funny to say I have 100% of data because as a person and as a business, you are constantly changing, right? So I guess the 100% right now becomes kind of like, you know, 80%, 70%, 60% as time goes on and your business changes. So it is kind of like, when would you reevaluate kind of like, okay, we have what we need right now. Let's look at, you know, what this is going to mean in 6 months or 10, you know, a year.
Yeah, I think you've hit exactly the point of the title of my talk, because it's a mindset more than a specificity, right? So the reason I called it 100% data is it's so whenever there is a change in the organization, people are thinking, what do I need to get now to give to us? So I got an email last night. They're going to run a new DM campaign with a new DM supplier. I want to have all of the data of what customer ID, not their name, obviously, PII, but the customer ID they're being sent, what the campaign name is, any QR codes need to be having the correct tagging on it. And what that is enabler is actually changing the culture internally so they know that they have to do that to start, because then they can go and get more budget next year for DM. They can actually understand customer journeys better. They can start telling better stories because they have that mindset going in, is that I should be giving 100% of that data and making sure that's available to multiple people in the organization to show my worth. And it's to change that culture of where the business goes, okay, we've put a payment provider, the same payment provider we use online is now in all of our stores. So the payment provider who processes all of that in a very legal and safe way, can pass us back tokens where someone who uses the same card online has used the same card in store, and we go from this match rate of sort of 15 to 20% of people giving their email address at the POS to 90% match rate of people who are using the same cards online. And then that's a whole wealth of information where we're able to join those users together, which we weren't in the past.
Yeah.
And it's that mindset shift in the organization is, okay, well, in everything that I'm doing at the moment, am I going to be able to show the impact of that change? It flips that script of like, oh, I need to look at last week's weekly report, finding something is missing, and then not being able to look at that performance going forward because you've not thought about it to start with.
And we all know changing cultures is hard to do in organizations. But, you know, if you can do it, it is an incredibly amazing thing. It can help unfuck the data. And it was an amazing conversation with you, Russell. Thank you so much for your brain and your insights. Very, very cool. And we'll see you next session on Superweek TV. Welcome back to Superweek TV. I'm sure you're sick of seeing me by now, but I'm going to take a little break after this. I'm Josh Silverbauer, and we have another amazing guest here. Very excited about this conversation. I have Matteo Zambon.
Oh, thank you. Hi, everybody. Hi, Josh.
Hi. Matteo, your business is Tag Manager Italia, right?
Yeah, this is the name of my company.
Your company.
But we do data strategy, so probably the name will be changed because we don't just...
You don't just do Tag Manager.
Tag Manager.
And actually, we're not going to be talking about Tag Manager at all today, right? Matteo and I share a very special group, and we're going to be talking a little bit about that group. We are both in the Microsoft Clarity Ambassadors program, which, has been a very interesting journey. Like, I got started, working with Microsoft Clarity about almost 2.5 years ago now at Measure Summit. I did a talk about Clarity.
Yeah, absolutely.
2.5, yeah.
The funny fact is I know Microsoft Clarity since the first beta release. It was in December 2018.
Wow.
And I present in one of my Italian talk because I talk about the CRO. And so Microsoft Clarity, the day before the event, released this new project, these new services. And so I talk about the Clarity since December 2018.
And it was a very different platform back then.
Absolutely.
What was Clarity like back then? Do you remember? It was like...
Yeah, it was really interesting because the approach was with the session recording, the heat maps, but they integrated some things about A/B test.
Okay.
But they could some feature.
And I heard like back then, a lot of people had complaints with Clarity because it was like slower and it caused some like speed issues and it was a little clunkier. And then about 3 years ago, they did the rebrand and they really set up. And one of the things that I really like about that team is that it's like a really startup,
They push a lot. They push every single month. They push another idea, another feature, another improvement, another connection with the other services. So it's increasing how in the last months they completely increased the number of the services, the feature. And I talk in this event, Superweek, with some new features about AI citation, AI visibility.
And so what are those new features? I know we saw them in the ambassadors program, but tell the listeners a little bit about like what's kind of coming out with Clarity.
Yeah, the thing is, Clarity is, as you probably know, is a software that you can handle the heat map, the session recording in a legal way, because there is something similar with the consent mode. So you can grab some information in an anonymous way for the heat map, not for the session recording, but for the heat map, yes. And so the amazing thing is Microsoft has the Copilot services, and the Copilot is integrated directly in these services, so you can just to ask with Copilot, hey, summarize this session recording, and so it's an amazing insight that you can find in this. But the crazy thing is about the AI visibility and the bot is that the last release they released 2 weeks ago, probably 10 days ago, and the thing is. The traffic on your website is not just by human, as you know, is by bot, but there are 3 types of bot. There is the good bot, there is the malicious bot, this bad bot.
Get out of there.
Yeah, go away. And there is the new categories, the degree bot, and actually there is the AI. Bot. So the AI agentic, but the AI crawling on your website or directly in a specific file. So the thing is, Clarity is in technical ways a JavaScript. So in JavaScript services. So is run by the client side. So it's the browser that activated the Clarity. And the thing is, if that JavaScript doesn't activated by the user, by the browser, or by whatever going to the website. The Clarity missed that information. Clarity has GA, as whatever other advertising pixel. And the thing is, Microsoft Clarity understand this and thinking, oh, what about to look outside the client world and go to the server-side world. In the server-side, we have the logs. So Clarity go to a partnership with the CDN, like Cloudflare, like other CDN. And so with this CDN, Clarity can grab the information about the log, and so can understand what is the crawler, the AI activity that requests some files directly with the server, and put together the information in the same dashboard. And so the thing is, now you can have the information that the Google Analytics or the other tools don't have.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing thing.
It's been very interesting seeing how they've developed, because they're very, Clarity is very community oriented, right? Like they come to me, they say, can I get your opinion on like what people will care about, what they don't care about, And because they're doing that, they're able to pull in these things that like kind of other tools aren't really doing, right?
Yes,
which is really cool. And I've seen them scrap projects that they're working on because we have said, who cares about that, right? And they're like, oh, okay, they don't care about that, right? Which I think is a nice approach for the community. But it's also really interesting, like kind of seeing these different dashboards pop up, or these different tabs pop up, because you're kind of like, okay, you're doing that now, and now it's a tab, and then here's a tab. So it'll be interesting to see as they grow and as they develop out further, how they kind of integrate it into a system that feels cohesive.
Absolutely. They integrated the other services like Google Ads, Microsoft Ads, and there are a lot of integration. The thing is, they put that data directly in a specific dashboard in Microsoft Clarity, and try to join that type of data with the Clarity data. So if you, for example, connect directly the Google Ads campaign, Clarity can understand that session recording is by that specific campaign ads. And so you can go to the deep with the heat map for that specific segment, and with the session recording also. So it's the great approach for in my opinion. I remember in the first release, they have not the same way. They connect the data and try to aggregate the data in a different way with some custom dimension and something. And it doesn't work because probably there are too much technical step to do to connect that data. But now is completely easily way. So
smart events, and I mean they really spend a lot of time on like trying to make it very for the simple user. One thing that I definitely would like to see is kind of like a broader API where we can grab that data and do whatever we want with it, but it's kind of like a little bit hidden right now. But I'm sure as if they go the community oriented route, I think that's an area that they can that we're saying, do this, help us, give us an API, push this data into something.
Create the MCP server. They released the MCP server after some requests.
Definitely. So in terms of all the features, so we have the AI visibility, which they're working on, or they just released. And then we saw very recently they. In a couple versions back, they had the campaign releases as well, and then we had smart events and funnels and all this stuff. So they're just kind of like packing that in. But one of my favorite features, and one of the reasons that I like them the most, like their attitude the most, is the slang, man.
Yeah,
the slang. And it's because the Copilot, because it's like, I feel like there's not enough fun that happens, you know, and like it was such like a pointless investment other than like let's just have fun, and I enjoy that kind of stuff, you know. So where do you hope kind of the tool kind of goes from here? Like, is there specific places that, you know, you think that, you know, Clarity can kind of improve upon?
For me, Clarity is the complementarity analytics tool. If you do analytics. So if you use GA, Google Analytics, or whatever other tools, the Microsoft Clarity give you the another type of data. So it's a completely complementarity with the other. So in my opinion, for my clients, I always use Clarity as the other tools. And if you are technical enough, you can create some custom parameters in Clarity and create more join data with the other analytics tool. And so you can create some new segmentation in Clarity, or you can export the data through the API. There are some limitations at the moment in the API, but it's a great opportunity to aggregate the information and have a new vision of the data.
Yeah, I think like one of the most valuable things is to take that Clarity data or even like the session recording that a certain user had, right? An anonymous user had, and then push that downstream to something else that you can visualize, you know, or like understand further down the funnel. You know, obviously compliance and making sure that everything is you know, consent based. But yeah, you can really like, if you wanted to, send, you know, the Clarity session URL down to, you know, when a form is submitted into the, you know, CRM, like Salesforce or something, and then, you know, you have kind of that session that led to that form submit, right? Which, you know, if that person turns into a large sale, you know, you have kind of that pathway to analysis there. But you know, I think, you know, sending custom dimensions in was always really valuable, and like blending it too with one of the things that like I really enjoyed doing when I was first getting my feet wet in Clarity, and I still do it, but is like when you're using an A/B testing software, sending the unique variation down to Clarity, and then you could have your heat maps right there because they have the compare feature, you know?
Absolutely. You can summarize the session recording with the A test and the B test. So it's a pretty amazing tool, and the insane part of it is completely free.
Yeah, I know. It's funny. It's like it's one of those. It's like I would call Clarity kind of like the bass guitar of analytics software, where like bass guitar is like if you just think about like playing bass guitar, it's very easy to like just pick up. Right, because there's 4 notes, and like you really just play, like you can play just really simple things and get like it fits into the song, right? But it's to master bass guitar is very, very difficult because the complexity just becomes really, really, you know, like you can do a lot with the different notes, right? And so it's like I would say it's probably the easiest to get in there and just like understand the key concepts of what it does, but then once you customize it more and send custom information in, you know, you can client IDs, you know, unique IDs, right? Like whatever you want.
Whatever ID.
Whatever ID, yeah. You know, you can get very powerful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you find yourself, you know, doing mostly your own analysis with it, or are you using Copilot to summarize things?
We use both. It's dependent by the task, by the analysis. We use Clarity for our case study in our event. We have an event in Italy. The name is GA Summit, but it's not for Google Analytics. It's for a governance analytics summit. And we use a case history where thanks to Clarity, the clients, it was a luxury fashion clients, know why the US market has some problem with a specific product, analyzing the session recording and the funnel path directly with Clarity. So it's an amazing opportunity to go inside with the other type of data that analytics services that doesn't have. So it's a great opportunity. So my best advice is try it.
Yeah.
And put yourself in the dashboard and try to analyze that type of data, because
when you approach the tools that are in there, do you find yourself going to certain like AI visibility is its own thing, right? That is obviously very new and a new core feature that is you don't really find anywhere else. But there's always been some controversy around session recordings, right? Because of I have to go through this one-on-one, and then with Copilot, you kind of get into I can summarize these, but even in that, you're how am I finding trends with the, is this truly trends, or is this still not enough data to really truly say that this is happening, right? Yeah. And it can give you friction analysis pretty quickly, but just to understand where user drop off and stuff. Do you find yourself using one part of it more because you feel it's more it more fits kind of how you approach analytics, or?
Yeah. The thing is, probably as you know, you can prioritize. You can, add more priority. Add more priority.
Yeah, you did great.
To the recording through by parameter, by settings the event. And the thing is, my approach is linear. So with the summarize, I can understand what is the main problem, the main friction, and then I try to go deep through the parameters, and so can help me to identify more insight on the recorded session. So I use a lot of custom parameters. The problem, in my opinion, at the moment, the
room for
possibility to improve the clarity. There is no problem in clarity, just to improve. Is the parameter as only a session scope.
Yep.
So if I need to, I don't know, a event scope, is a little problem. So if I need to understand the single product page, what happened, and the user go to a different product page, and I put some custom parameter, it's a problem.
Yeah.
So there is some trips, but there is no. It's not think to go in this way. So there are something that can be more useful, but it's free. So
I know. I mean, do you see kind of there's always been this what is your stack, right? What is the stack that you use? And then some businesses try to put all that stack into one, and then some businesses you're kind of okay, I'm going to do this. And then you have this complementary tool to other tools that you're using, right? Do you think tools now need to have everything, or are they just...
No, absolutely. I'm really... my approach is really to focus. Tag manager, just a management tag. Analytics tool, those analytics tool. CRO tool, session recording tool, it maps, focus on it. So I don't trust in enterprise tool that do everything. It means that specific feature probably is not the top on the market. So probably it's like the last competitor of more clarity was Hotjar.
Yep.
Yeah, Hotjar when go to the market completely destroy the mouse click and then the other heat map because it was completely tire free with a lot of number of events, credits and so completely kill some competitors. And now Microsoft do the same. So the thing, in my opinion, is focus on it. So I have the stack. Of course, I have what's the name? The word is I'm in Google.
DIY or
no, I'm a bias. Bias because I'm a Google man. So my company is just in Google Stack. So for me, the tools are GTM, Google Analytics, and Looker Studio, BigQuery, Google Cloud, and all the Google Stack. But Microsoft Clarity, in my opinion, is the perfect services to be the complementarity analytics tool for the data. So in my opinion, is if you ask me, this is for me is the best. It's the best stack.
It is very, very helpful. I mean, I category coordinator between analytics and CRO, right? Yeah. And with conversion rate optimization, you're always looking for friction, right? What are users doing? Like, what are they, where are they getting stuck? And that's something that is, you can get some of that from Google Analytics, but it's much easier to kind of just see where users are getting stuck, right? And having that kind of, eye into, is there buttons on the page or is there things on the page that people think are buttons? Where are they getting mad? Where are they angry right now? Where do they want to punch your website? And I just there's a lot of value into just really visually seeing, and that's something that I feel like it's sometimes really hard for analytics companies and businesses and softwares to make things visually coherent, And so that's why kind of the heat maps and the session recordings and
works.
It works. I mean, it's so much easier. We used to make, dashboards in Looker Studio that I would literally put the page on the Looker Studio and say, here's 10 clicks that were here, just so that people could have a visualization of what's actually happening on their website. And that's something that having good heat maps and, having, the ability to actually look at sessions, you just don't want to get caught up on the single user, which is something's hard to do with, you see one user having a bad experience and you're like, this must be everybody, so.
Absolutely.
Well, Matteo, thank you.
The last thing, I don't know if I have a new time, but I want to talk about a new release feature about the AI. It was the brand agents. The Clarity and Copilot, they build this amazing thing. Actually, is at the moment is in beta release with a waiting list. And the thing is, you can have an AI conversional. With the backend data is just available on Shopify at the moment. But imagine that with this AI conversional based on Copilot, have the all backend data of Shopify and the session navigation of the user through the Clarity.
Wow.
And this brand agent can the purpose of this agent, of course, the AI conversion is to push on the sales.
People into the funnel, right? Yeah, they say, I want this, and then boom.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you, Matteo, for joining us on the show, and come check out. You can also be a Microsoft Clarity ambassador too. So just talk to us. All right. Well,
by LinkedIn.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Bye, Superweek TV. We'll see you soon.
and welcome to Superweek TV 2026. My name is Joma, your host for the next 20 odd minutes. This is my first session for the year, so it's great to be talking about something really near and dear and close to my heart, and that's a professional community in marketing analytics. And with me I have Serge from Stape, and I also have Frederick Werner from Feldem, and Steen Rasmussen, the recently independent soul floating around making...
The Steen from Steen.
Steen from Steen, Steen.fyi, basically, yeah. And today we're talking about the role of community, particularly in our industry where we have changes that are happening quite a lot now. For you, Serge, at Stape, you've got a really great approach from a vendor's point of view. And for you, Frederick, you've also got from a vendor's point of view with what you've been doing with Adobe and the user group for the last many years, now also working with an agency. And Steen, yourself, also from the agency background, but really finding the value in community through things like Web Analytics Wednesday and Superweek today, and Measure Camps as well. So let me start off with yourself, Serge. Tell us a bit about what does community mean for Stape, because it's not just about selling, is it?
Yeah, for sure. So community is probably like the main pillar of Stape, because when we just started, we just figured out that it will be the best way to, bring more exposure to the product and at the same time raise and solve some important questions. So we started with developing our own community blog, and now it's like one of the most successful blog in the industry. Like a lot of people use it as a benchmark when they're trying to set up the server-side tracking in the right way. So this is where we started, and like back in 2000, like not that long ago, like 3 years ago, we decided that we should try and go to some events, and we were like super fortunate that we are in this industry where there are so many great events out there, like serious like Measure Camp, Superweek, Web Analytics Wednesday, all the other ones. And we just started from Warsaw, sponsored one Measure Camp, understood that, hey, this is basically people that we talk to on a daily basis, like just via support chat or via like internal Slack communication. And for us, it's right, it's more than just a channel to generate leads or like make additional sales. It's not about that actually at all. It's about being there with the community. It's about hearing what people say. It's about improving the product, improving the experience based on what you hear. And of course, like exchanging thoughts and
so really
knowing what to do next.
That feedback loop.
Yeah, of course, that's the main thing for us.
So from the blog side of things, that was your initial, I suppose, approach to community, right? And that in itself opened the door.
Yeah, for sure. Like we were trying to be one of the first ones to just like, understand everything, or just at least think that we understood everything and come up with the blog post on how to do this and that. And it appears that it's really valuable for the community. So couldn't be happier about that.
Yeah, thanks. And Frederick, with you've been a big part of the Adobe community. Can you give us a bit of a history of how that started with your career?
Yeah. I mean, how it started for me was pretty much by wanting to put out there what I've learned personally, because I've been learning this job, like I think how many of us learn, from reading blog posts by Adam Greco, like Jan Exner from Webanalyse auf Deutsch, so a German translation of Adam Greco's blog post back in the day. And then when I came to the point where I discovered some things in the tool, so Adobe Analytics in that case, that I haven't seen anyone else talk about, I was like, this is cool, people should know about this. And then I started sharing those, and I wanted to engage myself more with other people who do similar things. And that's how I found Measure Slack, that's how I found like LinkedIn groups, like the Adobe Analytics Enthusiast LinkedIn group, which I now own, which is a strange thing to happen to me, but like as Adam left the Adobe community at some point, he handed that over to me. And yeah, just me wanting to bring a little bit of what I got to enjoy to other people as well, because I feel like I've benefited so much personally, and I just want to have other people as well benefit from what I know.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much all there was. Like there was, people sometimes ask me if there was like a plan, like brand building or something. I just wanted to have something to talk about, and this is what I've randomly chosen. And I'm sitting here, so
yes. And you have your own blog site as well.
Yes.
And what kind of events have you been initiating?
Yeah, so I'm still running the fullstackanalyst.io blog, where I just share things whenever I find something to talk about, which I find worth sharing. And then I've been noticing that for the Google community, we have like Web Analytics Wednesday, for example, is a like still heavily Google colored event. We have measure camps like Superweek. It's like pretty much Google heavy in that front as well. But for the Adobe community, we have had Adobe Summit in like London for previous years, but we didn't have like user groups and like those meetups. And I was like, those sound fun. I want to have them. If nobody else will do them, then it seems like I have to do them. That's then what I started doing, and I've been, don't know if I should say this out loud, but like I've been abusing the companies I work for at the time to kind of get sponsorship and like buy in for like those events, because I just want those things to exist. Like they should be in the world. And
well, they are also gaining something as well, right? It's not as if they're not being fully abused, right? There's only partial abuse, right? Yeah. And for you, Steen, I mean, the whole community mindset is a part of your DNA, and I suppose you're big. What you're known for is being the custodian of Web Analytics Wednesday in Copenhagen since, well, for 18 years now, I think we're talking about.
We're closing in on that. I think I can't remember it's how far we actually got, but it's been a while. And actually it started also like I went to one of my first international events in Brussels with Aurélie Pols and Renee they were running OX2 at that point, kind of the first agency. And they had Eric Peterson, who was the original founder of Web Analytics Wednesday, there as one of the speakers talking about it. And I got so excited by the concept that I came back to Denmark and decided I wanted to do that as well in bringing people together, because the energy of kind of being the facilitator and not forcing yourself on stage, but kind of providing the room to meet people and hear what they had to say. I just felt that was an amazing opportunity to kind of explore what was happening out there.
Yeah, and that's like coming from an agency, right? Like there's often, and of course, full disclosure, having worked on producing those events with you, there are some challenges that we had internally, right?
Yeah.
You want to go through some of those?
It's complicated, and I think on another occasion.
Yeah. I mean, but it often in short, when you talk about community, there are less borders and boundaries, right?
Yeah. And I do feel it's kind of been a thing trying to open up the conversation and trying to let everybody in. So I think at least in the beginning, it was very much trying to level the playing field and let everybody get a chance to grab the mic and opening up for that. So it was a free event with the rules that it was for everyone, and everybody could basically take the mantle and decide to do something with it.
Yeah.
So you had to deliver quality to make sure people came back and nobody wanted to run with it.
Absolutely. Serge, you're coming from the vendor side, and we've seen a lot of great communities built by Adobe and by Google. We're in a very different world now, and I think sometimes it's been known that a lot of the larger vendors have shifted their focus on community. Some have been more on revenue-based and revenue-centric, and we know that people at Amplitude are doing a lot of great work with community as well, with their wizard bars. From a vendor's point of view, what would be the advice you would give to the other vendors when it comes to community and their strategy with community?
Well, it's going to be like a really abstract advice, but still, I mean, I honestly think so. So it's important to be genuine with yourself. If you want to start with community, if you want to get some benefits for the company from the community, you should be really like genuinely interested in this community and in some questions or issues that are raised in the community. So when you're starting with that tone, with that intention, everything else will just follow. And you will be genuinely interested in people that you talk to. They will be interested in you, in yourself, in your product, of course, and without you actually selling anything, right? Because like we have with measure camps, you are not allowed to do selling, whatever. And that's what we are used to doing, like not selling, but we are used to not sell anything, but just go there, listen to what people are saying, present our basically resolution for this or that issue, and it works great for us because people just come and say, hey, I saw your talk about like how to measure the impact of your server-side tracking setup. It looks good. I want to try. and it just comes naturally. So like that. And plus, we are also thinking about like even deepening our engagement with the community by maybe starting our own series of online events at first, but who knows?
Yeah.
We'll see what happens next.
Yeah, definitely. And for you, Frederick, with I suppose in general, if you were to, with your experience, advise a vendor or another vendor, what are some of the tips that you would give them if they were saying, hey, you've done some great work with the community, what would you suggest would be the best way to start and continue?
Yeah. So I would probably say that community needs to be a part of the customer experience, and like the way that the company and the vendors think about what it should feel like to be a customer of their company. Because there's the usual parts you think of, like your sales, your accounting, like your support and like everything that. But like the difference between working with a vendor that cares about community and fosters it, also to be critical and outspoken, and also if the product strategy or the sales strategy is off for a extended period of time, like the feedback from the community will be negative for a while. And that's something that the company needs to acknowledge, needs to expect, and build into what they think the experience should be. Because the community can and will deliver things that the company on the positive side could never provide. So genuine tips and tricks and like what to do with the product and those things. But there will be times when that's not what comes from the community, but criticism and some like perceivably negative discussions as well. And that's something that you need to be prepared for, because if you want your product to be accepted by the community and driven by the community, you cannot just build for those positive events and those good times. And you need to be prepared for that, and not just see another sales channel. Like that's not what it can be and what it should be.
Yeah.
Can I comment on that? Because I really feel that it's part of the core of community, and saying that very often the challenge I feel that we've come across when we try to do events is that it's been the marketing departments that has been funding it, and then suddenly it becomes a sales activity or a branding activity. So it's being measured on some tangible outcomes that I don't see Stape doing, for instance. So having this saying, why are we part of a community and why do we want to be here? Because it's not about getting the emails or getting the extra sales or whatever you might squeeze out of it. It's actually about being in a dialogue with the people in the market, understanding what your role is and how people perceive you. So the scariest thing for a marketing department is hearing what people actually think. Right?
Yeah.
Or seeing that those people talk to other people and prospects and telling them what they actually think. So.
Yeah. There's certainly a need for authenticity from the vendors, right?
Yeah.
At all times.
But even if they decide to not bring that themselves, then they shouldn't at least try to suppress the community from bringing those perspectives. So that's also something where even if the company decides we shouldn't be talking about those points, that's fine. But don't try and control the narrative in the community, which is what some companies like to do.
Yeah, it seems that it's how a vendor responds to the conversation and the level of authenticity. Right?
Or ignore it.
Well, I mean, that's what you don't want to do, I think, right?
But even that, right? Like there's been examples in the community where vendors try and steer the conversations by like injecting themselves in the community. Whenever someone asks a question on like measures, like they immediately respond with like documentation links and like just quoting from the documentation. And you're like, okay, I assume the person would have been able to Google that or ChatGPT that themselves. So like, what are you adding to the conversation without like just disencouraging people from joining in?
Yeah.
And that's the balance that you need to hit, right? Like you want to be there, you want to be helpful, you want to listen, but you don't want to get in the way of those organic conversations.
True, and I see it more and more on LinkedIn, especially with some of the new vendors. I want to say the names, but it's like you should feel the temperature in the room, because like if someone is talking about some really like technical stuff and trying to solve something, trying to get answers for the community, and you're just like, flying into the thread and saying, hey, why would you do that? Why don't you just use that new product? Everything's available out of the box, whatever. So.
Yeah, and then they kind of, in Danish they have this word called situationsfornemmelse. So it means a feeling for the situation.
Yeah, that's true.
I think
it's really important.
It's something that really rings true. Is there anything that you'd do differently from a state point of view, looking back, or what are some of the challenges you've had with community?
Yeah, I mean, we probably did all the same mistakes at the beginning, just like any other vendor. So at the beginning, our first maybe 1, 2, 3 events, we were trying to treat it as a conference, an expo, and talk to as many people as you can, get their contact information, try to follow up with them, even if you didn't talk about anything specific with them. And it's just not possible to measure. Just be genuine, just talk to people, just be really interested in what they are doing, what their challenges are. Okay, maybe you have the solution, present it, share your thoughts, share your challenges, and then people will just be like, yeah, I mean, I saw those guys 1, 2, 3 times. Probably we should try their product because they solved this and that. So we could have done that from the very beginning, but I think we got it right relatively fast. So
yeah.
I think one of the things that there's a tendency to overlook maybe on the vendor side when it comes to community is that a lot of the people who are willing to sacrifice their time to go here for a week or go to a measure camp on a Saturday or spending a Wednesday evening away from the family talking analytics nerdery is that these are the same people who, to a large degree, will be influencers on what's going on. So just understanding their vibe and having a conversation with them, even though they're not in the market right now for your product, they will most likely be the people who will nudge somebody in your direction, or the people will ask for, say, hey, I'm doing this, how do I solve this? Then they will point in the right direction. So by not engaging and by focusing on saying, okay, I have to sell to this guy, but this guy is me. I'm just me. I'm not buying any Adobe solution for my website. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it. No. Yeah, I mean, the classic example is, talking about Julius from Analytics Mania, right? And just saying, hey, I mean, be running a talk, and what I reuse a lot is the state for server-side tracking. That must have really, for a guy that has 144,000 followers on his YouTube channel, as is Analytics Mania, right?
Yeah, that helps a lot.
That tapping into other communities and combining communities. I know that's something that we focus a lot back in the Nordics, is we try work with communities together and support the right communities, right?
Yeah, and what you get is like here now we have Fred Pike just in the room talking about how the STAPE MCP was really helpful and helped him a lot in relations to delivering on something consent he was working on. So you get this. So having one person speaking up on the product is in a lot of cases much more valuable than getting an email to some random person in the organization.
Yeah. Well, there's a time and a place for an email, right? When if it's constantly trying to sell you something, then definitely. But sorry, go ahead.
It's something that's like with Adobe, there's been good old Adobe Analytics for decades at this point, and then at some point there's been customer journey analytics. And the way I've been introduced to that new tool was I was blogging about how I combine data from multiple sources in Adobe Analytics, and then someone from the Adobe product team, who I have known from the community for years, reached out to me and was like, hey, we're actually working on this new thing that can do it in some certain other ways. I was just interested. I knew the person already, I respected them, I knew who they were. And even though they did a cold outreach to me on LinkedIn and were like, hey, I've read your blog post, I trusted them, and then I became the very first customer in Europe of that new solution that they've built, which would never have happened if sales would have talked to me. So the way that even vendors communicate those new features and new capabilities, there's such a fine balance there. If they would have just told me, from sales, hey, I want to give you a demo about a new solution we're working on, I would have been nah. Not going to touch it. And now there's customers buying the product because of the stuff I've then written about it.
Yeah.
So that's how it started.
Yeah. So on a closing round of questions here. If we look into the future, I mean, one of the things that I see is that community platforms or a login-based website, there's so much potential for enriched data I don't think brands are really taking full advantage of that yet. What do you see are the future of how you guys will be working with community search with your point of view?
Yeah, as I already mentioned, we are planning to even expand the count of the conferences that we go to, that we sponsor. Again, just to talk to more people, go talk to more markets, because recently in November we went to Measure Camp India, to Delhi, and that's completely different market, completely different thoughts and experiences. So we'll probably just expand the geography and try to do something on our own as well, because we've been to many events, we know what works, we see what doesn't work, so it'd be cool to do something on our own.
Yeah, I mean, you have your own community, and to combine that as well, that also helps you.
That'd be awesome. That's the plan, at least.
Yeah, sounds like a good one. Yeah, Frederick, how do you see the future of community in professional markets?
So, there is a temptation these days that I feel to, as a vendor, as a brand, to just use ChatGPT to create a lot of content, do a lot of content marketing, because that's how they perceive other companies are successful, which is a very quick and easy way to generate a lot of output. But the very important difference is between an engineer, a technical person writing something that actually solves something, and just producing content and producing output. And that's the foundation of how you gain trust in the community. So to pivot kind of from a output oriented way of thinking to how can we be helpful, genuinely solve problems for the community and put that out there, and then connect that with I hate to say it, in a sparsely populated community landscape, but nothing beats in-person events like this.
True.
And it's so easy to do a webinar, to do anything that happens online or virtually, and there's so little output that brands see from that usually. But from a event like this, just to go there, talk to people, to go to measure camps and all that. So focusing on those real, tangible person-to-person interactions, where you can then connect with the trust that you've built from the content, bring the same people in front of an audience, just have them talk to each other. There's so much opportunity from that, and that's how you make those connections that's actually helpful to the company.
Yeah, that probably also helps. I mean, there's so much dialogue now on LinkedIn, right? And that also builds up the dialogue with LinkedIn as well.
It's a start, but to actually make the impact, I would still say nothing beats this. So.
Yeah, 100%.
But I'm here, so I'm biased.
Yeah.
But I agree in the sense that the difference between having somebody's emails and having met them in person, having somebody just having them as a contact on LinkedIn versus having met them in person, it's such a massive difference. And it's the same for attending the community. So actually expanding your network, right? And we have it in the sense that I've been teaching at IHM Business School in Sweden in digital analytics, and one of the things I see is that very often the people who have taken the most active part in the community is actually also the people who have had the easiest way of building a career and building a trajectory and getting out there. Because if you get two candidates and you know one of them and the other one is unknown, so who are you going to choose, right? If they have the same skill set and the same education. Yeah. So, and I think that's kind of the vibe for the next generation, even though it's tough, you need to get out there as well, because if you're not part of the community, you're just an email.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that's pretty much what we've got time for today in community, and it's time for us to get out into this amazing community called Superweek. And thanks again. Stay tuned. We've got lots more coming up in Superweek TV for today and tomorrow. And thank you to the panel. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers. Hello and welcome back to Superweek TV. My name is Jomar, your host for the next 20 odd minutes. The next topic we have is one that is quite a hot topic in today's world of brand and marketing. It's entitled Beyond Attribution, How Brands Should Really Allocate Spend. And with me I have Gabriel Franco from Cassandra, and I have the legendary Mr. Tim Wilson back at Superweek. First time back in a while, is that?
Couple of years.
Couple of years, yeah. You have been missed. So absolutely. So Gabriel, you are the founder of Cassandra.com. Do you want to give us a bit of an insights to how you came across to creating a brand like that and what it does?
Definitely. 4 years ago, I was a marketer. Yeah. And I just started managing 12 million euros in advertising investments for my clients.
Right.
And in the moment in which I started managing all that budget, my first thought was, oh shit, I have no clue where to allocate it.
Right.
So, and I thought also that if I made a mistake, that mistake would influence millions in revenue.
Right.
I didn't want to have that responsibility. I started looking for solutions, but no one solved the problems that I wanted them to solve. So I started Cassandra, which is right now a marketing measurement platform that uses incrementality measurements and helps more than 100 brands allocate $500 million a year in advertising investments.
Well, it sounds like this is the right conversation to be a part of today. Absolutely. And Tim, give us an update. We've been AWOL for 2 years. What has the legendary Tim Wilson been up to?
I've definitely not been legendary. I was going to go more off of what Gabriel's done. What in a maybe a sort of a similar way, I grew up through analytics and sort of started in digital analytics, and part of that was the marketing analytics, which was often the chasing the what needs to be measured and kind of the over obsession with the hyper instrumentation of what was going on, and often getting kind of sucked down into the weeds with some idea of what my clients and my business partners were trying to solve. And it was often, we want to find the right multi-touch attribution model so we will know where to allocate our spend. And I was kind of completely misguided on that for a while as well. Over the last 5 to 7 years, I've gone more and more towards engaging with the business partners and trying to understand what they're really trying to do, really listening to them say, I want to figure out where to invest my dollars, and my paid search team, my analytics team wants to help me tweak and tune little keyword settings, and it's something doesn't really feel right here. So what I've been doing for the last couple of years is going much more into the deeply engage with the business, get real clarity on what their business goals are, what problems are preventing them from achieving those goals, treating every one of their ideas as kind of a hypothesis, and before turning to the data, so staying kind of away from the data. But this kid kind of irritates me because he achieved enlightenment at an age that I was still in the dark for another 20 years, because he said sort of the key word of incrementality, which I think brands need. But so that was.
While there's the two old guys in the room and we have the young one who's
we get to.
Oh, my daughter's. I was saying my daughter's a year old, and your son's around the same
age. Yeah.
So you weren't expecting the roasting way, but welcome to Superweek TV. But just sticking with you, just with a bit of the wisdom that you have. I mean, you're coming from the world of deep data science almost, which can take you and your team down to deep rabbit holes, sometimes away from where the business needs. Have you seen that happen over the years?
I mean, I think there has been sort of an ongoing obsession with gather all the data, get the most complicated models, and if we just have all the data and we just throw the right models at it and then keep augmenting the models, and now with AI that we're going to get to kind of these glorious truths without actually stopping first and saying, what are we trying to do? And I mean, Matt Gershoff is one who often, repeats that it's the simpler model may be good enough. Are you clear on what decision you're trying to make, and what is kind of the simplest way to answer that. And we were talking a little bit before when Gabriel noted that we get that kind of, when all I have is a hammer, all the world looks like a nail. So if I'm deep into R, or deep into Python, or deep into tagging my website, whatever the need is, I want to understand which channels are working for me. I want to go solve that with like the tools that are right at hand. We just sort of skip this step of saying, are we really clear on what decision we're trying to make? And now you still need to have kind of a breadth of expertise. What would be kind of the best way to effectively give us a good answer, a good enough signal that will help us make that decision and move forward? So
yeah,
I mean, I'm conditioned to get sucked down into those holes. I will happily go deep, banging away at queries and writing code, but I have to have the little old guy on my shoulder saying, are you doing this because you're just having fun, or are you actually, helping your
Well, I've got a
client?
revelation. Yeah. I've got a young guy who's going to tap you on the shoulder and say, are you doing that?
Yeah.
So over to you. Now time to give back from your angle. And I suppose a lot of the why, as you said, when you are given a budget and you have the responsibility on the actual resources and the revenue, not just the data.
Yep.
Talk a bit about some of the challenges or the opportunity that you saw when it comes to the marketing funnel and how you manage that.
100%. So when I started having all this budget and allocating it, the first thing that I did is starting to study portfolio theory from Jim Simons, one of the biggest quant hedge fund in the world, created a lot of theory on how to allocate your capital, how to assess risk, how much to invest in each allocation. And I tried first to use multi-touch attribution, but understanding how multi-touch attribution worked, basically multi-touch attribution uses a database of customer journey. Imagine a table in which each row is a user and each column, each instance is an interaction that the user does, from which you know where it came from. The problem that you have with this data is that after a while, it deprecates. You cannot track. If it's multi-device, you lose the ID, and so you cannot merge it. With GDPR, if the cookies are not clicked or accepted, you cannot know who it is. So if you have 60% drop off on the acceptance of cookies, it's impossible to get a good answer. So I started looking at other methodologies that didn't require user-level data, and I found marketing mix modeling and incrementality testing as tools that gave directional indications of how incrementality and what was the return on investment of channels. The cool thing about these tools is that they allow us to compare performance campaigns ROI with branding campaigns ROI. Which is for years has been something that you separate. You have different KPIs for each one. And from a financial perspective, it doesn't make sense. Because if you're investing money, you want to understand if it's true investment, it needs to get a financial return. It's not enough to get more traffic or more queries. It's not enough. So this is why I started building Cassandra. I wanted to solve a problem really close to money that I experienced and I knew a lot. I manage a lot of budget, so I know a lot about how marketers think, and it's been exciting. It's been a roller coaster of things.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about marketing, but when we talk about brand, which is something different, right?
Yeah.
Because brand is a value, or brand has a value that you can't always measure. Tim, have you come across these conversations with your clients of where do you put your money? Do you put it into something you can't quantify, to something that has that last click attribution that is stitched to other points as well?
I mean, I don't know that, I just recently haven't had cases where I've been put into that, but it does, as you're talking about going through like portfolio theory, the whole digital and digital marketing world seems like it got so inside its own head that somewhere along the way they said, we have paid media, but we're measuring these types of things in the same way we're measuring these types. Brand and performance are different. And instead of saying, but wait a minute, portfolios in the financial markets also have different instruments that have long-term and short-term payoffs. Do we go and look and learn anything from that? No. We just decide, let's treat these totally separate and let's put the brand separate. And then when you get in that mentality of trying to track every little connection, brand gets to kind of throw their hands up and say, well, it's brand. It's not something we can track because it's already been defined that we have to solve this with this first party, third party, zero party, online to offline, cross device. Oh, this is so hard. Let's go solve all of that, and then we'll solve the actual problem. Whereas I think drawing from I think our industry did it totally wrong, and having the Gabriels of the world come in who said, I found other stuff that's applicable. Media mix modeling used to get kind of poo-pooed. It's like, well, no, if you do that, then those are just two types of investments. Now, there's a little bit of, sure, brand. If you're saying our branding is not going to pay off for 5 years, we can actually go to financial accounting and say, well, you're saying this brand investment is going to pay off in 5 years. Let's think about the time value of money, how much you're investing now, when you're hoping how much realistically return you're going to get, and discount it back. You're just hiding behind brand as a label, like that's. So I don't know if you meant to trigger me. Now I'm like the grumpy old curmudgeon.
I mean, we have the conversation. It's quite a heated conversation in our community at the moment. Is this balance of branding versus performance marketing, and one of the discussions that often have is that a lot of the brands have become too dependent on the financial data, on the results from performance marketing. Now, that's not necessarily a sustainable way to grow your business, particularly if it's price point related. Is there, I suppose, over to you, Gabriel,
can I ask you, when you talk branding, what's your typical kind of time horizon for how long you expect branding investments to pay off?
Well, see, if you're asking me, when you think of brand, that's more of an emotion for the end customer, and you can't measure that. When I was at AC Nielsen, we had something called brand equity, which we spoke about, but it wasn't often quantified until the brand was actually sold. But a brand will give you the emotion of it. It gives you it increases the self-value being associated with that brand. If you take Apple for an example, Steve Jobs' point was never discount any of our products, never price point discount. Leave that up to the channel to do their paid marketing, but they're very protective of the brand. So,
but Apple built a brand with phenomenal products and rock solid vision.
Yeah,
we talk about brand marketing, and it's like, well, we're gonna push these words and creative out into the world, and we want people to feel good and have loyalty and ultimately pay off. But I honestly think if you step back and say, okay, you're going to invest in this, when do you expect that to pay off? Literally putting a time horizon. How long do you think this messaging will take to build this up? And to me, I've had it a couple of times where it winds up being a pretty uncomfortable conversation, usually with the agency that is used to be held not accountable at all for their brand advertising, because they say, well, this could take 10 years. I'm like, so you want them to spend $1 million a quarter on branding for 10 years before you start to see a payoff? Their financial calculations, ultimately you're building that brand. You know what, you hope it's going to degrade slower. I get that, but you're building that loyalty. But if you really start saying, how much do we really think we can move that emotional needle? Then you can actually plug it into this stuff.
I think this is a question to move over to me. It's the difference between
that up for you.
It's the art and the science, right? The science you can explain.
Just science.
The art. Okay, listen, grumpy old guys against each other. Let's get the youngster into the equation.
The funny fact is that I would have chosen the same exact word he chose to respond to your question. The bottom line, it's an investment, and the difference between branding as an investment perspective, not as the creative, etc., but as an investment, branding and performance is just the time lag between the moment in which you invest and the moment in which you see the impact, and how much is carried over time. So if you invest 100 in performance marketing, you would see 1,000 in return in the next 2 weeks. While if you're doing branding, you're probably going to have a delay to see the effect of 2 to 3 weeks, and then the carryover can be months. So if you model that, you can actually see the differences in the effect that it actually generates for the brand on a financial perspective. And this is for the CFOs. CFOs generally love this because they see €1 invested, 3 comes back.
Yeah.
From a branding perspective, like the feeling and the Apple example. Apple example created incredible products, which means that the reason why people buy iPhones is not because they saw the ad. In marketing mix modeling, there is this concept of baseline or trend, which is all the sales that you generate if you had 0 spend allocated. So it's basically your organic sales that you generate because there is word of mouth or there are people that actually love your product and talk about you outside and advertise for you without requiring you to invest. That particular concept is in the marketing mix modeling world. And on top of that, you layer all the other impacts of all the other investments. So you have Facebook ads as a layer of impact. And then you have YouTube, and then you have TV, and then you have out of home. All the investment contribute a specific percentage to the total sales. And this is actually completely eliminated in the multi-touch attribution world. In the multi-touch attribution world, most of the sales come from Google search spend, and there is no baseline. There is the assumption, and this is completely conflict of interest of Google in this case, to attribute most of the sales to themselves. Not because it's false, it's actually true that the user come from Google search before buying, but it doesn't mean that those purchases were incremental, or in other words, would this purchase happen either way, even if I didn't invest in that channel in Google search? That difference is what the organic and the power of brand generates.
Yeah.
I'll backtrack a little bit on the art versus science, and maybe this is sort of a question for you. Like, there is a little bit of a chicken and an egg situation that if a company said from day one they were going to do nothing with brand and build an okay product or a cheap product, I think that would that cause a challenge that you would have you'd have no signal to look at from the branding data, which would go to like a marketer has to say, I know I should be investing in branding and performance. And if there's no signal from a channel, and even let's split a paid channel into brand and performance, then it is tough to say what is the impact of, what could be the impact of brand because there is no brand spending, right? Okay.
Yeah, but brand isn't just advertising, right? Brand is, as you said, it's a great product, it's a user experience, it's seeing other people associated with influencers. It's not the traditional brand advertising as you'd see in Vogue magazine. We had the first 5 double-page spreads. I mean, that's a form of brand marketing, but I mean, and I suppose one question I wanted to dive into, what we've seen is a lot of brands get addicted to performance marketing. And it is like this steroid hit that is basically eating into your next month's sales at 20% less. That's not a sustainable future. We've gone for this swing right over to performance and forgotten about the brand. What about the top of the funnel? How are we feeding the top of the funnel?
We work with a lot of brands that have been acquired by private equity. And the tendency of every private equity is to get the cash now. And in order to get the cash now, they allocate the capital where they see the returns. Apparently, the only way to see the returns for most brands is through the attributed sales, from last click attribution mostly. So what happened from 2020, there was an incredible growth in the private equity buying brands, even international brands, and they directed all of them to move the capital from the upper funnel campaigns to the bottom funnel because they saw the immediate returns with the attribution, and they, for 4 years, continued spending millions in those channels without investing anything in upper funnel or TV or YouTube, just to generate demand. And what happened is that they got short-term big returns, but now they're in trouble. If you take a look at there are a lot of big fashion brands or international brands they're almost were born in the 80s, for example. They are all in trouble because of this phenomenon. Usually the tendency of people is to allocate capital where they see a return on the financial perspective. They don't see a return in upper funnel because of limitation in how we track users. Therefore, they didn't get any money there.
So a question is, should a brand or an organization measure value purely on finance?
Well,
and if not, how do you measure that?
But that was because were they measuring it in a way that was not going to reflect the brand? So that was if they had stopped and said, we want to get this return, when they went with the multi-touch attribution, it was going to show that brand's not performing at all. I mean, I'm intrigued by the idea of actually pulling money out of marketing and saying, for brand, we need to actually go improve our user experience. Like, that'd be bonkers. I'd love to see a company that says, really what we need to do to shore up our brand is something else. I've got a client that had a bad actor in the company, very large, but they had basically a scandal. And so their brand took a major hit, and they've got to be out there, and that is on marketing and non-marketing channels, and a multi-year dig out of a hole that they had a bad actor to get out of that, which maybe want to talk about.
Well, I mean, I think
how you measure that. But
our good friend Adam Greco came up with an example with Starbucks, I believe. Let's take our marketing money, because do you use paid media to advertise your next coffee? No, let's put that into an app. Yeah, and that becomes a product. So it's not the product that the customers purchase, but it's the product. It's a tool that they use. Are we going to see more of that? I mean, instead of just looking at the traditional.
Have you ever tried to claw budget out of the hands of a digital marketer?
Yeah, well,
that's good luck.
Well, I think
for the betterment of the company, we're going to reallocate budget away from it.
But if you can show the value in the long term, because I think for something like Starbucks, you can actually show the attributed sales. You own the channel, and isn't this the problem where we have essentially two organizations, Meta and Alphabet, basically eating up so much of marketing resources?
Could you do that? Could you take an intervention of we rolled out an app and include that in the model as a
context variable? Yes.
Okay, and you could start to actually get. I mean, you'd have to do it to get the value.
You'd own first party and zero party data. That's not too bad, is it?
Yeah.
There you go. There's a new world for you. So that could that be the future? I mean, we also discussed community in another session earlier. I mean, there are other ways to and other metrics we should be looking at, don't you think, in the future? And we're actually kind of running out of time. But this is a great conversation to have. I've definitely been the one that's kept me the most awake. Thank you very much. First we had the heat on you, then it was coming my way. But anyway, thanks guys, and we're going to enjoy more of Superweek, and you'll be enjoying more of Superweek TV. So stick around. We've got more to come, and thank you again to Tim and to Gabriel.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay.
the TV.
Here, yeah.
And I'm here with great people.
We're just great people.
Yeah. I'm just laughing. So this morning we were not able to present the whole of us, so we found a moment now to be the hosts of the TV all together.
All together.
Yeah. And we have to remember not to call Josh Rick.
Yes, this happened at least 25 times already. And I'm all Ricked out. I was saying that I had to step into Rick's role, and I was like, I got Rick rolled, right?
Boom.
And so at some point, maybe you can overlay Rick rolling.
Oh, look,
You're quite different anyhow.
Yeah, I know.
We're never going to give you up. So.
Well, that's not. I mean, there's 4 chairs here, so
yeah, exactly.
Maybe we can always have all 4 of us.
Yeah, definitely.
Nice. Yeah. So how is it going?
I think it's going great. I've talked to some very, very interesting people that I had never met before.
That's the joy of the light TV, actually.
Yes. But I've been having a great time as a newbie here. How about you guys?
Yeah, for me, I had a bit of a delay, or there was a bit of shift in getting here, so it was a bit of a shame to miss out on the beginning part. But I hit the ground running. I've already had the really good to see Tim Wilson back.
Yeah.
And wow, he got feisty. Like it was quite funny because we had in this chair we had Gabriel from Cassandra, and we were both talking this like, wow, he Tim was like, he's at my son's age. And I said, how old is he? He's 26. Well, my daughter's 27. It's like, the next generation's coming through.
Yeah.
So we started the whole, back in my day, so listen to us, son. So the old guy started talking, and then he's shown. I mean, he's done an amazing.
It's amazing.
Amazing job for a 26-year-old to actually create a brand and to make a difference in the industry. That's definitely something that inspires me.
Yeah.
Right? So yeah.
Kind of impressed.
And thank you for offering him to me. Take the note there.
I took him too. Tim Wilson?
No. Gabrielle. Yeah. Because you've been doing
just donating our speakers to you.
Well, you've been fantastic. You've been doing such a great job. It's like, I'm talking to someone. So, Josh is interviewing me too. I was like,
Well, I got really scared in the beginning, seeing all these empty slots, and I was like, oh my gosh, I got to put in my name, right? And then I'm like, who am I talking to?
Yeah.
I didn't know what I was doing. I was just like a Tasmanian devil, like just rounding up speakers in my chaos little circle here. But it's been great. It's been worked out very nicely.
And what about you, Foska? Any interesting insights or experiences on day one for Superweek TV?
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. You were not there, but this morning me and Josh also played.
Yeah, we played
like violin, and he played
melodica.
Melodica, so it's the same. Okay, perfect. So it was kind of interesting. Every year we add some kind of complexity more to the TV show.
Yeah.
So that was interesting, and I had a couple of interviews about community as usual, like a team and conference importance. I'm really also looking forward to. I'm kind of attaching to what you said before, to new generations. I had the go-to from their parents, but I will have the kids of the conference here with me speaking about what they think about what's next, their fears of the future. Probably they won't work in analytics, but it's also nice to see their fresh perspective as we are the old. I don't feel old, but I'm
older than kids.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah,
that I like.
That's how we say. Yeah.
So,
well, back in our day, no, I'm not going to get it.
So yes, I'm really happy, and also I've interviewed the people that were here for the first time. Josh, for example.
First time here.
Your first time, yeah.
My first time here. Yeah.
You're actually rocking and rolling, and I actually put a challenge that we're actually going to produce a single while we're here.
Yeah, we're gonna produce a song, and maybe
Nice.
we're gonna release it.
Do you want a violin
double
inside?
platinum.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Put a violin in there.
You're leaving me outside of it.
No, we're not leaving you out. We have to think. We have to.
You got the violin though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there.
Well, okay, I've got the microphone, and we'll do it. The Superweek TV crew.
Yeah.
We need to produce that by the end of the TV live show. Like tomorrow evening, we need to play.
Yeah, and then maybe we can play it live.
Yeah, we can do we have to do the synchronized dancing as well.
Oh yeah. Must have synchronized dance.
We ask Joshua.
Maybe we can even go down to the pool area and do a synchronized swim.
I don't know if my violin will be happy with
Not
that.
sure if the sound equipment will
appreciate
will survive.
Yes,
but yeah.
Hey, back to the world of data.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, right.
Children. Actually, there's one. I didn't see his talk here, but I saw elements of it. And this is Gunnar Gries.
Ah, yeah, it was on Monday.
He spoke about signal engineering, which is still a concept in his world, but makes total sense. I didn't manage to catch the talk here. I don't know if you guys caught it. So yeah, and what was your take on it?
It was, I think like the purpose of it was basically taking. Don't just send anything to platform. Send what makes sense for the business at any given point, and then optimize to that, right? So like find out what you care, what the business what's actually valuable to the business, and then send that. What's tricky about it is that sometimes you don't have enough data, right, to truly optimize towards whatever your main KPI is, right? So how are you approaching, in that scenario, making sure that you're sending a closed proxy or something like that to be able to get the algorithm to determine, if it...
what's the real result?
What's the real result?
I think a classic example is if you're going to measure a performance campaign on and not measure the return of goods, and actually the company's losing money because you didn't include that in your signal as one of your signals, then that's when data isn't working in your favor because you're not really capturing what's important.
What's real, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you have a false KPI.
Yeah. So that's kind of one of the things that I'm buzzing on. Any themes that you're buzzing on at the moment in your data world?
Well, AI, but not in the right direction, and I really like the topic. We were speaking this morning with Josh as well about the AI. How do you say, with SIMO, the panel about AI, and that is taking over communities. So I'm kind of scared about that, but at the same time, I see that more and more people are looking to meet people in person. I spoke also with Zoli about it. It's like, I see that Measure Camp gets sold out in 3 seconds. So it's also kind of nice because people also reach out to each other to see and speak and do some networking. So
yeah, it's like this authenticity has a higher premium now, right? So one of the things that Steen and I are doing at the moment, we do this 1, 2, 3 thing where we press record and for LinkedIn. And as soon as we press record, there's no turning back. So whatever mistakes we make in 3 minutes, it's out there, it's real. And something we did over Christmas for fun, but the feedback is like, well, actually someone said in a world of AI, it's more refreshing to see something that is real because so much stuff that you don't know whether it's real or not, right?
I don't do grammar checks anymore on LinkedIn because I want people to basically know that I wrote it, right? Yeah. And if the more I try to polish it, the more it leads.
Yes, but you speak English. I'm Italian, and
yeah, I know.
But that's okay. But that's a part of your character, right? That's a part of who you are, and I think that's probably more appreciated now. I mean, like for me with LinkedIn, if I do a totally organic LinkedIn post, one time I put, this post was written without the use of AI. You know what I mean? I've done that once. Or sometimes I'll do a post with, in a world where, that typical AI kind of like opening line that we want to kill every time we're using it.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely burnout now with it, right? And I think in terms of community, we will see more people who are being authentic stand out, and more community coming together because people are craving that more. Last year, the year before, it was very much like AI, and now it's kind of like people are burning out a little bit.
Well, it's a tool, right? That's all it is. So you can either overuse and abuse the tool, or you can get it to help you. I mean, I'm actually learning a lot if I'm looking at a transcript or I'm going through with my LLM. I'm using 2 at the moment. I'm actually coming out of it smarter because I'm asking questions and there's like stuff. Oh, I didn't hear that in the conversation. It's like they mentioned, what are they talking about? So I think if you can use it in a way that enriches your knowledge or enriches your storytelling, then it should be used in the right way rather than just a shortcut or to cut costs. It should really empower people to provide better content and provide better experiences. And it's the worst thing you can do is ignore it. And the other worst thing you can do is overuse it, right?
Yeah, and I think being naturally curious about how it fits into your life is a very valuable thing. For instance, last year I was very into using AI for music, just for fun. And I burned out on that, but I'm glad that I knew what it can do, right? And now I'm back to just writing my own and stuff, but I'm glad that I could see how it's being used out there. And then I said, I prefer to do it this way for myself. But like whenever there's a new tool, it's, you know, in any industry, it's good to kind of understand what's there and if it resonates with you or not, and what parts of it you want to use for it.
Yeah, well, it takes a lot of grunge work. There's Caroline Vidal, she's a co-founder of Women in Digital Analytics Nordics. She has this presentation, she works for DFDS, where she uses AI with building her tables and the associations, and it's taking the grunge work out of a lot of stuff. And, you know, there was one saying at Web Analytics Wednesday that I saw a guy called Hector who said, I don't know where I got this quote from, but I'm putting it up there. And it's like, you know, AI is not going to take your job, but someone using AI will.
Yeah.
So, but I think with the music thing, I still haven't gone into Suno yet.
It's
kind of scary.
It's scary, and it kind of rips your soul out, because you're like, man, it's because so much of it is part of the process, even with data pulling, right? Even with the grunt work, it's like doing that and finding a discovery within the data brings joy if you sit there and you are trying to figure that out, and then when you get like AI insights of something, it just does it for you, and you don't have that same joy that you had of like you were the one to uncover this, and it was your process, even if you get stuck, and that feeling of getting stuck and then figuring it out. Same with songwriting, same with these things. Like that's where the joy and like the accomplishment comes from. And so if all of these things are kind of done for you, it's kind of like, okay, well, great, I have an answer, and then you move on, and you lose that connection to the process. And I think that's really valuable to have.
Are you finding that the use of AI is polarized? There are some that will still say, no, that this is evil, we shouldn't do it, and there are some that are just, maybe it's their dirty little secret. Are you finding, or are we finding a new middle ground that you're talking about?
I think that there are definitely always going to be people who, anytime a tool comes out, they use the tool, right? And that's okay, right? But it comes out with a lot of slop, and especially if you're not an expert in what you do already, and you just throw things into prompting or whatever, it just comes out as blah, right? And then there's going to be people who are going to use it as part of their creative process, and they can then decide how much they want to do that or not, you know? I think that there will be some burnout and swing to, okay, that was cool, but like I prefer to like be a part of that process. I mean, that's what I'm hoping for.
Okay, I will stop you now.
Yes.
Yeah. Too much AI.
Yeah. I wanted to go through what happened today, because actually we didn't do that with Josh this morning.
Not today yet.
Yeah, so maybe you want to take the lead on that, or there is another book.
I mean,
help me out.
I mean, I still came late, so
Okay, me and Josh.
Yeah,
tomorrow you will be the one.
Me what happened. What did you really like about today?
Actually, I think me and Josh...
We were in here all day.
That's the funny thing, isn't it?
Yeah, well, actually, for sure, one or two speeches I followed, the one I gave, but the first one was with Tim Wilson, and I'm really sorry I was not able to follow it. We were making jokes, me and Josh, because we were here. He spoke about doing KPIs right. It will be nice. I think they have recorded it, so I hope to see it back again. But usually his presentations are incredible. So I really, really love to be able to get over it. Then I was the one to speak.
And then it was you.
Yeah.
It was you and Jason talking GA4, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We can't call it. You got to drop the 4. You got to drop the 4 now.
You were talking.
No.
It was the exact opposite. Talking about
teaching GA4.
Yes.
So actually, Jason, I really appreciate his work. We get in contact thanks to you, Josh, for the story. But also, I knew him for his books about analytics alternative, and it's a long time I'm really trying to find other solution apart from GA4. So we get together, we had a couple of calls in 2 different time zones, and we just met here for the first time, and today we spoke about what what we think about different alternatives.
Yes,
So it was
just
great.
top line, who were the, because I know Amplitude has made some headway in the market. And
Yeah, but we didn't spoke about Amplitude. We spoke about other two like Postag and Piano because they are the ones that I used. But in this book, there is also Amplitude, I think.
Yeah.
And then the future of third-party tags, is there one you were able to follow that?
I got in a little late because I was doing the interview, but I saw the end of it. And yeah, it was great, and it was about like where will third-party tags be in a few years? Like how is that going to function? And Lucas did a great job with that. So yep.
Siavash, I was there and I saw something of it, seeking signals. Siavash really do a great job with Looker Studio dashboards, and he created a bunch of them that are amazing. And he was showing us a way to identify outliers. So how to identify them and have some insight of that. I didn't really follow all the discussion, but it was quite an interesting talk, I think. So we will see, but great job, really always great job. Friendbike, you were there, some of you were there at Friendbike.
I was in here, I believe, again.
Me too, I was not there, I was having a conversation, consent or chaos, using AI to build consent system that still break.
Yeah, I'm sure it was amazing, but
Friendbike is amazing.
Yes, yeah, Friendbike is awesome.
I hope we will have this recorded. And then...
He's also a good guitar player.
He's a great mandolinist, yeah.
Oh, mandolin, yeah, that's right.
Mandolin,
Yep.
And Dennis of Stape, tracking in AI browsers, what marketers and analysts should know. I wasn't there neither, I don't think.
I was there.
Great.
Yes, towards the end of it. And yeah, I mean, it's he left us with a lot of like what is still relevant from what we thought.
Okay.
Like 2 years ago, we thought we were going to be, cookieless, breadless, whatever we want to call it, right? Is that still relevant, right? Do we want to track, should we be tracking AI right now? Like, is that good for us right now, right? Is it worth it? So it was very interesting on how, what we thought versus where we are, and then where we think we're going to go with this, and it was an interesting conversation.
Okay, and actually now we have the coffee break.
That sounds really good to me, yeah.
Yeah, I had some coffee. I had, I put some milk in the espresso this time. It was very...
better?
It was better, yeah.
Okay, good.
I feel like... Well, never mind.
Okay, and then we have the two last...
I don't want to throw
There are two last to talk before the end. So we have Beyond the Problem, the Mindful Way of Web Analytics, Jeremy Lutz. I'm kind of interested about that, but I think we will be in an interview with you and Jason at 5:30. So,
that's right, yeah.
If Yumar will be there, maybe you will tell about it tomorrow.
Mentally recorded in your brain.
Yeah, I will try and I've just had to squeeze all my...
Yeah, exactly.
I had 3 sessions in a row and the prep as well, so this is all new to me. But the activation framework looks really interesting from Nicholas. I was talking to him over lunch, but we always talk about data collection, data management, but if you're not activating the data, then it's just numbers in a machine, right? So this is where it would be great to also see more insights from marketers or brand point of view.
Yeah.
How this data is activated,
and that's kind of like the same as like sending the signal back, right? It's like that same concept of like, what are you doing with the data? The data's there, great. The data's there. What can we do with it, right? So yeah, that'll be very interesting. And then it's the state of the nation.
Yeah.
And then we talk about what's going to happen. What we all know.
Yeah, this is good old Doug, right?
Session duration.
Yeah, the session duration. I said this is where we decide what we want the session duration to be for the next year. Like 1 hour, 2 hours, 10 hours. Are we going to make session duration 24 hours? I don't know. It's going to happen tonight.
Let's set the standards.
Yep.
Yeah. And Simo was back in town, right? Did anyone ask him?
It was really nice to have him back.
He was here for like 12 hours, so we couldn't get him in here.
No. He is the slippery fish that comes in, and even the amazing hunter couldn't.
Yeah, I had a bag, and I tried to throw him in it, but he dodged and got out the door, so I wasn't able to get him here.
No, it was nice. It was really, it's really always kind of. It doesn't follow a straight line.
Yeah. He is speaking at Reasonably Okay Week, which we will talk about later. Yeah,
it will be. Okay, but it's really nice. It's really nice. This is also, if I'm not wrong, the 20th anniversary of.
20th? Is that true?
10th.
10th.
I was about to say. I
don't know. I don't know.
Anyway, we'll do a fact check on that for the next episode.
So just put.
Sorry.
Actually,
just
in the rewind of this.
Fact checker.
Yeah.
Maybe we can ask AI.
Can I just
ask? All over the web now. It's all over on Twitter. She said it was the 10th year.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, Josh? This is your first Superweek, right?
Yep.
And this is also your first Superweek TV hosting.
That's right. Yeah.
Phenomenal job so far. But what's your intake? Is there anything else in the world? I mean, for us, this is our pinnacle, right?
No, I think this always drew me because it was the event where all of the top minds went to, right? Like, I've been to some American events, and they're really awesome, and they have a lot of great. But everybody that I've learned from in my career comes here, right? And it was just I had been, first of all, and this is the first year that 3 years ago was the first time that I ever heard of this, because I didn't know there was a community. I just knew that there was people who taught things. And then I learned about this, and it was like everybody was part of this community, and they all go here. And I was like, at some point, I have to come out here. And this was the year because Jason was coming, and I managed to have it in budget, and I was like, and I had met Yeshua earlier this last year, and it just the stars aligned, and I'm here. And I think it's just the amount of community that you can see just here connecting with each other and being a part of it together is just really nice. They really put on a very intentional event.
Well, you are a part of the community now, so there you go. Not just, but also feeling it, right?
Yeah, sure.
There's, so many life-changing things have happened in this amazing Superweek brand.
Yeah.
So it's kind of nice to be here again. Actually, we are kind of the old people here. You are the junior.
I'm the intern.
Yeah, you're the intern.
Yeah, there is an initiation ceremony that you have to. What do we talk about? No, it's not fit for television. What we're going to do to you?
Happen tonight.
Yeah, tonight.
I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen
when you wake up in the morning and
see what happens.
Well, we miss Rick. I tried to have him with us today.
Sorry.
Sorry, Rick. No, but I really tried to have him with us live, remotely, but he was not able to. It's a pity, but it's also nice to have different faces doing the TV, and also different ways of approaching people.
Yeah.
And having some people that are more fun than me is kind of refreshing as well. Yeah. So thanks for being here with us.
Yeah, thank you.
It was really nice. I really like the fact that also this place as you said, take people from all over the world comes here.
Yeah, and for us, we know how much work goes into putting a session on and last-minute changes and getting people. It's you've really taken like a fish to water, so to speak. So
thank you.
Great to have you.
I do love fish food. So.
It's kind of nice, yeah.
All right.
We are not wrapping up yet.
Oh, we're not. I thought we were.
No. Let's speak about this. This morning. You went to the
the pipes.
Yeah, yes, we also said this morning. Maybe it's nice to. This year, I think they are doing something a bit more, which is the part of seeing the city. Sometimes we're just locked up here for 5 days, but this year they are adding up a visit to the castle and under the Danube, and also on Friday we will go to the castle, right?
Yeah.
And you were in the tunnel.
We were in the tunnel this morning. We were underneath, I believe, some water. I believe I didn't. I was very wrapped up in like, wow, look at this tunnel. I didn't really absorb the information, so I was kind of distracted a little bit, but it was a cool tunnel with a lot of pipes. I think they talked about how the pipes give the entire
city water.
Yeah. And I was just appreciative that we got to walk around because we're sitting down all day, and I was like, hey, we get to walk.
Have you been to Europe before? Is this your first?
This is my first time in Budapest, but I just went to Amsterdam. I saw Fosca there, and Greece right before then. Since I've been to Spain, so a couple different places.
Yeah.
And we need to wrap up now instead.
Now we need
to wrap up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So after that will be you again.
Yeah, you again.
Yeah, I'm doing 3. I think this is 4 in a row.
Is this your 5th or?
I think so.
I arrive late. Is your?
Yeah, this is what happens.
That's what happens
when I get punished and I.
Yep. You're tardy.
Yeah, I'll take the blame.
All right. Well.
Okay.
Thank you, Superweek.
Thank you, Superweek.
Thank you, Superweek TV. Woo!
Thanks to the crew. A big applause to them.
And
Thanks to be so
you can
amazing.
See them back there.
Yeah, they are big, and they are just reminding us that we are speaking so much.
Too much. Cut it off. Cut it off. Bye.
And see you next.
welcome back to another episode of Superweek TV from Hungary 2026. My name's Jeremiah, your host, and I'm so thrilled to have this amazing panel here today. And we're talking about the road to personalization that drives the customer lifetime value for brands. And today I have with me Gunnar Gries, I also have Ezekiel from Conductrix, and Juliana Jackson, who does a lot of amazing stuff as well as now working for Jellyfish. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you.
If I could start with you, Ezekiel, when we look at where you're coming from and the tool that you have, it's like an innovation kind of tool, right? Is personalization or aiming towards personalization a part of the positive results of the technology?
I mean, we do support personalization, but the purpose for it doesn't have to do like doing complex stuff or very innovative stuff. It has to do to just figure out whether there is value in doing a more personalized experience in terms of, it's hard to explain this without, but so it's more complex to do personalization than to do other stuff. There's no inherent value in doing it just because. So the only reason why it's in there is for our customers to figure out whether there is value for them in personalizing experiences versus doing simpler stuff. That's mostly it. It's just another tool for them to discover them about their business and their context.
Yeah, and for you, Gunnar, you've been talking about signal engineering, which is, you say it's still theoretical, but
I'm not saying it's theoretical. I'm just saying it's a term for something that we've been doing for a long time actually, and it also doesn't really have to do anything with personalization. It's more about, identifying relevant actions for your business that have then ideally a long-term effect on your business, positive effect.
And growing by?
And feeding that back into the ad platform. So to tell them that whatever ad they've been showing was successful or unsuccessful, so that these algorithms within the platforms can optimize accordingly. So it's not, about personalization per se. It's more about sending the right outcome signals back into the platforms.
Right. And if we're talking like building customer lifetime value, Juliana, this is an area that you've been quite vocal about for many years. Are you seeing any shift in the mindset of how brands are looking at measuring customer lifetime value? Is it still a valuable metric these days?
For sure. I mean, if you ask any company what's their, main KPI or their North Star, they're going to say profit or CLV, but that doesn't really mean anything, because if you have, let's say, CLV and profit, then you have 3-4 metrics that leadership follows, and then you have each team that is siloed that maybe have some KPIs that ladder up to what leadership measures, that maybe ladder up to the profit. So it's a very big decentralization of metrics and KPIs. What I will say is that I think we say personalization, but do we really know what it means? Because a lot of people say personalization and they're thinking about hypersegmentation, segmentation, clustering. What is personalization in the end? The first book written about personalization was written in 1993, From One to One, the future of customer relationships, one relationship at a time. I know because I researched this recently. And what did happen in 33 years? Because every year is the year of personalization for the last 33 years. I don't think it has any...
Hasn't happened yet.
I was born almost in the born of personalization. Well, that's a lifetime.
You've been working on it for a lifetime.
God said, let there be.
Your lifetime work, basically, isn't it? But, I mean, there is a difference between personalization and targeting, right? Because... there's something that defeats me in the sense that no one's talking about zero-party data, where people are actually giving their information in their settings. Is this something that could be used or could be greatly utilized for real personalization?
The whole reason that not the whole reason. One of the reasons why we added, and I think I discussed this, the whole survey capabilities for gathering zero-party data within Conductrix was kind of like for that. Yes, of course you can do a lot of very fancy, like Juliana was saying, clustering models and predictive targeting. Yeah, you can do that. But you can also have zero-party data. It's much a more easier thing to do. And it might not require nothing fancy, and you're still personalizing, and it's a very simple model to execute. So we believe there's value in that because we believe there's value in simplicity. yeah, I don't know. I think there's value for personalization in zero-party data for sure.
Yeah, and zero-party data is like just asking them to fill out the data or give them a quiz.
Yeah.
Are you then using it for personalization or optimization at the end of the day? Because it's not necessarily a personalized experience that you get by providing a certain piece of information, I would assume.
Oh, no. It's giving the tool of collecting the zero-party data for building a personalized experience, which doesn't rely in aggregates. It relies on the just-in-time, like, specific behavior of that specific user. They would answer something, and you're using that input to immediately personalize the downstream experience.
I'm going to say something very provocative that I just thought about.
I've just had Tim Wilson here, so
I'm just thinking, based on, I'm just thinking it's like a random thought, so it could be brilliant or stupid. But I think the only way personalization is effective if it's algorithmical. Because if you think about it, like all the personalization that we see of our feeds on Instagram, on Reddit, based on what we consume, so it's a consumption-based personalization where you get relevant things because you interact with things, it has to be machine-led.
Well, behavioral-based.
Behavioral, but machine-led. Like, I don't think there's much we can do from I mean, sure, you can collect surveys and you can talk to customer support, but that's not the same. Like, I think the mistake that I don't even know if that's a mistake. I think the gap in thinking that we might have is that we have been used to a very linear way of measuring experience and measuring the customer journey and measuring everything that's on a funnel. Everything starts from A to B, but there's nothing linear anymore. Everything is multimodal, is chaotic, is fragmented. So it's very hard to know that if I open my phone right now and I go on Reddit, will I purchase on the website? Will I purchase through ChatGPT? Will I? So how can you be effective unless it's algorithmical? Because we switched from funnels to algorithmic feeds. So kind of like, what is personalization, but just collecting a shitload of data and trying our best to make it relevant.
Is there correlation with personalization and growing of customer lifetime value? Any of you?
It's an outcome, I think, for sure.
Yeah. My answer would be that it's not about the one metric.
Yeah.
It's about like the purpose that what you're doing. And like the whole the whole reasoning behind it is that you believe that if you're in service to your users and you build them more experiences, you are somehow affecting customer lifetime value in general. Even if it's not like, the one metric, the one number, in general, that's like the reason that you might be doing it is because you believe that there's some theory in there that it's actually has results.
Yeah.
If you don't believe that, then it doesn't matter the metric because
Yeah. And for you, Gunnar, I suppose going back to signal engineering, and I think you've also brought up this case. I heard in our interview a couple of years ago at Superweek TV, talking about the success of a campaign, and you actually brought up the case in your talk in Malmo about if you look at some of the metrics of how much was sold without taking into account the returns. Is the industry maturing a bit more to understand that vanity metrics we should go beyond vanity metrics and go deeper into the data and really understand what true success is?
Yeah, I hope so at least. And I'm not so sure if it requires us to go deeper into the data or actually deeper into the business and making these connections between these two. I think that is probably more the problems, right? Or the problem, right? Because I think we have great analysts, great data scientists, but how to bridge that back into the business and make it have an actual impact on your business. I think that is the key question. And then I would say that personalization is probably one of the many levers that you can pull or tweak, really, right? But probably not the first one where you should start with. I think there's a lot of more foundational work that needs to be done before you should look into personalization.
Yeah. And are you seeing this in a lot of the clients that you work with as well?
If I'm seeing it, or
it's like the whole mindset towards.
I mean, then seldomly putting these words signal engineering or personalization necessarily on it, right? But they are always, at least when you talk to the responsible stakeholders, they are focused on the outcomes at least, right? And I think then, as you also just mentioned, CLV is essentially an outcome of something else, of another
of a good product, of a good experience. So
Exactly.
whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And again, you can have like the best personalization if you have like a really bad product underlying right at the core of it.
Yeah.
Then personalization is not going to save you. And I think that's more what I meant with getting the foundations right first and then
exactly.
tweak it.
And for you, Julian, last time we were talking, you had just come into the agency world.
The memories.
Regretting it?
Good times.
Coming from the vendor world. Can you give a report card on what you see? You've been working on, I suppose, a lot of international accounts, both in your previous agency and now your current agency. How would you rate the level of maturity in the brands these days? Are they maturing quickly enough, or you don't have to mention?
I love
names
how
here.
Gunnar turned around to me.
Oh, let's start talking about.
Like a deep breath, and he was like,
Let's start talking about client A and
Drop some names.
It's a good question, Yomar. I think maturity, I'm going to almost quote Matt Gershav. I think maturity can mean a lot of things. Maturity in a company means having the right people that are able to do complex tasks and understand complex tasks. That's maturity. It's not necessarily a good tool infrastructure, a good understanding of server side, or a good understanding of copy, or different, lingo stuff that we use. I think maturity is when you know what is the business model of your company, what is your end outcome. And I think from this point of view, there's a lot of companies that I was very privileged to work with that do have a good understanding of their business model and where they want to go. How are we getting there? That's our job as consultants, to be able to work and be a trusted partner to our clients and help them get there. But I think what we do should be an abstraction to the client, because I don't think clients give a shit about all the stuff we do from a technical perspective. It's a very big difference for me to go from vendor to agency. Like, I'm at my fourth year since I moved agency side. I don't work in analytics anymore that much at all. I barely, do anything from time to time from classic web and app analytics. But I do agree with what Gunnar said. Like, I think now the focus should be more on how do you see the commercial value and understand the commercial value of a company, and then use data and use different systems and tools to be able to help get there, as long as you're trying to go, as long as you know where you're trying to go. That was a very consultant answer, right? I was actually proud of myself.
I think Maru has said that maturity is being good at diagnosing.
A lot of people know that they have issues, and again, I work on different type of problems. I think every company will struggle. I think it's a leadership thing. It always goes back to people, process, and tools. This is the direction. So if people are not aligned, then there's no processes to support what the people want to do, and then the tools, who gives a fuck? Sorry.
Yeah. And over to the tools guy.
Yes.
Well, who gives a fuck, honestly?
Yeah. But the question to you would be similar. Like, over your tenure at Conductrix, we're now looking 3 years.
For something.
For something,
years.
yeah.
40. I was born.
I think one of my frustrations that I've seen, having worked on client agency and vendor a long time ago at AC Nielsen, was the lack of maturity and understanding, and realize all of a sudden you're the expert in the room when you actually don't feel like you're the expert alone. From your point of view, as a product vendor, are you seeing a positive growth in the direction of the maturity, not just of data, but of a brand and how it works with data, how it works with its product, how it works with its customers, or is it static?
I'm turning around.
I'm going to say there's a caveat that the space that our product works on is by definition very nuanced and very complex, so it's hard to see like very transparent or clear to identify maturity.
Yeah.
Having said that, there is some maturity in the terms of like knowing why you are acquiring the product. Whether then you are using all of its potential for all the right reasons and all the right use cases, well, that in the right way, and to put it in another way, this is not about the product. Just the using statistics the right way, in the right use case, in the right manner, is very difficult in general. Our product just happens to be a byproduct of that on a lot of its features, so it's hard for that. But we also don't try to force it. We nudge certain behavior so that we can make it easier for customers to identify that. But it's not something that you can force. So most of the work is done in this type of spaces. It's like that. So yes, I've seen maturity like happening more often, but not in the specifics, more in the why are we actually putting money in this. And inside that, yes, there are better cases and some not that good, but yes, that's kind of like the high level overview.
I think statistics are making a comeback this year.
Oh, really?
I really feel it. Like stats are coming.
That's Aaron.
Think about it.
But I mean, isn't it happening already with marketing mix model?
That's what I'm saying. Like stats are so
marketing.
sexy.
I think you can find a book of marketing mix model older than the '93 book that.
Of course, because of MVT. Because MVT is so old. Multivariate testing is basically the same.
In the 2000s, we were doing an ATNS and baseline rate of sale, which basically measured the cost of sale. If you didn't run the TV or the print or the radio. And we often found if you only ran one of those channels, it was very minimal growth. But if you ran a combination of them, so this is the MMM that has been spoken about in the early 2000s, right? We've just got different channels these days. So Gunnar, I think last question to wrap up with you. I mean, are you feeling that, because you deal with a lot of large organizations, and consult with them in a very specific area of data. Are you finding that there is a maturity that if you would give the brands a scorecard these days, is it A, B, C? Mention names as well.
Gunnar, tell us.
Everyone failed.
I wouldn't necessarily say that companies have all overnight or over the last couple of years have become more mature than they were before. I think, there's always a leading pack, essentially. It just, maybe more people are joining this pack, and then we have some that are falling out of this pack and be more in the middle now. So, but I think the overall distribution is probably more or less the same. But what I would say is that probably the current economic situation has forced companies to question a lot of things that they're doing, right? So where are we putting our money right now? Cash is not that easy to get anymore. So where are we putting our money? Where does it work? And then I think maybe coming back to you, Juliana, where you said, okay, maturity is understanding the outcome and understanding the business model. And I think what currently again, the economic situation, I think, forces these businesses to also think more about what are the actual levers that we can pull to influence the final outcome. And, I think this constraint that might potentially lead, in certain cases, to more maturity within the organization.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an easy time to mature when you have, regulatory changes, AI, geopolitical.
But it forces you essentially to.
It does.
That's my point.
Yeah, absolutely. But, lady and gentlemen, it's been fantastic to delve into. I suppose only a part. We could probably go on for a lot longer on this topic.
Well, I have time.
Oh, you have time. Well, there's a bar outside, I believe, so we should definitely look at aiming that. But thank you for taking your time out of this amazing conference.
Thank you for having
me. And this is wrapping up this particular episode. Last one for the day, I believe. We're on tomorrow as well, so remember to tune in to Superweek TV live from
and subscribe
Hungary.
to Beyond the Mean newsletter.
No,
I have a sale.
Low-key plug, huh?
Yeah,
I have a sale in there today. I don't.
again in the TV. This is the last of the day, and I'm here with Josh and Jason. Josh Silverbauer and Jason Baker, the organizer of an incredible event. I'll leave you 1 second to a really nice video, and then we will be back in the studio.
Come join us at Reasonably OK Week, here at the beautiful Ramada Inn in Shelbyville. Situated with easy access to the New York Thruway, the Ramada features 3 fully carpeted conference rooms, all with unobstructed views of Exit 31A. The hotel also features a free continental breakfast. This choice of breakfast smartly avoids classic American breakfast foods that may leave conference goers full and sleepy, and focuses on poorly executed European classics that will be sure to leave attendees fully gruntled and ready to learn. We've got all the hot topics in analytics, like which shade of beige is best to wear on your Zoom interview, statistically speaking, how to A/B test your add to cart buttons, and GA4. Ever feel like modern conferences are making you think too much? You'll love Reasonably OK Week. Instead of trying to overload you with a bunch of highly detailed, actionable information, here at Reasonably OK Week, we understand that a light drip of platitudes beats drinking from the fire hose any day. Most of those details are going to be out of date by next year anyway. Do you remember that guy from LinkedIn? The one who posted that thing you once read but forgot to save? He's one of our speakers. We've also got the woman from that thing you went to last year, and the whole team behind that project management tool you remember doing a trial of in 2017. We've even got semi-famous analytics stars.
I'm Simo Ahava, and you'll see me at Reasonably OK Week.
Semi-famous analytics stars who are definitely real, not cardboard. Of course, none of this would be possible without our sponsors. For 2024, we're reasonably proud to announce we've secured sponsorship from Spwk Amateur, Website Story, and 4 Seasons Total Landscaping. We are moderately excited to see you at Reasonably OK Week. It'll be fine.
And that's why bounce rate is the most important metric in all of analytics.
Somebody order a semi-famous analytics star?
Dude, I said bring that in the back. Bring it in the back. In the back.
And back again in the studio. I'm actually wondering why these 2 amazing co-founders of this event are here instead of their conference, but they are here to tell us that. Hi, Josh. Hi,
hello.
Jason. How are you?
Oh, we are. You know, to be completely honest, we are struggling. Yeah, we're struggling a little bit.
Why?
Well, you know, our conferences. We were really, you know, that video was taken at least 5 years ago, and we have kind of lost a lot of our sponsors since then.
Amazing sponsor, I heard.
The amazing sponsors that we had. Yeah, and we had to come on a mission here to potentially. You know, either maybe find a corner where we could put on the conference around here and just like take a little bit of this and then maybe like stand up beside it. And
I think maybe like floor like -3. That's where it's really
floor -3. Yeah, yeah. It's
that doesn't exist in the hotel.
Well, we're digging we got shovels.
How do you know?
We're working on that.
You're right. Sorry.
There's an elevator all the way down behind a door.
We also managed to find some people to be speakers. Unfortunately, they're not part of any of the people of this event, but we found some other hotel.
Yeah, there are some guests.
Yeah, there's some guests, and they're going to be our speakers. So I think this is actually going to go pretty well. I think our plan is really nice and working. What do you think?
Sure.
Yeah, great.
I saw him really convinced. I'm just wondering which will be the language of this conference if your guests will be from
success.
The language of success.
Yeah.
Yes, that is the only language we speak at Reasonably OK Week.
Okay, good.
And you saw that, we know that Simo Hava was here yesterday, but we didn't see him today, and I think that's a coincidence, right? 'Cause we are putting on this conference today.
And why you're here?
-3 floor. So we're just saying that Simo Hava may or may not be at that conference.
I'm not saying that.
Well, I didn't say it either. I just said that he may or may not be there, which I think covers
like
all
logistics.
bases.
Yeah, like from a purely illogical, Boolean standpoint, that's probably true.
Yes, true or false? Both.
So you were Schrödinger cat, kind of. And until the moment we don't see it, it can be true.
There is a tunnel underneath the city.
The one that you went this morning as well.
That has water that gets put into the city. We actually redirected that water to our conference so that the only water supply in the city will be at our conference under -3.
One difficulty that we found, though, in running this conference in Hungary is that we've always required that all of our speakers be named Brad. And there just seems to be a really limited number of people in Hungary with that name.
Very little Brads. We found a few very little Brads, and we brought them in. But other than that, we haven't found any Brads.
Yeah, Bradley, Bradward, Bradford.
Sherry, is that what's the equivalent? I guess it's Karen, right? What's the equivalent? What's the Brad equivalent?
We have women in our conference?
We have women in our conference. Oh. Yeah, but they're all named Sherry and Karen.
Okay, nice.
I have not been keeping up with the internal Slack messages. I'm sorry, we use Teams.
Yeah, we use Teams.
Okay.
We actually use. We're pretty efficient. We haven't paid for any platform. So what happens is we get a few messages out in one, and then we go to the other. So we use Slack, and then we do a few messages because we're pretty sure we have to pay after a certain amount. So we've been really gaming the system by doing this. A few messages here, then move it over to Slack, then move it over to Google Meet.
It's really a nice strategy.
Yeah,
maybe also other people can copy that. Huh?
This is one of the talks that we're doing
nice.
at Reasonably OK. One of the talks very little Brad is doing.
Would you believe on a actually fully factual basis that I got a message from Zoli after we closed, to announce that we were no longer doing Reasonably OK Week. Actual Zoli sent me an actual message from the Ramada I think it was in Tel Aviv or something. So, it's clearly he's on we're getting through.
Yeah, we think a few more years and we may be acquired.
Yeah, okay.
And bring Reasonably OK Week as part of Superweek. Yeah, which is another part of the reason why we're here today.
So, okay, it's nice.
Yeah.
It's nice to have you here. But, okay, now that we have you here, maybe we can speak about something else related to this conference.
Yeah? What do you want to talk about?
What do you like about this conference?
Well, I think it's high quality, which is something that we lack at Reasonably OK Week.
Okay.
We have one poster board that says Reasonably OK Week and a few cardboard cutouts. And the branding here is so wonderful and intentional. You have so many countries. We have one. And
which one is that?
New Jersey.
I know. But you have Hungarian guests.
We have just New Jersey. That's all we have. And the new one, which is even worse.
What about you, Jason? What do you like about this conference?
I do really like flags. I sort of consider myself an amateur vexillologist.
Wow. And say that 10 times fast.
No, thank you. For real, it's an amazing experience and, really enjoying it. I decided to let Josh try to do most of the speaking for me. So
that's what I do here. That's part of the what I pay him for. As the CEO of Reasonably OK Week, I try to pay any other employee to not let them talk. So that's part of our agreement.
I'm an employee.
So you're like the CEO. We're all employees, right? CEO is technically an employee, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you talked to the board about this?
We have equity, right? But we're also employees. That's what I said.
I just got stock options.
Okay, well, this is awkward. All right, we'll talk later.
Okay.
Anyway, when we get acquired, most of that is going to come to me.
If you don't split up before, because I'm not super sure about this.
Well, it's okay. I think 0% or 100% of 0 is still 0.
That's for that I'm sure about it.
Anyway.
Did you learn that math here?
Yes, I learned that at Superweek, which is very cool. We're learning a lot here as to how to put on a good conference.
How not to.
Well, how to.
We knew that part
we
already.
know how not to, and now we're learning how to.
Okay.
You know, so everything from having massages available in the basement, which if we just tunnel and shovel into -3, it just all just fall down into our floor.
You're right.
And we'll get massages too. So. We're learning a lot here. I mean, the quality of the content has been very good. I mean, we had lined up for this year, just how to spell not set. That was a 35-minute conference topic, and boy, was it boring.
I mean, the mandatory use of GA4 has been sort of maybe limited our conference attendees a little bit.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Most of all, because actually I don't really understand why you put it mandatory, while actually you wrote the book about the opposite.
I mean, it was really that's really just a way to try to get away from. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I figure if I could
you're trying to get out.
If I could self-exclude, that might be a way to break the contract. Find an easy out of the contract.
You are not. I've made you not set to be able to leave. This is a not set metric.
Yeah, that's why he's the CEO.
Mm-hmm, that's why I'm CEO.
So now it's definite that is a CEO.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. But it's nice to have you here finally and not to have just the both of you on a live stream. So after I don't know, how many years you're trying to get at Superweek?
How many years are we trying to get? Like how many years have we been trying to come here?
Yeah.
Well, we have been trying to come here for about 30 years.
Okay.
But we realized that it was only a 10-year-old conference.
Yeah.
So it's the 20 years beforehand was very confusing to us.
I mean, every year I have been sort of, pleading with Tim Wilson, just can I come? Can I please come this year? And he's always like, you're not ready. You're not ready yet. Mm-hmm. And then, we work all year on it. And eventually this year he's like, I think I'm coming back. I'm going to bring you with me. Mm-hmm. So,
and because he came, I came. And I saw it as a business opportunity to bring Reasonably Okay Week here. Yeah.
It's good. Yeah. On the -3 floor, right?
On the -3 floor. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's nice to have you here. I'm really looking forward to see your event. Probably I will arrive after this conference has finished.
Oh, you're coming? Great. Each ticket is about $45,000.
Okay, I think I will ditch it, but it's nice to know.
We need a lot of funding.
No, it's 45,000 foreign.
Oh yeah. Foreign
is I think we may have made a mistake.
Oh, yeah.
We may have made a currency conversion mistake. We'll have to check into that.
Yeah, okay, good.
That's also a topic that we're doing, currency conversion and how to get them right. Yeah.
The right conversion rate.
Yeah, conversion rate, exactly. The right conversion rate. That was the name of it. It was, the right conversion.
It's really moved on. I mean, Reasonably Okay Week 2024 was all about bounce rate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As you heard in the video, it was bounce rate, bounce rate, bounce rate. And we're moving on. Conversion this year is about conversion rate.
Yeah.
What's a good conversion rate?
Also because I think bounce rate was no longer there in GA4 for a while.
It's not there?
It's there now, but it was not. Yes, it is.
What?
Yeah, bounce rate is there. You're too in your alternatives to even know what's going on. And bounce rate's there. It's the opposite of engagement.
I know it's there.
Yeah. We're also talking about engagement rate, but the rate of people getting engaged.
With the platform.
With different animals, with each other, So it's a very fascinating topic that we talk about at Reasonably Okay Week. We noticed that there's a lot of activities here, which is really nice. There was a pub quiz. There was
the bonfire.
The bonfire. We lit one of the rooms downstairs on fire, -3. That didn't work very well for us, but it was an attempt to start something. So we're learning again, you know.
I heard that the third party show is working on a documentary about Reasonably OK Week.
Yeah, third party. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, the third party show is my talk show, but yeah.
Okay, it's good. Like, I really feel that you're getting there. You really have.
Well, that's the slogan we use. We're getting there. That is actually the Philadelphia slogan for our public transportation. It's we're getting there.
Did they remove the question mark?
No. We're getting there with a question mark. Yeah.
That's good.
It's true.
And any of your guests is here and hosts, you are the host, so what are you gonna pick up with the transportation? Like, if everyone is ready?
Yeah, we hired 6 strong men and 6 strong women to go to the airport and carry people here. And, which there was only one person who ended up attending, so it's 12 people carrying this one person. However, they have not arrived yet, and we have not been able to make contact with them, so we're not sure what happened.
That's part of the using people that are already here. It's all about leveraging synergies. And that's what Reasonably OK Week is really
all about. We leverage our synergies. Yeah.
True.
It's nice.
We have a lot of slogans. We leverage our synergies. We are getting there.
You have stickers as well?
We have no stickers. We do not have a budget for stickers. However, if you come for 45,000 foreign, we might be able to get stickers, which will give us just about.
I don't have enough money to come to your conference, but I will try next year, okay?
Yes.
Actually, I did bring some cash with me for that purpose, and I tried to spend it, and it turned out it was actually no longer valid. True story.
We see all the beautiful swag that you guys have at Superweek, and we were really only able to buy one sock for people. And it was for this one guest.
Was it the left sock or the right sock?
We weren't able to, we couldn't afford to actually choose the sock, so we're not exactly sure if it's left or right.
Okay.
However, this one sock will come, and if this one person makes it here with the 12 people carrying it, they will get this one sock to wear. So we're really proud about that. That's a big upgrade from last year where we had no.
Yeah, neither guests.
No guests and no swag.
I mean, the advantage of Reasonably OK Week, another synergy leveraged, is that because the second part of the name is the same, week, we can maybe acquire some extra merch that might be hanging around, do a little bit of editing, and then
done.
Leverage. Yeah.
That's really clever.
That's why we put week in the name. Right?
Yeah, I managed.
Yeah, and then super, you could just change, and the P can become. I think there's.
Maybe you just put a nice paper on top and attach it with the tape.
We did bring paper.
Yeah, it's good.
We brought paper.
Tape and paper.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah. That's one of our specialties. Is bringing paper and tape. Everywhere we go. So, anywhere we go,
That's how as part of my book. I just there's just extra pages. That's why it looks so long. It's the second half of the book is just blank, and that's all the extra paper we just
That's good.
Yeah, and as analysts, you always want to carry paper and tape. Everywhere you go, as we know, because we're really serious analysts. Which is why we're credible to put on Reasonably OK Week.
Okay, it's good.
Not sure we're credible to put on anything. I don't know what.
Okay, the time is up. I'm really sorry for that.
This is not nearly long enough to the conference.
I was really happy to have you here with me. It's really nice to have you.
Very, very upsetting.
Thanks.
Think it's fine.
We really need to cut. See you tomorrow.
Bye. Have a reasonably okay day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And good afternoon, everyone. Yes, it's very good to be back. There was a couple of years hiatus for all sorts of reasons, like airline striking and all sorts of things. So I'm really happy to be back here. And yes, no need to that. Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you very much. I find that my presentations are turning more and more into rants, which I guess just goes with the territory. Also because I find myself incapable of figuring out any new presentation topics. So I just use the old ones but turn them more ranty. And that's what happened today. Today I want to talk about server-side tagging. So this is going to be a boring non-AI talk, but I'm sure that we can still get something out of it. Before I do, I have learned that this slide, which is typically used to present how you can follow me and stuff like that, which you can ignore. But what I do want to do is I want to tell you what my biases are, because this is going to be a critical talk. It's always good to know where I'm coming from. For the past, since 2014 actually, thanks to the kind introduction from Daniel Weisberg, I was a Google developer expert for Google Analytics and Google Tag Manager. So much of my work, while I was obligated to speak on behalf of Google, it kind of came with the territory that I was expected to be their mouthpiece, especially in developer communities. I am no longer a developer advocate for Google. They shut down the Google Analytics program. So I'm kind of liberated from that obligation now. That doesn't mean that I have the feeling that I have to be overly negative at Google, because I still use their stack for almost everything. I am still very much a Google Cloud Platform person. I write a lot about it. I do all my work in the Google Cloud. I still think it's an amazing piece of technology. I'm still very much invested, both professionally and personally, in Google Marketing Platform. While I might not use their analytics tool that much, I certainly do use other tools in the stack. And for the past 6 years, holy shit. Yeah, for the past almost 6 years. Actually, it's now the 5th anniversary, almost to the day of the first course we published on Simmer, which coincidentally was a course on server-side tagging. So, okay, yeah, we don't have time for, thank you very much, but we don't have time for this incessant applause. I teach about server-side tagging. I am very much, and the things that I teach in the course, for example, often very much conflict with what I'm going to be talking about today. Because as an individual, I have grown over the past 5 years or so, and as a professional, I've grown as well. Which I have to say this: it doesn't mean that the course is bad or outdated. It's still a very, very good course. So please go and buy it. But it just means that my own thinking has evolved a bit. And if I were to redo the course, which I have no plans on doing in the short term at least, I might approach some topics with a bit more sensitivity. So that's the biases there. Now you can kind of ignore what the rest of the talk is, because this is going to be very biased. I guess where I'm coming from is that server-side tagging still to this day, 6 years after it was introduced to the public, is still very much talked in a singular manner when it comes to the pitch, when it comes to trying to sell it to our customers, to our organizations, when we try to sell it as a technology that can make a difference. And the pitch always has these same phrases, the same ideals. It's about getting data back. It's about regaining access to data. It's about getting something back that was taken away from us. It's a very powerful pitch. It is a completely understandable pitch. It is predicated on the fact that we have an increasing amount of signal loss in marketing and advertising and analytics. And this is a fact. We've known this. We've known this for a long time. Safari started blocking third-party cookies in 2003. And ever since that, it's been going downhill for marketing tools. And with ITP, with e-privacy, with consent banners, with people becoming more aware of what kind of browsers they can use, it's just going, the signal loss is just increasing. And so when we are offered a tool that can address signal loss, and that's the key pitch, it can address this fact that we are losing access to data, it is a very powerful incentive to give it a go. While I don't generally disagree with this idea, I think it is a great tool for data, for addressing those data gaps. I do think that we've gone about it the wrong way. We've put the wrong thing in front of the pitch. We've put the wrong thing in the headlines. And today I want to discuss what could, in my opinion, be a better way to do it. And it is a very unpopular position. And most of you will not agree with it. And I'm totally fine with that. But I do want to install this little brain worm in your heads and maybe get it to eat that part of your brain that is still telling you that this pitch is good. And then kind of replace it with something else. And we'll see what that something else is. Because the fact is that in this haste to restore things back into marketing, yes, I'm sorry that there's some heads in front of, but these are silly quotes, you don't have to worry about that too much, is that we are being given something back, and server-side tagging has these magical qualities that it almost out of the box addresses this signal loss. In fact, server-side tagging is not a new technology. Like some of the biggest organizations, and even it doesn't even have to be a big organization, have been building analytic solutions that rely on a proxy. So rely on separating the ingestion from the forwarding the data to the vendors and adding stuff in between, adding barriers in between. So server-side tagging ultimately is a proxy. That's what it is. That's the technology. Instead of forwarding data directly from the client, which would be the web browser or the device or the server-connected infrastructure, instead of forwarding that data directly to the vendors, we put something in between. And that technology has many guises. With server-side tagging, it's a Google Tag Manager container, which most of us probably know from using with the web or apps. It's a way to take an incoming data stream and split it out by using tags, map that information into different formats. So it's not a magical piece of technology. It's something that's existed for a long time. But I think that only with the popularity that it was Google releasing it and the fact that it's practically free, with even with the default installation in the Google Cloud, it's almost zero cost for smaller sites. And then there are great hosting services that help you take the costs down if you're a larger site. The amount of scale that you have in your hands and a one-click solution that doesn't require you to actually install anything yourself is, of course, the reason for this popularity. But still, it's not a magic solution. But there is some problems that come with this ease, which I'll get to very shortly. My son has chosen all the imagery in this presentation. I gave him the task of trying to find something really nefarious, and I think he did a good job. The three things that I want to address today all build up to what I think the better pitch could be. And these are all problems that server-side tagging currently has out of the box. So when you get started with Google server-side tagging, now I'm not an expert on the other server-side ecosystems out there. I've dabbled, but I am pretty confident that they all suffer from these, because these are part and parcel of the technical nature of the internet. They're part of the client-server architecture, and that's why they are problematic. So there's not something that Google is doing differently from others that may cause these problems. I think the big elephant in the room is that Google is also a market ad vendor, which means that they have hidden, or maybe not even hidden, they have just vested interest and incentives in companies adopting server-side tagging. The three problems are of transparency, control, and agency. And now I've talked about this in a previous Superweek edition, I'm pretty sure, so this isn't something completely new, but I do want to go over it again. The transparency problem boils down to the fact that server-side tagging is difficult to audit. It doesn't happen in an auditable environment that you could neutrally just visit a site, take a look at what they're doing in server-side tagging, and then write up an audit. Because that's how you can still work with client-side technologies. If you wanted to audit a site for how they use constant banners, for example, all you have to do is roll into that site, look at what banners you see, and act accordingly. Server-side tagging happens behind the veil of the server, so it makes it more difficult to run these kinds of audits. Control, when we adopt server-side tagging, we partly do it because we want to regain control over the data stream between the client and the vendor. But do we actually have control, or is control just an illusion? And the third and the most controversial for many is agency. Much of server-side tagging is built on this foundation that users are actively trying to prevent client-side marketing technologies from working by using ad blockers and choosing browsers that have browser tracking protections. And server-side tagging gives you very, very simple means of maneuvering around those. So these are the three things that I'm going to be addressing today before we get to the new pitch. part of the presentation. Transparency can be boiled down to the Vegas rule, which I actually already alluded to. So anything that happens in the server stays in the server. And again, this is part of how the internet works. This isn't a Google design. There's a client-server architecture in the internet. There's a reason why the client machine and the server machine communicate in the way they do. The server has no access to what the client is doing apart from what the client tells it with these request streams. So HTTP requests is the technology. So anything that happens in the server can choose to withhold that information from the client, apart from a few standard headers that all HTTP responses require. So when you think about this, this is an obfuscation move. When you think about this, before you could go to a website and you saw that a Facebook pixel fired and you saw that it sent information to Facebook, and you were fairly certain, looking at that data stream, that this site is collecting information to Facebook. And there are browser plugins that tell you exactly the kind of data that Facebook received. And this is very transparent. It's not perfect. The site could still be doing offline uploads to Facebook that you can't audit, but at least you could see that very, very important stream. With server-side tagging, what you might see is a completely obfuscated request to the server with Facebook not mentioned anywhere. No mention of FBCLID, no mention of FBC, FBP, external ID, all these different parameters that Facebook consumes. It could completely be obfuscated into a Google Analytics 4 request, for example, and even that could be obfuscated further by just garbling up, adding some simple encoding. And you have no idea if that data stream is being used for collecting data to Meta. You have to trust the data controller in charge of that data stream that they are doing right by you. If you haven't given permission for performance marketing, for example, you have to trust them that they are not forwarding these identifiers to Facebook, for example. So instead of having a transparency where you can audit and you can choose the level of trust, you have to trust the data controller instead and the vendor. Now, could there be a solution to this? Like I said, this is part and parcel of how the internet works. So could we solve it somehow? I propose 3 solutions, each of which are equally bad and non-functional, but as a thought experiment, they work. Maybe we could come up with a standard for server-side communications, where the web server or the server-side tagging component or the marketing server is compelled to return a certain type of response back to the client, the browser, which includes information about what the server did. It could be called XSST report. If it's standardized, it could be documented. We could build tools around it that look at this response, and then we can have a browser plugin that tells us exactly what happens in the server, because it's part of the HTTP response. Now, the problem is that the response size has a limit. The company running the cloud infrastructure, for example, has to pay for every byte that is returned back to the browser. So it's obvious that they're not going to be excited about having to pay quite a lot of money for adding this meta information into the response. There's a limited length to HTTP response headers, and of course the fact that it does need a standard is off-putting. Who is going to voluntarily work on a standard these days, especially when it comes to marketing paradigms? So let's ditch that for a second. What about Tag Assistant? This would obviously only apply to server-side Google Tag Manager because Tag Assistant is Google's tool, but they already have a Tag Assistant, which you can, any site that is running the Google tag, you can open Tag Assistant to that site and see what is being dispatched, even to server containers. So why couldn't Tag Assistant have an extra tab which processes the response that Google would then add through post message or something similar, or into the HTTP responses themselves, that would show you exactly what happened in the server? I think this would be very easy for Google to build. Anybody can use. It could only apply to debug mode, so there wouldn't be too many costs. You actually have to enter Tag Assistant to enable it. It wouldn't be automatically enabled to everyone. It could be very detailed. Now, the downsides are that this would be selective info. Google already has built-in templates in server-side Google Tag Manager where we have no idea how they work because they haven't open sourced them. Why should they reveal any extra information in the HTTP response? So Google doesn't certainly have too much incentive to work with. And how would they work with custom tags? how would they know exactly what the Facebook tag needs to respond back to the browser, again, if we don't have a standard? So this is also very difficult to deploy. And then we have, of course, kind of a legal workaround, which is to use a privacy policy. Kind of the solution to, the low-bar solution to all problems is a privacy policy. It's proactive because you would be able to write exactly all the data processors, which you should already be doing, of course. You should have a list of processors and sub-processors who are handling the personal data and in this case, any kind of marketing data. You could tell exactly what tags are firing in the server and so on. It probably doesn't cover it legally. Privacy policies rarely do. It is a well-known resource, so if you wanted to know what a site is doing, you would know where to find their privacy policy because it's hidden right there in the footer. The problem is that this is, of course, an incredibly high upkeep. The beauty of tagging, tag managers, is that you can deploy a new version instantly. But now you have to update the privacy policy first before adding any new tags, which means that you have to notify all of your customers that there has been a privacy policy update. So it just doesn't work with that agile world of marketing. So transparency is brutally difficult to solve. And the one thing that unites all of these solutions and every other solution I could dream up is that it's always going to be the server telling you what happened. And the server is managed by the tag management system or the data controller or Google. Self-disclosure is not transparency. It's the server being manipulated to tell you a response. So it's very different from how the browser works. The browser is literally called the user agent. Web browsers are built to represent and transparently the needs of the user. Some browsers more than others, but that is their function. They are supposed to tell you exactly what is happening when you visit a website. A server-side tagging system is managed typically by the website who is trying to gain your customership. What is their incentive to be transparent about this? So self-disclosure, servers are self-disclosing information because there is no automated mechanism that tells what happens in a server. Again, because of this separation of client and server architecture. So let's say that transparency is now an unsolved problem. So then we come to control. One of my favorite ways to describe server-side tagging is that it gives you absolute control over what the vendors receive. It's very different from running a metapixel or a Google Ads conversion pixel on the page, because those are controlled by the JavaScript libraries that you download from these vendors' CDNs. The JavaScript decides what to collect. They can basically, we can talk over this at the bar, but there's a huge problem with third-party JavaScript is that there's no way to distinguish vendor JavaScript from first-party site JavaScript once that JavaScript has been loaded into memory. So when you give permission for the site to load FB events.js, for example, it has free reign. It has free control to track whatever it likes. Obviously, companies like Facebook and Google are big enough to not be able to do that on a whim, although we've seen examples where Google changes their analytics infrastructure in ways that disrupt existing solutions, partly because they rely on undocumented things, which is because Google just doesn't document anything anymore. But control, in this case, it's wonderful. You can use server-side tagging and strip all the information that you don't want to send to Meta and then just send bare bones with the Facebook tag. Or you can just selectively choose what Google receives. But is this the reality? Now, we are all marketing professionals, so we know that it's not the reality. We can't just choose what Facebook receives. And in fact, there are many other things that are eating up our control. We have all of these things that are breathing down our necks when we use server-side tagging. We have all of these reasons. Typically, they are organizational mechanisms. The organization wants us to use server-side tagging in a way because they were promised that it gives us data back, it gives us a better ROAS. It helps us avoid Safari's cookie degradation. It helps us avoid ad blockers. So we have all of these incentives that are coming at us within the organization, and us trying to have the kind of integrity to say that, no, I want to use server-side tagging for good is really just doesn't happen anymore. So no matter how much we would like to use server-side tagging to serve kind of a holier-than-thou position in a way, it's not possible because server-side tagging was specifically designed to address these features that still require you to use it in a certain way. So we don't have absolute control. But what we can see is that there are different layers of control when we use server-side tagging. Now, the one is that whoever adds the tags to the server container has control over data collection. They can choose which vendor tags to add. They can choose which parameters to forward. So they do have control over that. However, if we use server-side tagging by Google, Google does control the service. They get to choose how that infrastructure actually works. They get to build those built-in tags and variables. They get to choose the cache mechanisms. They get to choose which HTTP parameters are used for geolocation. They get to choose what the optimal stack is, which must be frustrating for some of the hosting vendors because Google is always going to be biased towards Google Cloud. We have ad vendors who get to decide exactly what they need. We might say that we want to strip everything out of the Facebook stream because we don't want them to collect. But Facebook won't work with it. It doesn't make any sense. Facebook requires a minimal set of data which happens to include identifiers. It happens to include click identifiers. And if you don't send click identifiers, you have to send personal data, hashed email addresses or something like that. Because without those, why are you even deploying Facebook tags in the first place? It just doesn't make any sense. So no matter how much we try to use server-side tagging to support the good, most of the vendors that we use require a certain set of data that might be in conflict with what we think is good for control. Unless we just use server-side tagging to plug information into our own proprietary data warehouse, but why do you use server-side tagging in that place? It's a heavy piece of machinery for that particular purpose. There are better tools for that. Server-side tagging is a marketing tagging tool, after all. And then the user gets to control what gets collected. User gets to use an ad blocker. Users can use different kinds of browsers that prevent marketing data from being collected. So even if we said that, okay, let's collect something to Facebook after all, the user might still have the final say. So control is also a problem. We don't have a solution for that. How do we find the sweet spot between using server-side tagging for control without compromising the actual marketing needs, why we decided to deploy server-side tagging in the first place? Which brings me to the last of these 3 points, and probably the one that people will disagree with the most, but I absolutely, with every soul and cell membrane in my body, believe in this, that the user, the person visiting the website whose data is being collected to these marketing platforms has final say over what is collected and how. And what I'm talking about here, obviously, is ad blockers. Because you all know that one of the ways that server-side tagging is pitched is a way to circumvent ad blockers. And it's not even something you say in a shameful way. It's right out there. It is the pitch. It is moving an analytics proxy or a measurement proxy away from a domain environment which is blacklisted or blocklisted by ad blocker block lists to a first-party environment which isn't. So ad blockers block ads, but we need ad revenue to produce this service. This is the counter pitch. This is the counterclaim to what I'm saying when I'm saying that ad blockers should not be circumvented. And this is very true. There are ad-supported services all around who are losing revenue because of ad blockers. But it would be hasty to say that the only reason people are using ad blockers is just to block ads. This might have been the case some years ago or many years ago when ads were mainly banners. But now we have reasons because people just don't want to be tracked. And this is because ad blockers are no longer actually called ad blockers, they're called content blockers. So they don't just address ads, they address the general phenomenon of adding stuff into the user's browser that consumes their bandwidth and their battery without even actually showing them anything. It just collects data from them without them getting anything in return. So the people have become kind of pissed about this. Some people want a faster browser. On mobile, this is especially prominent, whereby blocking advertising libraries from loading, you can get a vastly more pleasurable browsing experience. Some people still don't want to see any ads. Some people are using ad blockers because they are not they don't trust that even though there's a consent banner that they are respecting their rights as EU data subjects, for example. Some people just hate the company's websites or hate the company whose websites they're visiting, and they want to prevent them from using their data just out of spite. And this is fine. I respect that. And some people, incredulously, don't even know that they're using an ad blocker. They're just using a browser that happens to block ads. Brave being a great example. So when you're using Brave, you are actually using a very powerful content blocker. And you might not even be aware of this. So there are many reasons why these technologies are being used, and circumventing them just on the premise of regaining ad revenue is doing a disservice to all of those who use them for completely different reasons. You have, of course, the full right of blocking access to content for users that are using an ad blocker. That is, of course, a right. It does make the internet a bit more boring, especially for those users, and it does add a layer of maintenance to those sites adding those gates. But I do want to, again, quickly explore a couple of options for this, and these are just as bad as the options that we had for transparency. They're just as non-functional, but I'll share them anyway. We could come up with standardized ad blocker heuristics. Right now, the problem with ad blocker detection is that ad blockers don't want to be detected because they can be manipulated otherwise. Otherwise, every ad vendor would start detecting ad blockers so that they can circumvent them. But if there were a way to consistently detect blocker use, we could use that way and inform the server that, hey, by the way, this user is using an ad blocker that would typically block Facebook pixels. And then we can use that information to block Facebook tags by respecting that user's choice to block them, and then collect all the other stuff anyway. No blocker will agree to this. There has been attempts to build standardized lists, and they have never come to fruition because of this moat that blockers want to introduce, the blocker vendors want to introduce between them and the advertising vendors. And it's also easy to misuse. Like I said, every single ad vendor in the world would hook into these lists and make sure that they are circumventing them. Then there's the option for proactive detection, where instead of relying on a standard, we just start sending head requests. Let's try and communicate with Facebook.com. This happens in the browser. If that request is blocked, we know that the user is probably using an ad blocker that blocks Facebook. So then we inform the server that, hey, Facebook.com was blocked. Do what you want with this information, but you'll probably want to block Facebook tags. This is very high maintenance, obviously. Because you would need to write this kind of solution for every single vendor that you want to use server-side, and you have to know all of their domains as well, which is problematic. And it's, of course, very easy to circumvent. It doesn't take too much time or effort or money for these vendors to come up with new top-level domains or ETLDs to circumvent this kind of logic. And then there could be a global browser control. A do not track 2.0, a GPC, something like that, where the user could, with browser settings, say exactly what they want to do. I want to block these things. And this would have final say. And this is, of course, part of a discussion that we're currently having in the EU is whether, for example, e-privacy should be moved to this kind of a browser control, whether consent should be moved into a browser control. Now, the problem with this approach is that blocker use isn't always regulatory. So we can't conflate it with consent. I might grant this website consent to process my personal data because I trust their processes. I still might block their trackers because I don't want them to track. I don't want their JavaScript to ruin my browsing experience. We can't conflate the two. And then there are different rules that apply globally and regionally. Something that applies in the EU most certainly doesn't apply in some Asian countries, for example. So how can we come up with a browser setting that would be universal, but that we wouldn't have to respect it if we go to a country that doesn't recognize these laws? It just gets very, very complicated. So ad blockers are also kind of an unsolved problem. And now we get to the final point of this presentation where I want to share my pitch. Currently, with server-side tagging, we are living in a vendor-centric model. That's how it's pitched. Use server-side tagging so that you can get better data to vendors. Use server-side tagging so that you can get data back, enrich your marketing data, and make the big acronym companies, make them happier. And the users are just revolving around this. They have some independence. You might add some protections there. You might add some client-side performance improvements, but it's still very much reliant on what the vendors need. The vendors dictate how this whole thing should work. And we are dancing to the vendors' tunes. They are the ones who say that you might want to install this new gateways technology that we just shared so that you can get 45% more data back or something like that. The vendors are the ones who also come up with these ridiculous percentages. And occasionally you have the comet of law, quickly going around the solar system and then going back into the unknown fathoms of space, never to be seen again, except maybe in 5,000 years. But that's the problem. It is vendor-centric. It's absolutely vendor-centric. The problem with this model is that it's great for the vendor, but it's really terrible for the user. It's really, really bad for the end user. They have absolutely no say over this. They become a pawn in this game where the data controllers are trying to figure out how do we optimize our marketing data now that we have signal loss. And everything that I've spoken of today, transparency, control, agency, it all boils down to my belief that we can switch it around to a user-centric model, where it's the users who are in the center of it all. We still have our marketing vendors. We've demoted them to orbital trajectories instead of being the center of the universe. And then we have the layers of transparency, control, and agency between the vendors and the users. This is super idealistic and almost impossible to do, almost, but not quite, because every single thing in server-side tagging when you first deploy it speaks for a vendor-centric model. There are no mechanisms there to protect the user. There are no built-in mechanisms for that. You have to code everything yourself. You have to manually add ad blocker detections. You have to manually add disclosure statements. And you have to manually encode what kind of control you're observing with this solution. But it is doable. And what it means, I have these 3 banners. This is my new visual design approach. It's everywhere. It's really, really stupid. Oops. So here's my suggestions, which could be like step 1 of entering a new bold world of user-centric server-side tagging. For the pitch, when talking about server-side tagging, we can talk about quality over quantity. Instead of talking you got 3.4 more conversions back by using server-side tagging, we can say that we can actually now enrich that data at scale. We can get better parameters directly from your CRM instead of having to go through the browser first. We can do enrichment at scale. We have incredible opportunities to improve client-side performance. By removing all that vendor JavaScript from those sites and just relying on a single data stream, for example, we can reduce the amount of stuff that the browser needs to process. And this would instantly treat one of the reasons why I use an ad blocker, which is to get better performance on mobile, because you would no longer have to deploy all those. And instead, we wouldn't talk so much about circumvention. We would drop that from the vocabulary. We don't talk about how it's a way to go around ad blockers and consent prompts and whatever you name it. And we stop talking about how much vendors want it. We stop talking about how Facebook will get better data and so on and so on. We just talk about it as a way to improve the enrichment and the security of the environment itself. For day-to-day use, we can start, which is something everybody should already be doing, which is forwarding consent signals to the server-side tagging container as well. Because once that data, you can still have data in the server container collected from the browser legally, which you still shouldn't forward to vendors. So knowing exactly what the consent state is very important. Google does a disservice to us with this because they still haven't added consent as a native asset in consent mode as a native asset in server-side tagging itself. There's no fancy tabs or triggers that we can use to automatically patch into those streams. We have to think about data minimization. Try to send as little data as possible that is needed for the absolute bare minimum that we are allowed to collect. Make it auditable, make it transparent. Use transformations as much as possible so that we can really make use of the one single data stream. And read the vendor requirements critically. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Facebook still says that you should have both the pixel and the conversions API running side by side, and they've never given a very good reason for that, I don't think. And they talk about percentages. They show you a decreased match quality rate when you go to Facebook Events Manager, but it's self-disclosure again. Facebook is telling you these percentages. We have many case studies where only a conversions API approach only delivered quite decent results. So why is that not talked about more? So for day-to-day use, stop preferencing the vendor over the user, but switch it around. And for the community, for us, we can challenge vendor claims. When Meta gives us a percentage, we can tell them, tell us where the percentage came from. We can require more from their documentation. We can ask them to explain exactly what you need these parameters for. We can challenge product dev. We can talk to our friendly Googlers, get them to put the word in. We have a lot of feature requests as a community, many of them related to these things that I've talked about today, and we need to get them pushed forward. We need to actively brainstorm these problems of transparency, control, and agency. They need to become just as much as a part of our daily lingo when we think about the end users as anything else, like client-side, like performance, like writing unit tests with developers, like designing content banners. So we need to develop solutions for the users and not the vendors. And just stop parroting vendor talking points. So these are my suggestions for a user-centric model of server-side tagging. They might not work for anyone else except me, and barely for me either. But maybe with adopting some of these steps, and of course observing the Ahava rule, which is just eternally going to stay here, because when in doubt, you have to calibrate what your level of dickness is in general, but when in doubt, just think about, like, am I being a dick when I'm doing this? And if you feel like you're being a dick, maybe do something else. I think that's a good rule in life as well. Of course, your definition of a dick might be different than mine, but as long as you observe it, it's important. So anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. You know, I'm not really that nice. I think I'm more kind than nice. And I was thinking about Simo's talk about don't be a dick. And I know I'm kind of a dick all the time, even though I'm good intentioned. So this talk today, and who went to the pub quiz last night? Okay, so there's gonna be a lot of familiarity, and anyone who maybe didn't do so great on the stats part of the pub quiz, after this sesh, it'll be no problem. It'll be no problem because we're going to touch on a lot of that stuff. It's do I need to know this, know that to know this, and that's kind of like a key concept that I think sometimes people don't really appreciate how kind of powerful that is. But really, the talk is about interactions. But really, the talk is about complexity. And we're going to talk about complexity and different definitions of complexity. And it's something, Ibrahim was talking yesterday about being an architect, but this idea of really needing to kind of understand, define the context, to understand the problem domain that you have. And I think thinking about things from a complexity lens, at least for me personally, has been extremely helpful. Also, I'll ask some questions and I'll give out some prizes just to keep everyone interested. I'm Matt Gershoff. I just got a nice introduction, so I don't need to talk too much about myself. My hand looks big there. More important, Franklin will be making many appearances throughout the talk. He's the CDO at Conductrix. Budin, we got to get a role for. Budin is Ezekiel's job, so we dog. So we got to get a role for him. He's pretty cute too. Okay, so Franklin will be here. So I like that Simo's talked about his biases. I like to talk about my biases before I talk. So this is a little, just a framing and a way of understanding where I'm coming from. And so then you can decide whether or not you agree from my initial position, and then you can decide whether or not you can agree with my conclusions. I'm co-founder of Conductrix, so our software does A/B testing. We do customer feedback, direct feedback, as well as contextual bandits, reinforcement learning. Interestingly, we also do it from a data minimization, privacy by design. And that was something that was interesting from Simo's talk, because I don't think people really care about that. We put a lot of work into that architecture, so I think it's going to be tough to pitch data minimization to a very data maximalist crowd. I have a master's in SI. So I went back to graduate school in the mid-aughts, a little bit of an early midlife crisis. And I also have a graduate degree in economics. And when I first started Conductrix, a lot of it was informed by the SI But more and more, I've come back home to economics and econometrics. I think it's it's really important to really think about inference and to understand models about your customer and about how they're interacting with your design, with your websites and whatnot. And I think econometrics has a good framing for that. And we're going to talk a little bit about that today. I worked at Harrods in London. I used to work at a Coca-Cola bottling plant. I used to run the Jones machine, and I used to work at Candle Factory. And I can tell you the French vanilla day was the absolute worst. And then you'd go from the factory. Oh, by the way, if you have jars, candles, 1/4 inch. That's the optimal length for your wicks. So if the wicks get any longer than 1/4 inch, give them a snip. Safer that way. Technology is perishable. Ideas and abstractions are not. So again, we're talking a lot about SI here. A lot of it is based upon technology and being an operator with technology. And I do think that's a risky place to be. I think as we go forward, and I think in the past, but even as we go forward, the stronger mental constructs that you have, the stronger abstractions that you have in order to frame solutions and to frame problems, I think you'll be in a much better position. Okay, and I really believe that complexity is a cost. It's not a benefit. And so you want to think about the marginal value of complexity. When you're thinking about a solution or you're trying to think through about a task or a way of going about solving a problem, really think about if the additional bit of complexity is going to be worth the cost. So do the simplest thing possible. So that's what I'm going to try to talk about today. Okay. Okay, agenda. What are interactions? Interactions as complexity. We'll talk a little bit about some definitions of complexity. Ways of discovering interactions. So we will actually talk about some practical skills. We're going to talk about a very simple way, sort of visual pattern recognition to take a look for interactions. And then also we can do some statistical analysis for when a visual approach is going to be not clear. Or you can do it in conjunction. Okay, so I get get these questions all the time. You probably have either asked it or heard it. We're worried that our A/B tests are going to be interfering with them. We're running 100 A/B tests all at the same time. How do we know that the data is not being corrupted because we're running them and maybe one A/B test is influencing another A/B test? So how can we trust the results? Oh, we also get another question all the time, which is, hey, the A/B test didn't show anything, but maybe really what's going on is that for one segment, one was really positive, and for another segment, it was really negative, and it's just washing it out. And if we just did a lot of drilling in, we'd find segments for which one treatment is effective and another treatment is effective for a different group. This gets asked a lot. But really behind all of those questions is this idea of interactions. So I think it's quite important to understand actually what they are. Great question, Franklin, right? Keeping you on your toes. So what's an interaction? It's when two or more independent variables, they don't have separate effects. So you kind of have to know both of them at the same time. So you can kind of think of it as like, if you don't have interactions, the two can kind of spin separately. But if you do have an interaction, they're locked together. It's kind of like two gears. And you can't turn one without turning the other. So if you turn one, it's going to adjust where the other one is. So they're kind of locked together. Okay? So that's what interaction is. Oh, where's the guy from Milan? Cassandra guy. You here? Okay, that's okay. So I was talking with the Cassandra guy the other day. I remember he was from Milan. And in grad school, for some reason, back in the mid-'80s, I'm old, the example that they would use for interactions was the opera. I don't know why, maybe the professor really liked opera, so I'm just going to use it here. Okay, and this is in Milan. This is Teatro alla Scala. Very nice. Any of the Italians been here? Anyone else been here? It's nice, right? It's really nice. You got to admit. And the guys, the people, like the docents, they walk around with like a little metal chain and like a medallion, big giant medallion around their neck. It's old school, definitely go. Oh, and the wine? So first, the tickets are pretty expensive. But in the intermission, the wine is like €8. It's tremendous value. I highly recommend it if you go to Milan. Anyway, so this is the opera. It's somewhat related, and I just want to put the picture in. Okay, so who buys opera tickets? Okay, I don't know if this is true or not. But they tend to be both older and have more formal education. Okay? I think that makes sense. Kind of expect that. But do you need to be both old and have too much schooling? That's the interaction. Is it both? Both things. Not just if you're rich, not just if you're old. If you're old and poor, maybe you don't go to the opera. If you're really young, but you've got a ton of formal education, maybe you don't go to the opera. Maybe you got to be both. Okay. So if no, the demand for opera is additive. So it's education plus age, or it's the logical or. Okay? It's or. Not the exclusive or, but it's or. This and or that. Okay? Or condition. That means we can separate the two effects. I can talk about the effect of education on the demand for opera without having to know your age. Or I can talk about the effect of age on opera without knowing your level of education. Okay? That's not having an interaction. If yes, then the demand is multiplicative. Okay? Multiplicative is equivalent to a logical and. You have an and condition. It is education and age, which means we cannot separate the effects. In order to know the effect of education, I got to first ask you, how old is that person? Or if I want to know the effect of age, I have to ask you how much education they have. You can't separate it. Okay? Okay. Do I have any evidence? Maybe. This is me on my 55th birthday last year at the opera in Milan. Very nice, as I said. And do I tell the embarrassing story? So we're walking there, and my wife was joking with me as we go, and she goes, "Oh, we're in Italy, and we're going to the opera. In all the movies, there's always all the Italian ladies, they're weeping. We're weeping with ecstasy at the opera. Do you think we're going to see any women like weeping at the opera?" Laughed it off. Cut to, curtain opens, the music starts. I'm there, and it just hits me. I'm on my 55th birthday in Milan, at La Scala. I start crying. So I'm the one who was crying. I was the monster at the end of the book. It's totally shameful. I probably shouldn't have just told you that. But actually, there was someone crying at the opera, and it was Gershoff. Okay, so what are some interaction problems? Does personalization matter? So personalization, interactions, okay? Does it matter? Do different customer segments prefer different treatments or experiences, right? Conditional treatment effects. Juliana Jackson, I think, is going to talk about this, so I just want to stick this in here so when you see her talk, a lot of this math will be underneath that. ANOVA, analysis of variance, and factorial multivariate designs, interactions, okay? That's in that problem. So knowing about interactions is going to help you solve a lot of problems. And the classic, are my A/B tests interfering with each other? And now, even though a lot of folks say that this isn't a big deal, and it probably really isn't a big deal, a lot of times the C-suite, there'll be people in your organization who just saying it's no big deal, stop bothering me about it, is not going to be good enough. So you might want to be able to do some sort of analysis. And part of the reason why I've been thinking about this is we've been adding this capability to our software. So we do all this stuff here, and mostly the reason why we've added the A/B test interactions is so that the internal teams can communicate up to folks and sort of address their anxiety. Okay, so asking if there's interactions is equal to asking, would a more complex model be better? Okay. Interactions equal greater complexity. You have a more complex problem. Fair enough, Franklin. What do I mean by complexity? Okay, complexity time. Anyone, a little gifty just to incentivize you? Anyone got a definition for complexity? We talk about complexity a lot. We're analysts, solve problems. Does anyone have a definition? Maybe you want to have a formal? You don't even have to shrug. Just be robust about it. What do you got?
Like the number of iterations or processes you have to run to get to the answer.
Okay, that's a good definition of complexity. Too far. You can grab that. Anyone else?
A number of zeros and ones you need to describe.
A number of theorems?
Zeros and ones to describe.
Yeah, the number of bits. Description length. Excellent. That's very good. Should I nah, I think I'll hit the light. I'll just stick that over there. Doug, you got one?
Yeah, I was going to suggest the number of moving parts in the system.
Okay. I got. Compute. Well, I think we got a bunch of them. So compute, come afterwards. Those are all good. Huh? You already have one? Okay. I'll get you some candy or something instead. This is a Mandelbrot set. And the question is, I wonder if this has a lot of complexity or not, and it kind of depends, actually. Okay, so what is complexity? Actually, it turns out there's lots of different definitions for complexity. I'm going to give you two, and it depends upon who you ask. The one that you may or may not be familiar with, but is sort of like a very prominent one, is Kolmogorov. So there's Kolmogorov complexity, but I want to introduce a different type of complexity, which I think is more appropriate for our interactions and for us as analysts, and it's from Murray-Gell-Mann. Okay, so we're going to talk about complexity and a couple of folks from there. Andrei, the giant Kolmogorov. This guy is amazing. This guy actually totally, he's up there with like Gauss, Euler. Probability theory came up with like the axioms. So like if you're going to like prove things with probability, define it. This guy in 33. Huge. So just good to know about him. But also, as a follow-up, not trivial, he came up with algorithmic information theory. It's not so dissimilar to Claude Shannon's information theory. There's dualities to it. That was in 65. Also look up Salmanov and Chaitin. There's a good popular book from Chaitin back in the early 90s called Metamath. Recommend that to understand this idea of information theory. Okay, what's it about? This was one of the, someone gave the Kolmogorov one, which is the number of bits which the smallest theoretical, this is a theoretical concept, the smallest theoretical program, the number of bits which describes that program. So how many bits are required to encode the program that will generate this data set, okay? So we have data, we want to know what its complexity is, what's the smallest program that would generate the data. And the applied version of this is known as the minimum description length, MDL. You might see this if you study machine learning. So I'm going to use a transcendental example. I'm going to use pi. We're going to think about the complexity. So here's the first 300 digits of pi. Oh, who thinks pi, the first 3 digits of pi, is complex or not complex?
Not complex.
Not complex. Do you know why?
Because it's not provable.
Correct. All right, great. Okay. So the Kolmogorov complexity is going to be, again, the shortest program which would generate that data. So here's just like a crummy little program to just come up with the first 300 bytes. This is an R. It's roughly 80 bytes. So 80 versus 300. So pi has low Kolmogorov complexity. It is not complex because it can be described in a very simple manner. You need a very small description to generate the data. It's this idea of compressibility. How compressible is the data? If you can't compress it, it has high complexity. If you can compress it, it has the complexity of the compressed representation. It's almost like the minimal or the maximal compression of the data is its complexity from the Kolmogorov complexity sense. Random noise, just random digits. Complex or not complex? Absolutely complex. Yes, but depends. So from Kolmogorov, absolutely complex. You need the only way to describe those 300 bytes is the bytes themselves. It's 300. There is no way to compress it, so it's very high. But that may be not so useful for us. So because as analysts, we're looking for regularities. We're looking for structure, right? And this has no structure, but it's very complex. So maybe this isn't what we want, right? I got you, Franklin. I agree exactly with you. That's not so useful. Okay. But so Murray Gell-Mann, he came up with first, he only just got the Nobel Prize for introducing quarks and particle physicists. So the whole idea of quarks and colors and everything is from this guy back in '64. And again, he also had a follow-up, which was he introduced effective complexity. This was only like in '95. I was alive back then, so it's not that old. I'm not looking at anyone else in this room who was also alive at that time, right? And it's the number of bits that describe regularity or the non-random part. So it's explicitly about the complexity of the non-random part of your data, okay? So for Gell-Mann, the effective complexity, the random data has no regularity, so it has a very low effective complexity. Okay, so that's what we're going to care about here. We're going to care about effective complexity. As analysts, we're going to care about the effective complexity of our models. When we're trying to think about the solution, hey, we have all this data, or we have this type of problem. How big is it really likely that the problem is going to live in, or the solution is going to live in? Do I need to know a lot of stuff in order to answer it, or do I maybe can represent it in a very small, succinct rule, right? Give everyone the new treatment. That's a very pithy, low complexity solution. Or do I have a personalization problem where it's like, I need to know if this person has this and this, then they get this experience. If they have this and this, they need this. And you have a huge decision tree, that's a higher complexity. And you need to ask yourself whether or not the higher complexity model is going to have any utility. Is it going to be worthwhile? Is there going to be marginal payoff? Is there going to be marginal value to the marginal effective complexity? Okay? It also turns out that irregularity, what is unlike Kolmogorov, is that what is irregularity is subjective. It's for you to decide what irregularity is. What's of value to us? We're looking for this type of solution, and so it's for us to decide what details are of value. So it's important to think about utility. And it sits very nicely with George Box, right? And George Box's idea of all models are wrong, that we shouldn't even be concerned about truth. I think someone earlier was talking about, maybe it was Steen, was this truth or the truth, and really there is no truth. It's really about utility. That's our job, is to think about the solution that has the greatest utility. It's not about truth, okay? And it relates to Gelman's idea. It's for us, we have agency. We have to, it's not something that's given to us, and we have to make decisions, we have to make calls, we have to make value judgments. Okay. Fair enough. After he gets his meals, he gets 1 or 2 snacks, and then he slinks off and he rummages about and he tries to find anything on the floor. And so he brings it to us so that we can tell him to drop it so he can get another gift. So here's him bringing us $1. Okay, detecting interactions. I'll give you 2 quick ways to do it, quite useful. One is a visual discovery using means plots, and the other is going to be a little bit more complicated, but it's extremely important. I'm going to talk about the partial F-tests and nested models. And it turns out this framework is so unbelievably useful as an analyst if you're doing any statistical analysis where you want to compare things. And it turns out that actually your basic A/B tests, like t-test, live in here. So really, like a t-test, even though you may or may not have been shown that way, is just a subset of a partial F-test. It actually, you get the exact same result if you follow this formalism. So a lot of what is done in experimentation, a lot of what's done in model comparison, you can use in this F-test framework that we're going to cover. Okay. And partly why we're doing this is that Zoli makes me put math in every single time. That's a little dirty secret, that every time I come here, one year we did something that was like more qualitative, softer, about customer empathy and everything. And I walked out and the look of disappointment from Zoli was like, that's not what you're here for, Gershoff. Okay, so we have to put this in here for Zoli. Visual discovery. Okay. This is great. So it's almost just like a pivot table underneath, right? So we have our test, A/B test, the test that we care about. Let's say we're comparing between 2 A/B tests. Hey, do our A/B tests, so you want to answer, are our A/B tests interacting with one another? We're super worried about this. So the test that we have that we care about, like it's our test, and we want to know if some other test is interfering. So that's across the lines. So we have A, B, and C, and then we just cross it with the other tests, whether they were in A or B or not. And if you see this pattern, and it can be at any angle, if they're parallel, the more parallel they are, it means that the difference between them is the same from here. So green is by a unit of 1 from orange, and it's about a unit of 1 from orange under B. So under either conditions, the differences between the results of test 1 are exactly the same. Clear? Right? So just if you see parallel lines, that's suggestive that there is an interaction. Right? You're clear. And you can tell the C-suite and everyone who's bothering you not to worry about it. And you can be a little bit more frictionless when you're running your experiments. Okay? Magnitude interaction. Okay. We're still going to pick the same policy, right? So in this case, A is always better, regardless of whether they were in treatment A or in treatment B in the other test. It doesn't matter. A dominates in both cases. So whether or not I was in A is best, or whether I was in B in the other test, A is best. Same here. So it doesn't change our policy if we were just going to pick the best option, but it changes the marginal value, right? So it's A is best, but only by a little amount. If you were to pick C here, you'd lose a huge amount. And if you were to pick, when you pick A under B, when you pick A in this test, under B in the other test, you'd have a huge lift, right? So that's the magnitude. The sign hasn't changed, but the magnitude. That's an interaction. A softer interaction, but it's an interaction visually. Okay. This should actually say sign. And here, the policy changes. This is the one that everyone's worried about. Policy changes. So if somebody else is running an A/B test, and they wind up moving forward with A in that other test, so that's going to be what's going on in the future. For this test, you'd want to pick A as well, because that's the optimal one. But if it turns out that the other test, the B is the best one, then you'd want to go C. And that's what you're concerned about, because your results are going to be conditioned, which policy you should take is conditioned on what's happening somewhere else. This is the thing that people worry about. Crossing lines, sign change, interaction. Got that, Fred?
You got it, man.
Awesome. Tricky though, because a lot of times we're not just, this is like if you're doing multiple A/B tests, but maybe you're trying to figure out conditional treatment effects. So maybe instead of looking at some other A/B test, I'm looking at some user segment data, right? And maybe let's say there's 8 segments, maybe there's 20 segments, right? Maybe there's like a lot of mutually exclusive segments, right? Customer segments. Maybe it's tenure, right? So low to high tenure, maybe it's broken in 10 bins, 20 bins, whatever it happens to be. You've got a lot of data points. And it's not really clear visually. I don't really know. Maybe there's some crossing, but maybe some not. And just looking at visually, it's not particularly obvious whether or not there's an interaction here. So it is a mess, but that's where we're probably going to want to go to use our statistics, so that we can just aggregate everything and look at, in aggregate, does it look like there's some sort of interaction? Okay, so we're going to talk about regression and partial F-tests. As I said, the F-test generalizes hypothesis testing. It allows us, in one test, to have multiple hypotheses. Is this and this and this equal to 0? So subsets of a larger model we're able to test all at once using the F-test. In an A/B test, you have your null hypothesis. I'm talking about a frequency A/B test. The null hypothesis is that the treatment effect is equal to 0, or maybe you have the treatment effect is not equal to 0 as the alternative hypothesis, or maybe it's greater than 0 or less than 0, whatever. But there's just one. The F-test is a generalization, and it lets you test multiple at once, and that's what we need. And it's very powerful. Okay. So we're asking, if we added an additional subset to our model, do we significantly improve it? Is the bigger model, is the more complex model of more value, is it significantly better than the simpler model? And remember, from parsimony, we really want to use the simplest model possible. So we want to have evidence before we no, it is likely there's interaction. No, we do want to use a more complex model. We want to have some sort of evidence for it before we bother with it. What we don't want, if you have a larger model, it has greater capacity, it has more knobs to fit the data, and you can very easily overfit your data. That's where overfitting comes from. And so this, in a way, is a way of managing overfitting. You don't want to model the noise. If you put in, let's say you had 300 data points and you had 300 parameters in your model, you could get a perfect fit. No problem. But you're just fitting the data. Your model now has 300. It has the same number of bytes. It has the same effective complexity as your data, so you haven't done anything. What you want to do is have a much lower effective complexity than your data. And if you're still generating the data fairly well, then you have a nice representation, and this is a test of that. Okay, so we're going to compare the errors of the smaller model, the simpler model, with a more complex model. And that's going to be the evidence of more or less effective complexity. So we're going to run 2 regression models. Everyone remember the quiz? Okay, so what's regression? So just think of it, if you're not familiar with it, if you're familiar with calculating an average, right? So it's like you sum up everything, all of the values, and you divide by n. Regression, in a way, really, it's instead of just having one average, it's like you're kind of like calculating averages for each possible combination in the data. So if you've got this additional information about the user, their segment, or whatever, in a way, you're really calculating like conditional averages. So it's like you're calculating like a lot of averages. Okay, that's really all it is. So we're trying to like, for a particular context or a particular setting of the data, or for a particular user and information about them, what's the best guess? What's the best prediction for them? So we're going to run 2, we're going to run the complex one, and we're going to run the simple one. We're going to see how each one predicts. So we're going to go back to our original data, we're going to take the predicted value from each model, and we're going to subtract it from the true value, and we're going to see how far off it is. We're going to calculate the residual, or the error. Little priggish note, error technically is for the theoretical model, residual is for your applied model. So if you're in if you wind up in some sort of data science drinks meetup thing, just make sure you use residual if you're talking about your empirical model. Okay, they probably won't know that anyway. Okay, compare the results of the model using an F statistic. So it's just like a ratio. Is it big? Great. There's interactions. If it's small, it's not worth it. It's just it's doing roughly as well as the small one. So let's say I want to know, hey, are the A/B tests interacting? So I've got some data here. Exact same problem. Are there conditional treatment effects? I have segment data, and also I have like this A/B test. Or maybe you've got just some data that you've collected, and you want to see whether or not you've got 2 variables. Maybe you have segment, and maybe you also have tenure, and you want to see if there's interaction between segment and tenure of the user. It's all exactly the same problem. Okay, so I have my data here, and here's the regression model. Here's the full model here. This is the regression model for that data, for those combinations. So I have the effect of being in test 1B. So I got a B here, so I'm going to be here. C here, so this is the marginal effect of being in C. This is the marginal effect of being in B of the second test. So this is like the additive part. And now I have the multiplicative part here. I was in 1B and 2B at the same time. And there's that effect. And I was in 1C and 2B at the same time. And there's that effect. So there's like this big model. And now I have to, this is the complexity part, I have to estimate 6 parameters. There's now 6 numbers that I need to know. And in here is like the interaction terms. And then there's the simple model, right? Where we've run it, but we've just dropped all the interactions. So we don't have this multiplicative, there is no and conditions here, and it's much simpler, right? It's only got 4 numbers as opposed to 6. It's smaller, right? I need to know less information. How much worse do I do just using the simple model, right? Is it worth paying the price to have all this additional information or all this complexity, or do I just use the simple model? So, notice at the end there, that's that y hat. That's the predicted value. So we learn this model, we push in all of the different configurations of the user, and then we get the predicted value out. That's y for the full model, and that y hat for the full model, and y hat for the simple model. Those are the predicted values. I then calculate the error. So I look at the true value, I look at the predicted value, I calculate the residual. So I calculate the residual. You square it, you don't have to worry about that so much, and then you sum it up. So that's the sum of squares. If you've ever heard of the term sum of squares, that's where it's coming from. So I get the total amount of error that's coming from the full model. I then also get the total amount of error that's coming from the simple model. So I now have 2 sums of errors, and I want to weigh them. I want to compare them together. This is the F statistic. And so it's just a ratio. It looks kind of complicated, but it really isn't. You can kind of forget about some of these parameters here. It's just like, what's the difference? How much more error is in the small model versus the full model. If this is big, then the simple model is doing a poor job. If it's small, if there is not much difference, then there's not much marginal benefit for using the full model, and so we should just use a simple model. Right? So I said as much. So if the simple model has got a similar residual, then just use a simple model. If it has much worse, then use the bigger model. And this follows an F distribution, and so you can do we don't have to get into all the stats about it, but there's a procedure for checking to see whether or not you get a p-value and all that good stuff. Okay. Is this just for interactions? No, that's what's amazing. This thing, I mean, it's incredible like how much you can do with it. It's kind of, okay, this is my one SI approach picture. So this is supposed to be like the idea is, well, it's obvious what it is. Okay, but you can use A/B tests, interaction tests, and analysis of variance. All of these, you use the same partial F-test approach to solve all these types of problems. And if you're familiar with like omnibus tests, again, you've got all of these different hypotheses that you're testing all at once. You can do that. This is analysis that we've added into Conductrix. So along with all the other stuff, you can now go in and you can check to see whether or not your A/B test, which A/B tests maybe are interfering with one another, or maybe you have segment data and you wanted to see maybe there's conditional treatment effects. You can go and take a look, and we'll both give you the visual inspection, but then also the p-values, and we do all of the calculations underneath the hood. And actually the calculations are even a little bit more complex than that, but this is the general idea. Okay, so summary, interactions. Okay, so they're locked together. You get that. It's useful in a lot of contexts. It generalizes, it's a general framework, so you can do a whole bunch of hypothesis testing whenever you have nested models. And I think the key part is 5, which not everyone can see. It's up to you, though, to pick out the details that are important. It's you're deciding what goes into that full model. It's you who deciding what how big the smaller model should be. So a lot of this is really about the businesses and your editorial. It's very important for you to kind of understand the context in order to get any idea of what a good comparison would be. So this procedure does not absolve you of your input, your editorial, your knowledge of the problem. And that's why it's so important to have these abstractions and to understand the problems very well, your context, because it doesn't matter about SI or anything else. It's really up to you to figure out what we want to solve and having a good idea of what a good solution is going to be. I have a cheat sheet if anyone wants it. So you can have all the visual and all the math. It's all there for you. I'm sure people are dying, rushing to have that. I forgot to put the QR code up for that. Sorry about that. I know. We'll figure out how to get the scale up to get that to everybody. Great. Thanks, everyone.